Well done, Cheddar. You free!
Quite a show. Why waste your talent? Ever thought about becoming a Mamba?
Double commissions as we agreed. As for your friendly invite, I'll let you know when I feel like it.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
You'll never put your hands on my research. This ends today. You need to fight back! Sonya is controlling you!
No, old friend. She freed me.
Shiro, where the heck have you been?
Sorry, boss. Training overran.
Training? You're a delivery boy. And I've got a code red job for you. Package incoming.
No way. Claw? I wish I could fight like him.
Stop dreaming, kid, and get moving. My client isn't the only one who wants that package.
Motion through the wasteland. Know that we ain't playing, we just sticking to the game plan. You can call it hunger every morning, gotta break fast. Even though the goals are no focus, so the baselands. They call me a legend in the making, but I don't need the praises. I know life is what you make it. My name ain't for conversation, I'm a legend in the making, but I don't need the title. Stay ahead of all my rivals.
traffic!
Just a few traffic problems. If the album is not as appealing. Looking up to us, huh? Now they trying to get some love, right? Showing love to us, huh? Yeah, I was The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series USA 2026 Spring. Second day of the first week of the group stages, and we've witnessed a few potential teams that might secure their spot on knockout stage. But as the battle continues, we will see if the Bouillon board will be filled by different teams once again, or will it be a few that will dominate. On the desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
Oh, yeah, we sure as hell identified a few teams that can make it into the knockout stages. We have maybe even identified who can be champion, but man, okay, I think that's a little too early. You know, an amateur will predict exactly who's going to win it right here, right now, right? Because, you know, Neptune, we've been doing this. This is technically the third season for USA, but it used to be known as FFUSC in the past. Now it's FFWS USA 2026 Spring, right? The qualifier to the Esports World Cup is a very big opportunity. Many of these squads will be vying for the exact same thing, and not all of them are going all out just yet. That's just a little tiny feeling I have in my heart. I hope to see today a brand new showing from some of these teams who yesterday maybe didn't feel like it, right? Like Fisher Tiger,
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for that.
Well, let's see though. Let's see if the Fishmans will be able to rise from the deeps. But right now, they are a little bit too deep in the leaderboard. In a bit, we're going to have a recap of that. But one thing I would say is Group C and Group D showed us that even the ending of yesterday's matches, that it was phenomenal on how some teams managed to catch up. And today, we're going to continue it with them starting the show. And then it will be followed by teams from Group A as well as Group B as well. So let's see on how will that fare, because they did have a full day of rest to review their opponents as well as their mistakes and strategies overall. And the reason why they need to do that is because they are vying not only for the spot for EWC, but also for a part of the prize pool, which is $30,000.
Absolutely, and the biggest slice, the biggest chunk of this prize pool is $10,000. And like you said it, my friend, the ticket to the Esports World Cup, which is a gift on its own, right? To represent the USA is one thing. To get all the way to the hot, sandy deserts is another thing. But obviously, to check out that prize pool is quite an exciting thing, right? And you get to meet the Mustachio and Neptune as well. So I don't know. I think that's a little consolation. You know, let's check out the tournament dates as well, because we don't actually have a long marathon this time around. We have only 4 dates for the group stage. We already completed one yesterday. Today is going to be the second day. Next week on the 11th and 12th of April, there's going to be the final 2 days of our group stages. And then only 18 teams will make it into the knockout stage, from which we will drop 6 more squads. And in the grand finals, as usual, we'll have our 12 teams slugging it out. Yes, we've got a little bit of money for every little squad in the grand finals. But again, only one team makes it to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, exactly. And why the hustle needs to be done right now is because by next week, that's where the pressure will be built. Because there's 2 weeks only off the group stages. And again, 6 teams will be dropped off. And then only the top 12 will be heading into the grand finals and also getting a piece of that prize pool. So that's crucial for every team right here, especially for those who are just starting up. That's big moolah already that they will be getting to, I would say, invest more on things that they would need in future FFWS USA.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, no doubt at all, it's going to be an arduous journey here. But if you've got what it takes, then you got to slug it out. You got to show us exactly what it is from day one in itself, right? I guess some of the teams are taking for granted the fact that you are going to have 18 teams make it into the knockout stage. And I think that's absolutely fine. I think that's absolutely fair because they are correct in many ways. All you need to do is just avoid being in the bottom 6. Fisher Tiger, I'm looking at you, man. So as long as you avoid being in the bottom 6, you are still absolutely fine. You will be able to step on to the next stage. And I feel like some of the teams are just not going all out just yet. But I'm quite sad. I want to see more, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, let's see more because so far we've already highlighted a few teams in the beginning of yesterday, and now I think some has put themselves on the spotlight. And that is, I would say that is a double-edged sword because yes, you will have that tenacity. You will inject some fear out of your opponent in the battlefield, but also targets would be on your back if you have managed to got a lot of points and put yourself on top of the leaderboard. I'm talking about Gaviota. Double in yesterday, the only team who will manage to do that, and their averages is just on par. Actually, that is quite high compared to the rest of the teams that we witnessed from yesterday's battle.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I absolutely agree with you. And with a single booyah, INV Esports in the second spot, just 1 point behind Gaviota squad, right? And you are absolutely correct because these teams who are at the very top are painting a very big target behind their backs. And we've talked about doing your homework, right? And whether or not the other teams do their homework on the whole 24 squads that are in the competition, I don't know. That's maybe a 20% possibility. But are they going to check out where the Titans are dropping? Hell yeah. Of course, there is another question of just because you know it, what can you do about it, right?
Yeah,
can you actually drop in the spot of the Titan and take them out of the equation? Maybe some teams try today.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of guts and also skills to be able to start it off, but that's the best opportunity for the teams right here, especially in the early drops where you have, honestly, even a hold of potential weapons that you can use in the battlefield. So let's see on which group would be the ones who's taking it on. As we introduce Group A right now, we've seen O1 Esports, we have 90 Piketa Esports, Austin X Nami, Fisher Tiger, Punjabi Stunners, as well as Vipex Esports. Zeus Esports and previously Zeus Esports is not showing up that much this time. So let's see if they are just delaying their tactics and studying their opponents before they really activate themselves.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's, possibly one of the things that they are looking for, right? Because Vipex Esports, they did manage to score 1 booyah yesterday, but you didn't really see a lot more from them. But granted, they only played 3 games. So you can't really, judge them based on where they stand on the table in the overall grand scheme of things. Because I think you pointed this out. If we've doubled the points that Vipex has, then they're definitely going to be somewhere around the top 5, right? So let's see if or not that's something that they show us today. Fisher Tiger, on the other hand, obviously, we want to see more from them. Let's check out Group B as well, because here's exactly how you can tell if or not some of the Titans here want a little bit more, because GOAT Esports, I expected more GOAT-like behavior out of them in terms of greatest of all time, but they were the sacrificial lamb in a couple of situations. I want to see that change today, man, because, it is a possibility for them to really navigate out of a couple of situations. We saw the survivability out of them yesterday, but we didn't see the elimination numbers go up all that too much. You have Cartel Sir, you have got Gaviota squad in here as well, 2 teams that are really topping the charts right now. And in fact, even INV in front of you, 3 of these teams are really dominating everybody out there. And in a couple of situations, you have to ask yourself, is this the best from them, or are they still holding back like some of the other squads out there? Because if this is the best already, like what we said at the very start of the show, I think we may have already seen the squads capable of stepping into the knockout stage.
I mean, it's tough to call right now. You did mention about 3 squads within this group that is really tough, and it's difficult to move up if you are in the same group. There's no getting away from the top dogs right here. But in the next upcoming teams, or groups rather, there's only a few dominant teams within that. And within that mix. So as we look into Group C right now, even GCT Arrow is not that much compared to what we've seen X-Kane into, as well as Palmer when they were Rosario Central, and the same as Brian when he was part of Abandonados or Los Cubanos. And the previous Anexados team, we've seen their tenacity in the beginning of every group stage or every week, but not this time around. Not that much, I would say.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, man. Of course, we've got 5 stars here as well. Not a new brand in our eyes. We definitely have seen them. The roster is refreshed. They do have 1 Booyah from yesterday, completed their 6 matches already, but currently sitting on, I think, the 6th spot. That's not looking too good for them. But in the grand scheme of things, if you're talking only about qualifying for the knockout stage, they're definitely making the mark, right? They are giving us exactly what we need to see them at the knockout stage. So I'm still a little happy. Texarians, on the other hand, of course, kind of mid-carders. We want to see more from them, but more on them when they are playing in a little bit. Let's check out Group D as well. This is the group that's going to be kicking off stuff in a little bit. Red Eagle. I definitely expected a Booyah out of them. They gave us the Booyah, but I am not satisfied just yet. Granted, just like Vipex Esports, they've only played 3 games yesterday, Ned.
Yeah, I mean, 3 games, and the first one was a little bit, not that at par with the rest of the squad. Only 4 points from Kalahari, and then that's when they slowly move up until that Booyah in the final round. But one thing's for sure, Fuego has had not only fans, but also the numbers to back up that prestige that they have. Fuego, the previous Rosario Central, is showing up, especially with player into the mix. And we've seen the combination of Carlos as well as Tiki in that as well. So I'm really looking forward to that. And they will be introducing today's battle, today's matches overall. So I'm really excited to see this start.
Yeah, absolutely excited. Celtic as well, one of the exciting squads out there that I can't wait to see in action once again. A single Booyah to their name, decent placement points, massive eliminations, right? This is a very active squad out there. They know the meta, they know their mechanical skills, they've mastered it fairly well, and they are a threat for the championship by the time we get into the grand finals. Look at me, I'm already saying Celtic's going to get there, right? But that's the quality that they have shown us so far, that they can not just make it into the knockout stage, but we should be able to see them at the grand finals as well if they can keep this pacing up. But you know what? That being said, Neptune, as we have seen in the USA in the past 2 tournaments that we have shoutcasted, there have been some teams who are quiet at the start and then they explode at the end. And there have been some teams who are explosive at the start and then they disappear right after. Many things can still happen. We've got 3 more days to go, including today, for the group stage. So I hope to see some surprises out there. And you know what? There are many opportunities. We've got 9 games to be played out here in every single day of the group stage. So many an opportunity to be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the previous seasons in the USA, we only each group would only have 2 opportunities. This time they have 3 opportunities, or 3 or 6, depending on which they are in right now. And from what we talked about earlier yesterday, there were only a few teams, a few groups that only had 3 matches, and I guess this is where we complete that overall. By the end of the week, they will be played. They have played 9 maps already, so I'm really looking forward to how this is going to end up. Is it a momentum-based performance, or is it because they had a little bit of rest, or would it be because they have witnessed how the other teams has played, especially for those in Group D, wherein they were the last one that was introduced yesterday?
Yeah, I sure as hell hope it's not momentum-based, right? Because you are going to get your momentum kicked in. It's a child-friendly show. You're going to get your momentum kicked in the butt, okay? If that's all your squad is. Because there are many things that can disrupt your gameplay. There are many things that can disrupt your momentum. we are looking at one of them right here, right? Because not every single squad has managed to find dominance on every single map that we've got in rotation. Of course, there's something you'll notice down here. You don't have Alpine in rotation. So some teams who have dominated that map, they are losing out. They are missing out this time around. And, we've seen challenges. We've seen some teams who are not very comfortable on the long-range engagement, not liking Kalahari so much. Nextera provides a lot of opportunities. Solara provides a lot of opportunities for these close-range battles that some of these teams are not really vibing with so much. The M590 is very deadly, explosive, especially with the explosive action. The Mag 7 is back to kick some butt as well. I mean, okay, I'm a Mag 7 abuser, okay? It's such an easy shotgun to use. I love it, high firepower. And in close-range combat situations like that, some teams get a little unnerved. So if you're talking about momentum-based, there are a lot of stuff here that can throw them off their momentum. So a team has to be cool, calm, and collected all the time because there's a lot of points to be picking out there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we go into the rule of placement points, I would say in the Free Fire, if you get a Booyah, you get that 12 points, and it goes down drastically on second point. It goes down by 1 as you go down on each spot. And only the 11th and 12th will not be getting any placement point at this point, at this game, and it needs to be topped up by elimination. Thus, we encourage everyone. We encourage everyone to start off the show with a lot of elimination so that even if you end up on 11 and 12, you still have some points for yourselves.
Yes, we encourage some very limited in-game violence. Okay, you got to beat up the other team in order to get to the top, and you gotta at least allow them to have one survivor, right? Give them a chance at revenge or farm on them. One of the two, if you are capable of doing so. Let's take a look at the overall standings here. Gaviota Squad as well as INV Esports on the top 2 spots. Cartel Solar right behind them. All of these 3 teams have already completed 6 games so far. You mentioned GCT Arrow not being too fancy yesterday, and I do agree with you because with 6 games completed, there is quite a distance between them as well as Cartel Solar. There are a few other teams that we've got our eyes on. Fuego, Celtic Gaming, Vipex. These 3 teams have only completed 3 matches so far. And like you said it, man, if you double up those scores, which they're very capable of doing, they are going to be top contenders to head on into not just the knockout stage, but the grand finals.
And that's one thing. I mean, that's a pressure that other teams from yesterday that played 6 games are feeling right now. And hopefully the pressure doesn't affect them that much. It's more of a motivation, the pressure of motivation for them as well. And I guess at this point, we are ready. We are all set to start this game. Starting it off on the OG map, the green grass of Free Fire. This is Bermuda. And let's see if the sunny shores will be giving us some highlights, or better yet, early engagement, depending on plight fat that the teams will be looking at.
Amen, brother. I want some limited violence. Let's go in-game. Some limited in-game violence. Okay, out in real life, you guys got to love each other, all right? It's all about love. Yeah. It's all about care. It's all about the brotherhood. It's all about, well, even the sisterhood, okay? But inside the game, there are no frenemies. It is all about dominating and getting to the top and getting as many points as possible for these eliminations. And the best way to do that is maybe getting yourself into a hot drop situation and then dominating it. Although, of course, that's quite the coin toss as we saw yesterday.
Let's see though. I mean, a coin toss goes either way unless it goes by the side, which is we seldom see. I mean, at some point in early engagement, Texarian as well as Flash by Ross right now, starting it off in Cape Town, and also potential in Sentosa with GCT Arrow and Fuego. And this is a mix in GCT Arrow and Fuego that you don't want to start off because they are considered top-tier teams in our current tournament.
Yeah, I kind of see a lot of ego battles coming on through here because the hot drop situation is still quite messy. But granted, it is in the knockout stage, so there are still teams vying to kind of claim a couple of these drops for themselves. And the best way to do that is to get in there and kick everybody else out and show them who's boss, who owns that particular compound. And that's exactly what Flash Gaming's doing right now. 3 eliminations in hand already. And the same can be said for GCT Arrow. Fuego on the back foot. Carlos, the Red Eagles are striking right back with the Scar, gets the knock. Jonah Kane You've got the Morse in action. Goes for the pickup instead of the elimination. Big brain play here. And now trying to play the numbers advantage. Carlos with his back turned at the wrong time. Gets him executed as well. And this is GCT Arrow taking over Sentosa, leaving Red Eagles running for their life through player.
Yeah, GCT Arrow shot to the heart of Fuego, but it's not too late though, as player is moving in and they're getting a little bit more on those coins to revive their teammates. But one thing's for sure, player would have a little bit of difficulty in moving into the vending machine because it is occupied, or I would say guarded, by teams of GCT Arrow. TVM though, a team that was silent not only in the battlefield but also on the board. Let's see if this time they will bring all those technology in and probably get a few more to their side.
Yeah, apologies, Fuego. You guys have a red eagle as your logo.
Yeah.
And the red eagles are white, so y'all gotta forgive me at least for the first couple of days, all right? Jonah. Ooh, way but rough. Played his battle up in the Staffa and that MP5. Easy takedown for MIA Corp. And the guy was all alone either way. And it looks like they're going in here for the hunt. Straight up, not wasting a lot of time. MIA knows that they need to farm a lot of these points. With Yardi knocked down already, Kappa has a big advantage here. Nobody can stop this rush coming through from MIA Corp. Neil turning tails, trying to get away as quickly as possible. And you can see TVM just splitting up here at Clock Tower, not wanting to group up and get annihilated by the team that's hunting them down. And it looks like the team that are playing the Hunters right now are just way too capable and good at this.
And one thing about the split up is just to make sure that Dabadoo would be having that opportunity to go for the revive. But the only thing that is available right now, as we see in the map, is that revival platform, wherein you step in it, you will be tagged or you will have your place marked on the board. We also have a vending machine that is quite near in this area. Let's see if Dabadoo can be something that would save TVM at this point. But for GCT Arrow, Jonah, I'm not sure what the plan is right now. I'm pretty sure they're the ones who were hunting earlier, but he is the one who's running outside blue just to make sure that Fuego doesn't spot him.
Yeah, it looks like Fuego knows exactly what he's doing. They're trying to run after him, but inside the circle. Big brain play right there from the side of Fuego. Ooh. Finally, we see some Red Eagles here in White Dragon with a God name, making sure he gets the first knock. And that opens up the play here for the Red Eagles as they rush on up. Nacho B, opportunity, but Flanky D in the meantime with the Drogon just breaking through the defense and spots out two players at the same time. And Hayate gets the job done with the Bison. Everybody just absolutely annihilating on the side of the Red Eagles. And they do have one more opponent to find and shut down. Unfortunately, this game of Hunt hasn't completed yet.
Yeah, hasn't been completed just yet. But let's see, though, if 5 stars can deal with the Power Rangers. Mayoro just jumped in behind similar players of 5 stars to make sure an insurance policy is available for them. But Fabian will have a long-range capability right now as Porcalito with that cord playing it like a fiddle against Mejia. But that plushie tags him, and that forces them to jump. We're using that launch pad. But Reyes with a VSK goes in for the hunt.
And 5 stars, Denny, SPL, not thinking twice at all, going in for the hunt, manages to mark Triple X as well, giving Mejia the advantage, right beside the vending machine, out the window he goes, Denny SPL on the chase, M590, but Mejia canters up with the mini Uzi, beautiful play from 5 stars, this is what I'm talking about, just sleeping tigers yesterday, and absolute ravaging predators today, love the play from 5 stars.
Yeah, let's see though, I mean, if this continues, because we've witnessed in the minimap as well that a few teams will be jumping in on the same area. And not quite sure if Fabian has gotten that information already. It's MIA that they will be targeting in Plantation, edge up the circle, also into the Arsenal. But we witnessed how well 5 star is playing it this time around. And I don't think that they will be easy target for HRE right now. So HRE needs to be careful. In spite of D-Lone with Car 98, the shot on him, but no knockdown thanks to that, Cassie.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The lone opportunity here. Mejia is going to get caught outside. AC-80 in hand. Fabian and Daddy right behind an opportunity to perhaps flank around here. Mejia just thinking twice about that shot.
Oh no.
Not taking it. Reyes goes down. Darius spots out Mejia as well. Wasted opportunity, and now he turns tails to get out of there.
I mean, I don't know what the mindset was. Probably it's because it's a little too close for the AC-80 and he can be gunned down. But the moment that his teammate has been knocked down, that spells trouble for them. Thus, 5-star will be moving away. Another knockdown onto Daddy. And HRE seems like they will be taking this home. And there goes Fabian, the final player of 5 stars. And despite of them having advantage, they will be taken out first.
Oh, that's 5 stars right there. That's it. Yep. They started off hot and then they fizzled out. But, you know, great opportunities taken advantage of by 5 stars in the early parts of the game. But then we saw just a little bit of hesitation. They were trying to get into position, but there were only 3 players on their side. And I don't think they wanted to take a full-on engagement just yet. They wanted to buy a little bit of time, but things backfired, right? Because you can't really tell exactly how your opponents are going to react in that situation. And they just did not have the capability to defend because they had been split up way too far from each other. And on top of that, they only had 3 players end kicking. So it's a tad bit unfortunate for 5 stars, but of course, that was a brilliant play by them, which I appreciate.
Yeah, well, let's see though if that continues on to the next map. But right now, TF Esports. And I'm not sure if Uriel will have any way of exit because we've seen so many times some of the players being trapped in here. There is that middle part, but he can jump, but the blue's closing in, and hopefully he doesn't break his ankle that much and lose a lot of HP. Otherwise, that would be a lost opportunity for them with no chance of fighting back. But speaking of fighting back, GCDA is back in play, going against Fuego after a quick revival that has been done by Jonah earlier. A full squad going against a full squad, and the top teams will be fighting it off as X-Kane is bringing that axe against 2 players of Fuego.
Oh man, Fuego, they split apart, they ran away, and then they ended up running straight into each other, allowing JCT Arrow to funnel them in, take those shots. Brilliant play by JCT Arrow. The aggression was there. They identified the fact that they had a numbers advantage, and it was mainly the capability of those mechanical skills, right? You did see the Valiant dash coming on through, but that was just straight into the wall, so it was unfortunate. But either way, even with that mess up, they still managed to take down those 2 players. And that's what we're talking about, right? Just aim for those numbers as quickly as possible. Now, Eric went in there for the cryo mine toss, but I think that one went super wide. Uziel and Kevin on the hunt now, but I don't think they are in a position to get very aggressive just yet.
Let's see now. Flash Gaming by Ross will need to be careful as Eric is already on the hunt. LMG action that could break down those glue walls, but he has been spotted by Kevin as well as that plushy cryo mine. But Italo goes in for the backup, and I thought it was just Eric all alone, but no, here comes their friends as just spread out, fanning out, making sure that their player, single player in the front line, will not be taken out that easily, and that prompted them to back away, probably for a flank, as the blue will be closing in a bit. So let's see how well they can position themselves. But on the other side, it's Flash Gaming by Roz, who's taken out a couple of players, or if not one player from Fuego that is not looking good for one of the top teams.
Oh, what a smart play. This time, Eric, again, the attempt with the cryo mine. And it looks like Delone will be able to get away from this situation, or at least get into position. Flash Gaming, they don't see this flank coming on through. Yazimin tagged up. Oh, just unfortunate because the glue wall came out and his shots just went wide a couple of seconds right after that. And Flash Gaming, although they are outside the circle, they do have a little bit of an opportunity just to flank around from the right-hand side and get out of trouble. But Julian, a couple of more shots should have been able to drop him on the ground. You have to see if or not he has a medkit on him. At the very same time, Red Eagles about to get into a little scuffle with Power Rangers. And I do see a team right on their right-hand side who already have a hit list on them. But, okay, beautiful. That expires on the right moment.
Yeah, let's see. I mean,
what a poor doggy.
All right, thank you for production for that. We needed that because there's a lot of pressure that is happening right now in Battlefield. We still have 10 teams remaining, and we are from the third to the fourth circle already. And in peak, seems like TVM, after their battle earlier, has a good chance to take down Texharians as they try to secure the lower side of this peak building, but I don't think they will be giving up that easily for this position, because so far it's an edge of circle and it's a huge compound for them to take that would be advantageous later on. But there goes Cryo Mine, and they tag it up, and a nade might reduce most of this HP, giving an opportunity for Neil for the takedown.
Yeah, this is a fair fight between these two teams. They're quite equally matched in terms of firepower. Jason, though, with the M79, unfortunately, he gets taken down first. So no grenade action for the squad. Texarians, on the other hand, Pinocchio down. Royer has to survive this one. Pulls out the time turner in the nick of time. Gets out of there. Has got a opportunity. The Energizer just not kicking in time. And TVM slaughters them right where they stand. And it all started out with taking out the M79 player first, making sure they don't get blown up. So that was a brilliant play out of TVM.
Yeah, I mean, TVM right now, especially with Dabadoo, a familiar name that we were shouting out from the previous season or previous league. Now let's see if that is the key of success for TBM right now. But speaking of success, Fuego has no success of surviving. After Carlos has been knocked down in mill, now GCT Arrow is still on the hunt. Perfect timing in the glue wall, but there's no getting away as Chino has been taken down. Tiki right now, and we've seen him get away in a lot of trouble, but how can he do it with a lot of crosshairs on him? And Fuego will be snuffed out.
Oh, we talked about how Fuego could very easily double their points. Not like that. They just got smashed. Unfortunate. You gotta absolutely love the timing of that glue wall and the time turner to save themselves, but it just wasn't enough, right? The opponents were just way too accurate with that flush. And that's exactly what you need to do if you want to face off up against a team like Fuego. TVM, though, now in a little bit of a pickle. They need to get into the next zone. The circle's closing in on them already. Power Rangers right behind them. But thankfully, at that very moment, as I say that, Power Rangers, they slowly flank away towards the left-hand side, allowing TVM a clear pathing into the next circle.
Oh, final player of TF Esports has been taken down. Camilo is out, but from behind, one player from Flash might be surprised between these two teams, but I don't think he will be showing himself because there's a lot of trouble, especially when they're dealing with TVM and Power Rangers. That is quite different this time around. I'm loving the 7 elimination they have, but there you have it. Neil spotted. The final player in Flash Gaming by Ross has been eliminated, but that also triggers the approach of Power Rangers towards TVM.
Power Rangers really on a roll right now. Can they also annihilate TVM? They are in the right place, right time. Fantastically played with the Valiant Dash, smashing down those glue walls. One taken down already. The Moss is still active, can be used anytime here. Triple X on for the smashing off those glue walls, but he only finds him halfway through. Dabadoo needs to turn around. Fukalito spots him out. Neil and Dabadoo, it's a 2v1 before one joins the fight as well. The focus to pick up Yordi is the target of Dabadoo. TVM keeping their numbers up against the boys, and annihilating Power Rangers is one that gives them a brilliant strategic play out of TVM.
TVM, the clutch play from a duo, and that was quickly converted to a 3v1. And seen that earlier, where TVM has a good one. But let's see now, 5 teams remaining right now. MIA, full squad together with Red Eagles and HRE Sport. Now, this is something that they need to work on real quick. The high ground advantage from HRE would be something that they will need to take, but slowdown is not what EA or Red Eagles is looking at, and they want to dominate.
Yeah, one random GCT player just running through, and Hayate said hello and bye-bye. HRE right up on top. Red Eagles, opportunity to find some extra points as the circle favors them. They don't really need to hop on out of the house prematurely, but that's exactly what they do, barricading all of those windows with those glue walls first.
just making sure they have a little bit of an advantage. MIA Corp will have the biggest of all advantages because they're the closest ones towards the next zone. And it seems like as the circle moves on in, it's going to be dragging in Red Eagles, HRE, as well as TVM straight into their crosshairs.
Oh, unfortunate for Red Eagles. They have to deal with the glue walls as HRE is moving down. Flanky D with only a sliver of health, but the Blues closing in. And Flanky D almost for a clutch, but unfortunate for them. There goes the battle as MIA surprised them. Dabadoo, the final player, and MIA will be seeing their first booyah as they deal with one. And there's no Yabba-Dabba-Doo right now. MIA will go for that hit in the baseball bat, and they grab that big B.
A baseball bat for the Booyah. Team MIA doing it in style. And that grenade of annihilation was just a chef's kiss on top of whatever they did out there. Not only was the circle favoring them, not only did they have phenomenal plays, but the melee to finish off their opponent's head was just, my goodness me. What can I say? MIA Corp, they know how to put on a show.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they did put on a show, and not only that, they're the ones who put the final nail in the coffin of HRE, who was dominating Red Eagles from that compound. It's just a matter of timing, and we've seen how well that is. And there's a replay wherein Red Eagles is just going for the fight. No, there's an earlier battle. But we're going to see that unfold. But I'm really, really happy that another team will put themselves on the board in the Booyah, and that would make it difficult for some of those to really catch up.
Yeah, and HRE, this was the time where they bumped into the players on the side of 5 stars, annihilating them as well, putting a very quick end to 5 stars after they started off fairly aggressively. The battle between Fuego and GCT Arrow just did not end well for Fuego. They were way too scattered out in the open. They had some great defensive plays, but GCT Arrow, they just looked so clean on that aggression.
Yeah, I mean, GCT Arrow, the back and forth of them between Fuego was, I would say it's taxing. You don't want to do that all the time because you're only having potential of grabbing a few points from one team. But this is the clutch that TVM was, I would say, showed their highlight. It was a 2v1, and as the pickup has been done in there, in the final second, as the blue closes in, it gives an opportunity for them to heal as well as to move in onto the other part of the zone. Red Eagles, this is where they are showing up. They were sleeping, I would say. They were just white, and we are seeing a little bit from this team.
Yeah, and I feel like they could have handled the situation a little bit better because the circle was on there, but they were too focused on the outside of their compound as opposed to the team that was right on top. I think the expectation was for the team to jump out of the window and then for them to have an advantage. But the problem was nobody had an eye on their backs, right? So that was a little unfortunate. Hope to see a little bit more from them later on. But the MVP from GCT Arrow, the team that was on a wrecking run. Fuego didn't stand a chance. 6 eliminations, 1 headshot, 4 assists, 2,696 on the damage. Running on the Moss, he had the Molko on him, Rafael Maro. So typical sniper build, had the VSK 94 to rock it as well. I mean, his shots were like definitely the green arrow from afar, except that he uses bullets.
Well, let's see. I mean, Jonah is one of the factors that really made the survivability for GCTA. Last time we saw him alone, Fuego was above on high ground, and he was just running outside the blue. So he did manage for a full revive, and even despite of that, still got a lot of elimination. But that's not only it. I'm pretty sure later on, head-to-head, we'll see another team from another player from different squad that will be showing up in here with somewhat similar, if not higher on the elimination, but it's more of the damage that Jonah has put in as they help the team move against Team Fuego.
Yeah, absolutely, man. So, and at the end of the day as well, we're starting to see a very clear pattern here. These snipers love using the Morse, but I don't know if the Morse needs a couple of buffs before he is absolutely effective out here on the battlefield, right? Because I feel like the time where the skill is active
might be a little bit too little for them to find a good reposition out there on the battlefield. But Jonah used it to perfection. We've got a little bit of a head-to-head here between Hayate from Red Eagles and Jonah from GCT Arrow. 6 eliminations apiece, but Hayate, of course, a little bit more proficient as to how he got it done, possibly with a lot of assists from the rest of his team members as well. But what makes Jonah so amazing is the fact that he's an all-rounder. He's the annihilator, he's the one throwing in the damage, the assist, and he's also picking up his teammates for revives from this guy. And he's not even the guy with the Tiva or Olivia.
Yeah, I mean, revive is like this has been changing the game overall. Also, the increasing the odds of more elimination for the team. And I'm really loving that Jonah is not just a slayer on that snipe, not a slayer in the VSK. Also has a support factor on them, and I guess this is a factor that some of the teams or some of the players from the champions, and I'm talking about the Jonah, the GOAT Jonah, not Jonah from GCTA, that has done. He has been a great captain, a great support, and also a rusher. And that all-rounded approach is being copied by a lot of teams, and it is needed by a lot of teams in Free Fire.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, let's take a look at a little bit more of the stats here, right? Because we have got the overall game stats, and I expected to see a lot more on the numbers of the total eliminations because we were finding a lot of knocks out there, 111 knocks in total. But you can see how the teams are stepping it up when it comes to the defensive plays, focusing on picking up their team members because at the end of the day, this is FFWS USA. The aggression, the mechanical skills of all of the teams out here is overwhelming. You need to have the numbers advantage. 44 rescues in total, and I think that's quite admirable in terms of how they are improving their gameplay. Not a lot on the damage, just 50k this time around, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, 50k, it's because there's a lot that has been happening in here wherein they got away from early engagement, they got away potential engagement. We've seen that in Mill, wherein some of the teams are taking positional advantage first before going for the shot. And that was a mistake of one of the teams right here. I just can't remember which one is it. But they had a potential of putting damage, but they missed to do so, and they got eliminated early. So that's a tough call for them. But I guess that's what happened in the first match of the day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here. Sometimes the teams are maybe not a little too ready, but it looked like everybody was hot and warmed up, right? And that's what you got to love out there. MI Corp with a total of 27 points. Not a massive game again this time around. TVM Technology right behind them. Great plays from them with a total of 21 points. And now towards the bottom of the table, you see 5 stars. Although they got eliminated very, very early on, they had 4 eliminations. We just kind of kept them abreast, but not by too much, right? I think 4 points is not going to make a world of difference for them at the end of the day. But, you know, the grand scheme of things, you are just looking to be the top 18 teams by the end of 4 days. And I think 5 stars has got the quality to do exactly that based on what they showed us at the start of the match.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it lasts a little bit longer. And I think it was 5 stars that I was talking about. They have potential of putting a lot of damage, initial gunfight, especially in a team that they try to box out. But the moment that one of their players has been knocked out and taken out, they just back away, and they were just as a loss as to where to go. But TVM Technology, again, I'm quite surprised that TVM Technology showing up this time, quite aggressive. And I guess it is attributed to Dabadu. We didn't see him yesterday, if I got it correct. But now he has 5 elimination out of the 12 elimination that the team has.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think I can say the same for HRE Esports as well. They're showing up big time. So TVM, HRE, stepping it up. This is exactly what we talked about, right? On day one, maybe the early parts of the competition, you see some teams not doing so well, but you can't count them out just yet. Even Power Rangers, I think today Power Rangers was a very different squad as opposed to what they showed us yesterday, getting a total of 13 points. This is a big play from them. 8 eliminations is big for Power Rangers, who I would say struggled yesterday. I'm trying to see exactly where they they've got about 14 eliminations at the very start. So 14 from how many games did they play yesterday? They played 3 games, 14 eliminations, 1 game, 8. Yeah, Power Rangers are definitely doing much better today.
I mean, from yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, they were on the 21st spot. And now they were moved up a little bit onto the 18th spot, so that's a great move coming from them. And for some, this is what they need. A little bit of a rest, a little bit of recap on what happened yesterday, and then that's when they will be able to start off the day quite hot. And one thing that is easier for the team right now, especially from Group C and D, is because they ended the match from the same group. So this is just a carry over. Now, it's not momentum-based, but they know exactly who to go against with.
Yeah, so a little correction. Power Rangers had 6 eliminations from the 3 games yesterday. Today, they had 8. So that's actually insane, right? It's a very big step up for the squad. And you're looking at some of the other teams here, right? TVM Technology, for example. This is a decent jump for them into the 14th spot after, a little bit of hustle from their side. So I'm looking at a little bit more from these squads. They're showing us what they're capable of. We have got, quite a number of matches here for them to run through today. Texarians are looking forward to 90 pick at Esports to show us a little bit of that as well later when they play. But Texarians, I just didn't see any bit of, flashiness out of them. So as long as a couple of these teams who are on the second page here from the 13th to the 24th can show us what they are capable of doing here today, and maybe make a really big, claim on that spot in the knockout stage, then they will be able to do that for themselves, right? The problem here is you just don't know how the other teams are going to react in the situation. Those drop spots are not totally solidified just yet, Neptune. We're having a lot of these early engagements which are throwing off some of these teams.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, the early engagement is what we look for, but it's more survivability that we are asking for the team, especially for those at the bottom of the leaderboard. But I guess there's no more waiting for that to happen because Solara is now set up. All those sun-powered teams will need to hype it up, and not a lot of those has been putting in the numbers. Even Gaviota has only 1 point in this map. So let's see on which team would be dominating, especially in this group of C and D.
Absolutely, man. As we head on into Solara, Group C and D in action once again, and I'm expecting a lot of these big challenges at the very start. Windmill, though, is going to have one and only one squad in there. That's going to fare Flash Gaming quite well. And it looks like Power Rangers are not going to be disturbed in their drop here at Aquarium. The Red Eagles do have a little bit of heat on them up against TVM. They performed very well in the previous matchup. Can't say that Red Eagles did not. So this is going to be quite the fight. And Power Rangers might just have the opportunity to loot up and then be the third party in this engagement. And all thanks to Solara and those slide rails, it should be fairly quick for them to get here.
Now, let's see. I mean, Prof E already spotted, but shots by the SKS doesn't land. TVM is just regroup. Only one on the other side, and there goes the push, but unfortunate for them. Neil, that's another chance to fight back that Red Eagles. I'm loving this, how they stick together, making sure that the backs are not open, and then they have an opportunity to go for the shot. Perfect timing in glue wall with a P90, not making that shot.
Yeah, great play on the glue wall. The timing was just brilliant. Just reacting appropriately in a heated situation like that. Prof, though, from that high ground, Dabadoo, just a little bit of a connection issue there for the guy, and obviously Dragon's going to take advantage of that situation. Prof understands the trouble that they might just be in here, leaving Yordi to protect the squad. Prof tries to get the hell out of there. One of these two might just be able to pull the revive off for their squad, and it looks like Yordi might be able to sneak towards that vending machine if he's lucky.
Well, let's see. I mean, the only thing that is not on them is luck, because a team that will be moving in is GCT Arrow. But there goes the ice grenade and the glue wall. Perfect timing for him to jump out, and no one's waiting on the other side. But the gunshot is pulling in the arrow, and there goes Yordi on the ground. But Red Eagles is not out of the woods just yet, but because the hit list is on. And who's on the other side? It's the Arrow team.
Yeah, GCT Arrow just calling out for the lightning strike prematurely here. Interesting play. Everybody else from the side of Red Eagles, they were inside that compound, but now they're scrambling, trying to look for a little bit of survivability. Palmer with the Mag 7 breaks down the glue wall. Fantastic play from his partner with the Valiant Dash. And Palmer will finish things off with the Mag 7 on for the hunt. GCT Arrow looking as deadly as they have ever been.
Well, let's see. All I have to shout right now is Yamate for them to stop, but again, come back against X-Kane. He will need to recover, but in front of him is HRE Sports. Now let's see if he'll be able to fight back. What Hayate has been brought down. It's a good thing the Dragon is still in play. And with all those gunshots, it put GCTA in the crosshairs of HRE. Dragon might be safe if he moves south after where he is right now. But on the other side, it's Fuego lighting TF Esports on fire.
Yeah, with those nades, man. I think that was a triple on the nader. We missed that action, but it doesn't matter. HRE trying to keep things hot up against GCT Arrow, but they might just be able to come across a stray eagle here that's moved far, far away. Well, technically, eagles don't flock together, but it doesn't matter. What a revive! Out of nowhere, you see a player from the side of Red Eagle making their way back in here. So no elimination just yet, but 5 stars, 2 games in a row, out early.
5 stars, unfortunate for them. Potential for them to really move up, but I guess we hyped them up so much. And this is one thing that we rarely see from 5 stars, even in the previous season. Yes, they have prestige, but different rosters overall is probably needs a little bit more of time for the chemistry to be built. But TVM, their final player, let's see if he can go against most of the players from HRE. The answer is no, and Frothy will be taken down by Talo. But Nachupi, landing in the same area where TVM is, will need to fight back, but SKS is not a weapon that you want to use up close and personal, and there goes D-Lone taking him down.
Yeah, Nachupi didn't stand a chance here. Red Eagle still trying to survive somehow. Dragons right in front of them, and HRE accidentally hunting the Red Eagles. And Darius just making one little mistake here. D-Lone for the follow-up, and 590, what a track. But Eric from afar saves D-Lone. That could have just been a brilliant play out of Dragon here on that 1v2. But he will get revived instantaneously as well. TVM up against GCT Arrow now.
Oh, well, the thing is, it's not only GCT Arrow that will be hunting TVM right now, because the hit list has been triggered by MIA. And there goes a plushie against X-Kane, and that forces him to move out, as well as trigger that time turner. Now, let's see of their reposition, because you know TV Tower would be scrappy. You have that high ground that you can take, and Joan is already on there, but Yordi and Dabadoo is moving in onto that same area. That puts Jonah at risk, but backup is not coming in that quick.
TVM at TV Tower, a coincidence? I think not. This was planned. Maybe this is where they get their power up. GCT Arrow, though, is a team that needs no power up. They do have a little bit of a high ground advantage here if they want to take it for themselves. No flank coming around. They send the UAV out just to do a little bit of scouting. They get the information off of 3 players as they flood on in. TV Tower is just that complicated area because you've got multiple levels to play around with. Great blue wall and time turner pull down, but it's up against the Valiant Dash. The Oscar is so annoying sometimes. And just when you think you can use that med kit, he just breaks through your defenses just like that. Prof, first tag onto him. Jonah has got the marker onto him as well. Grenades right beside Jonah. He has no idea where those are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, he is at a loss where to put up that glue wall. It's a good thing that he doesn't damage him that much. But here comes Celtic Gaming, a team that has put him so much of points, but it seems like they've dwindled all those energy from yesterday. And HRE are even stronger this time, but Darius has been taken down, and Erico 2 goes in for Vegas. But I don't think he will be landing for those slot machine. He will not be taking that risk of a gamble in this fight, making sure that the teammates is up before he stepped into the battle.
Yeah, SKG versus HRE. This is a complicated battle for the players here. I wanted to say SKG had a little bit of a pickle to deal with, but Celtic Gaming just turning the situation around by taking the knock onto Eric. Calvin cannot be picked up. Hugo just making them a little bit. I think the panic that is setting in here for HRE is absolutely real because they have no idea where the hell Hugo is, taking shot after shot after shot. Can he even take out the jump pad? I don't think so. As the Celtic Gaming players just decide, okay, you know what, this is not worth it. They turn tails and try to get away, but Power Rangers out of nowhere now, punishing Celtic Gaming.
Well, another team that has been punished is Red Eagles. Off camera, they have been taken out, but Celtic Gaming is back after a revive on two of the players. Calvin is back in play, HRE. Well, they managed to get away from Hugo, pull away, and now in the monster truck. Now let's see on where they will land, because Aquarium is quite open for them, and it's also part of the circle. But Power Rangers would be the threat that might take down HRE. Here comes the shots over the teams, but they're still looting at this point. And a battle on that low ground or underneath an aquarium might be something that they don't want to take, because it's in close space. There's not so much of an exit for the team.
He thought he'll be safe down there at the aquarium, but it's the wrong time to go sightseeing. It's a game running here, and everybody wants those points. Kappa, opportunity up against Yazimin. Finds the backstab. But Yazimin drops Nyx first. That was unexpected. Now Kappa has to defend himself. Running through those glue walls. Yazimin finds him. Yazimin with a double. Nyx now right behind him. Yazimin finally punished. But Kevin is there to take that instantaneous revenge. Yazimin could not be picked up, but Flash Gaming is handling the situation. Live pros. MIA Corp though. No chumps to be messing around with. Joshua going in for the pickup onto Nyx, and now they've got the numbers on their side once again.
Yeah, the guts from Flash Gaming in that engagement as he moved in the middle of players of MIA is just pristine. But the thing is, it's only a couple of players left for Flash Gaming against 3 of MIA, and that spells trouble. Drogon doesn't land, and there goes Flash by Roz being taken down on 8, and MIA is not missing in action. They are now definitely moving in action. Now, Biblico will need to move with the rest of the squad because they are on the hit list as well as tagged up with that Arvon.
Absolutely, and HRE 10 eliminations already. This is looking good for the squad at this point of time. Now, the question is, are they going to be able to get into the circle, because they're quite a distance away from it? They do have the slide rails, but that's going to be putting them out in the open. So they have to figure out how to use the jump pad to at least flank around towards the left-hand side. And that's going to maybe put them in a situation to backstab Celtic Gaming and come across MIA still. The option to go towards the right is there as well. Fuego, on the other hand, they're just blindly jumping in. They had the binoculars initially, but that was a brave maneuver, and they still take advantage. Ivex running out in the open. Tiki takes that with open arms, and that's elimination number 9 for the squad. Unless, of course, Ecstasy reaches him. That's a bait. Don't fall for it. Ecstasy! What in the world? Fuego did not see that coming.
Yeah, Calvin definitely made a surprise on them, and Fuego, I guess the pickup has been done. But the communication in both teams, I would say, Fuego, before they landed, they have spotted one of the players of Celtic Gaming. Thus, the point and shoot has been done quite quickly. But here comes MIA, putting so much pressure of Celtic Gaming. But as soon as a knockdown happened, they have been slowed down. So this is just a back and forth battle. And hopefully they have all those meds on them, because it is getting too close. But the 7 teams that we have right now on the 4th phase of the circle.
Yeah, Celtic Gaming, I mean, built by Hugo. He has saved his squad twice. And this is just a phenomenal play. Initially, Fuego just knocking their players one after the other. Hugo got that counter knock, put a quick stop to their aggression, forcing them to recover. And then MIA Corp tries to do the same to Celtic Gaming. Who is the champion? It's Hugo once again, right? The savior to the squad, getting the knock onto the R player as well, forcing them back from that engagement, allowing everybody from Celtic Gaming to recuperate and back away from those 2 engagements. Deadly situation saved by Hugo. One on the other hand, well, up against 3 players, stood no chance.
Yeah, I mean, that's 1v3, and that forces Power Rangers to back away. But I guess it's more for Power Rangers that we haven't seen just yet. 7 elimination already, and now part of the final, or close to the final circle. So there's no revive that will be happening, so it will slow down their aggression. But TVM right now, they're just watching everything happen on the edge of the circle, inside the arsenal, and they have a clear view of MIA, but they're not shooting back. So I guess it's a timing that they're waiting for. From the 3rd to the 4th, they will have view of the next phase of the circle, and they can plan it out. But I think one players, if not 2, has been tagged with that Arvon, but a shot from Froth, teaching them how it's done.
Yeah, Mayota down. HRE going in here for the flush. Mayota picked right back up. Power Rangers are in a lot of trouble. They are in the safe zone though, so great rotation from them. Darius does get the tag with the ice and puts Mayota down on the ground. Once again, HRE in a little bit of a pickle if they don't play this well because they're out in the open. They do have a boulder for that natural defense. They've pulled out a monster truck as well. They do have an opportunity to blow up the car and the monster truck just to use them as those perfect defenses to barricade their right-hand side. So they don't need to waste a lot of these glue walls. This is, again, big brain play by HRE.
Yeah, let's see now, HRE TVM. Even bigger brain gameplay because they can move in with a little bit of armor with the monster truck, and now they haven't even land in front of GCTA. Just perfect timing and the time turner as well, putting pressure on GCTA, but Yordi has been taken down. Palmer and X-Gain already in the ground. Even Vitin cannot be revived, and GCTA, the arrow has been broken.
Wow! TVM on a roll once again, but we also did see a god nade from the Fuego player taking out 2 of Celtic Gaming's players, and as I say that, Celtic Gaming eliminated in the 7th spot. Great play overall from Fuego as they try to fight their way through towards the next zone. MIA Corp on the other hand, TVM right in front of them. They have to take them out of the equation somehow or rather. Prof with the headshot, just slowing down MIA, just telling them, watch out, don't even think about it.
I think they're just baiting out MIA to go out and look into a peek in the window for Prof E to take that shot. But that is trouble for TVM right now because they will be stuck on the edge of a circle, and MIA know exactly where to look at. But for HRE, they have an opportunity to go against MIA first before dealing with TVM. But here comes the lightning zone that would spell trouble for everyone.
Wow, look at Jonah, man. How lucky can a guy get? He used the Morse, he used the slide rail, got into that bus stop, and now he's just chilling there. And the next circle is going to move straight towards Jonah as well, so he doesn't really need to do much. The lightning zone called out by one of these squads here, and Jonah's not going to be touched because of that cover. I think JCT Hero needs to give Jonah a little bit of a raise here after that big brain play. TVM, fully protected by those tents. Although, technically speaking, those tents shouldn't be able to withstand lightning.
Yeah, when it pulls just to deflect all those electricity, but Power Rangers has lost their power, especially as they face against Fuego. And Fuego's full squad, TVM will still be in trouble against not only MIA Biblical, but HRE, who is getting real close. But GCT Aero is just waiting for that opportunity for them to move as the chaos is ensuing from the other side. The shift of the circle would be troublesome for everyone except for Fuego, who's getting in position and probably taking those shots as Carlos when SVD goes for the takedown.
Yeah, Fuego premature in the previous game, only 6 points in total, but this time they are wrecking the lobby. If I'm not mistaken, 16 eliminations already in hand. The next contender might just be HRE. Oh, what a nade, but barricaded by those glue walls now outside the circle. TVM taking a lot of damage. This is something they cannot sustain. Neil with a headshot, Chino down, but the counter by Tiki and Chino nails down TVM, eliminating them in 4th.
Oh my goodness, Fuego close to 20. GCTA now eliminated, and it's a 4v4 situation. Now we know the tenacity of Fuego right now, but HRE is not that tough compared to what we've seen. But this time, I think it's a different phase, a different chapter we're going to see in their book. And there goes for the takedown, but unfortunately, Chino is down, but a couple is also out for HRE.
Yeah, for HRE, this is a tough fight for sure, and Fuego makes sure that they run through all the way. Brilliantly done by the squad, and even up against Celtic Gaming, I think that was chef's kiss. The nades were on point, the rotations were on point, the glue walls were sure as hell on point. Fuego, this was a massive game and a massive recovery for them after messing up their first match of the day. We did talk about how if we doubled it, Fuego will be in the top 3. And after the previous match, maybe I thought, okay, all right, maybe they want to slow down the pace. But that was a fluke for sure, because this is what Fuego is truly capable of.
Yeah, I mean, the moment that they have been introduced, or before they were introduced, I'm not really a fan, other than player. But we've seen what Carlos and Tiki can do, and also we've seen what they can put up in just 3 games. And as that continue, we're going to see more of Fuego right now. Hopefully GCTA doesn't take it personally with the battle that happened earlier, and it doesn't carry on onto the next match, giving more opportunity for Fuego to catch up onto the points. But as we look in the replay right now from TV Tower, from TVM and GCT, I mean, this is where TVM is showing a different phase of the team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And again, that little Oscar's valiant dash is just such a disruptive skill in situations like that. And then later on, we had Celtic Gaming go up against HRE. Both these teams would go on to survive the engagement up against each other, all thanks to those revives, because Celtic Gaming was saved by Hugo time and time again. Hugo is just really I would say the savior as well as the annihilator of the squad. Without him on that high ground, many a times I think Celtic would have been eliminated early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and definitely, I mean, Hugo is one of the snipers that we've witnessed from the past, if I'm not mistaken. I believe we mentioned Hugo from the winter season, and right now he's still carrying over that reign as a sniper. VSK, great positioning, great disruption of the tactics of some of the teams right here, but a lot has been in dismay, especially if they're facing against either an AC-80, a VSK, especially an AWM. On a perfect hands, that would be deadly, and I won't be surprised if the top dogs, the MVP, would be a sniper once again.
Yeah, man. I mean, obviously, there's a good reason why these snipers are walking away with a lot of eliminations. But that was a very brave play from Yordi. Unfortunately, he tossed the grenade in and walked straight into the grenade. He's very lucky because Dabadoo was there to save him. And in the back, Neil was there to punish the rest of the players on the side of HRE. But at the end of it, TVM just had a good run at the tent. They even waited out the lightning zone at these tents before bumping into the rest of the MIA squad.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, there's a lot of storyline that has been brought in already. Fuego with that Booyah, but MIA is just quite different this time around. Even though eliminated a little bit early, they do have a lot of elimination from their side. So, MIA is one team that I would be looking into moving forward because of how as much as we want to see other teams perform, MIA has that signature prestige that we don't see other teams can bring in.
Yeah, absolutely, man. A total of 23 eliminations, I believe, they ended that game on. And the MVP, the one and only Carlos, unfortunately, is not the sniper, but it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, we've got the Nero on play here, and obviously, the capability to disrupt with a player like Oscar is equally as irritating when you've got a Nero right in front of you, right? Because the capability to stop all of those glue walls with the cryo mine, and that's what made Carlos so dangerous out there. And he does have the opportunity to go in with that split blitz as well, and that's why he saw so many of those stations landing all around. 7 eliminations, 1 headshot, 10 assists, and I bet many of them came through those grenades. 3,275 on the damage, and the helping hand from the Beastin always helps you literally when you've got the grenades.
Yeah, I mean, more distance in terms of a throw plus the splits that would spell trouble for other teams, especially if you're faced against Carlos. But I'm really looking forward to what's going to be brought in, not only by Fuego, but the ones in comparison to him. It's D-Lone from HRE, and another team that's showing up this time, and different compared to what we've seen yesterday. And D-Lone has brought in 6 eliminations, 6 assists, together with a headshot of 2 and more damage comparing to our MVP.
I mean, D-Lone, HRE as a squad had many engagements as they were trying to survive, and they survived for quite a while in this game. So no surprise that they got a lot of, this damage. But 5,290 is just massive for Delone, right? So this guy, I mean, true to the chain that he's wearing, he was hustling in that matchup for sure. But Carlos obviously had the better end of the stick. For the side of Fuego, it was a massive game, massive numbers as far as the eliminations are concerned.
Oh, well, let's see, though. Let's see. I mean, Delone wasn't alone in that engagement, and I'm real loving that we're seeing a different player out here on our head-to-head, and hopefully later on, Delone will be in there on an MVP. But I'm really looking forward to how everything that happened in Solara has changed our standings. But before we go there, let's head over to the overall stats. 23 of the most elimination out of the 74 total elimination has been grabbed by Fuego. But the headshots is even, I would say it's at par from what we've seen yesterday. And the rest, the knockdowns, though, the knockdowns of 116. That's even more from earlier, I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely more. I think we saw 111 earlier on. So we're definitely ramping it up little by little, but lesser rescues this time round. It's not like the teams are not focusing on it. It's just that the annihilating capability, we're kind of just ramping up the pacing of each and every single game. And the attackers or the predators this time round are just so much more efficient in finishing off their opponents. 51 headshots, like you said, quite a lot still. And this obviously puts many of those players in a little bit of a pickle, right? Gets those knocks very easily. 74 total eliminations, not the most that we have seen. 44 throwables. Do I need to say more?
Yeah, and Fuego is one of those teams that had thrown so much. And if I'm not mistaken, that was the same scenario from yesterday, right? There was Fuego who would throw at least 5 of those throwables against one players, and it's in the same map. So for a fact, if it's on Solara, you will see Fuego chug a lot of those, or probably a different team, from if I remember it correctly. But anyways, let's take a look at the match standings right now. 35 and the total points, 23 plus that booyah puts Fuego up in the board a little bit higher.
Yeah, a little bit higher is definitely an understatement. Fuego should be somewhere in the top 3. We'll check them out in a little bit. MIA Corp, 16 points, not too bad. Could do it a little bit more. GCT Arrow, I'm surprised to only see 14 on their side. They did get taken out fairly late into the game, but not many eliminations on their side at all. But the consistency of Power Rangers and TVM, I think this one definitely needs a little bit of highlighting, because this is where they're really stepping it up. And it could just be the combination of these two groupings allowing Power Rangers as well as TVM to really have a little bit of a free reign out there. I guess you don't have too many of those Titans to worry about. And even if good, Power Rangers and TBM have been able to handle them well so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to more of TVM and Power Rangers as we're looking at overall standings right now. And you were right, Fuego reaching that 109 mark already, 109 points already on third. And that puts down Cartel Sur on fourth. But it's very, very close, especially later if they meet up. But for the other teams, MIA Corp moving up to 7 with 86 points. And that is because of the booyah that they grabbed on Bermuda, as well as the 16 points that they got in Solara as well.
Fuego's one game away from being the best squad here in the competition. And might I add, they messed up their previous game. So this is insane. They could have already been the best and with a big lead after 6 matches if they didn't get that early exit in that previous matchup, right? So this is very impressive out of Fuego. 70 eliminations so far out of 5 matches, and you can see the rest of the opponents, 79, 80, 72 out of 6 matches. And I think it's very possible for Fuego to get a 20 bomber again, but like what we saw in the previous game, it's also very much possible in this unpredictable combination of A and D for them to falter a little bit early as well.
Let's see, though. I mean, right now, there's still a few of those promising teams that might be able to cross over in the first page of overall standing. From 20th in the beginning of this day, TVM has moved up to 13. And that's just because of how well Dabadoo is leading the team right now. YLS Esports will not be playing Team Fighters, not yet there just yet. And Texarian and Power Rangers. This is teams that we want to see more because they've already moved out of the gray area into the light, and there's still one more match for this group of C and D, wherein I think this is their comfortable groupings.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the comfortable grouping. Power Rangers just needs to power up one more time. We end this grouping because obviously they are.
I just love to see that from my earlier days.
Going back to what I was saying, Power Rangers need to power up before they lose this grouping because they seem to be performing the best here in this combination, right? They've got Nextera after this, and I think Power Rangers have shown us that they're quite comfortable on these close-range combats as well. They do bring in that Oscar. They are very proficient on that Oscar play. We've seen the narrow in their hands as well. Thank goodness me, you can actually bring in these skills that the other opponents can bring in, as opposed to playing Clash Squad, where you can only have that one skill on the map, right? It'll be a disaster if we ever did that. It'll also be quite fun, but no, let's not go there, okay? Next era, game number 3. It seems like this day is moving fairly fast, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's because of the motivation as well as the knowledge that the team has gathered from yesterday's game. And again, it's a carryover of Group C and D. And there's only 3 matches from yesterday, and now they're quite familiar on who they're going against. Though it's different map, but the groupings per se is still the same. So I'm really loving that we don't see teams being stuck in there at the bottom most of the time, and there's just so much of a promise, especially for those bottom half of leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, man. I think it's going to be a little bit of a hustle for the squads that are on the second page, closer towards the bottom 12. So obviously, we have a opportunity for teams like Power Rangers to step it up, but they need to hustle in this next game. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the third match of the day.
Well done, Cheddar.
You free!
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026. My name is AJ. I'm the mustache down here with my brother Neptune, the German Garcia. We are your casters, and what a day it has been. Some of the underdogs are waking up, and some of the titans are showing exactly who is boss. Will Fuego be able to top the charts, or will the teams be able to take them out very succinctly before they get there? We'll have to see, because the combination of groups right now in action, A and D, are looking absolutely solid, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what they have to offer right now. D would continue on later.
Yep.
On the 4th to the 6th right now. And this is the final match for Group C before we say goodbye to them for the rest of the day. So for those fans of Group C, like HRE, GCTA, TVM, Flash, as well as a 5-star and Texarian, let's not forget about them, they will only have one opportunity for today, and this is Nextera. So you did mention about a few potential that they can bring into this map, because it's a different scenario, I would say, compared to that Solara map. More compounds to work with, more long-range engagement, but without the slide rails that we've seen in Solara.
Yeah, no quick repositioning between compounds. Those slide rails in Solara definitely allows for a lot more action, although we didn't see that action, right? Because I think teams were expecting such rotations, and they were playing it very cautiously. They were playing it very carefully, which I really appreciate. In Nextera, I hope to see this be blown a little bit wider, because it is a fairly big map. So when you do get attacked, if you can get away with those revives, a slightly longer viable play for some of these teams who are on those revival gameplay, which could just drive those numbers up in the grand scheme of things.
And we've got Kalahari coming up in game number 4 as well. That will be a different grouping that we will be jumping on into. So we'll keep that for a little bit later on. For now, the attention is back to the teams that are capable of rising up. Power Rangers have had a power surge today, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving the energy coming from Power Rangers right now. And again, there's just so much promise coming from this team. Before they were introduced yesterday, it's just the first day, jitters, and now they are showing up quite differently. But Power Rangers, if I'm mistaken, they are part of Group D, so they can keep that momentum going up until the 6th map for today. So I would love to see more of that and a chance for them to move up to currently in 17 and probably cross over the top 12.
Yeah, yesterday, Power Rangers had quite the challenging day because they got a total of 17 points off of 3 games that they have played. And the version of Power Rangers that we have today is just so different, right? Because after 2 games, I think they are already at about 25, which is very decent. They just need to keep this spacing up for themselves. And if they're going to be able to do so, qualifying in the top 18 towards our knockout stage is going to be a no-brainer. Definitely a large possibility for the Power Rangers. It's all about consistency, and if this is the grouping where they can get those numbers, then they have to play this as crazily good as possible. Nextera, one of my favorite maps that I cannot wait to jump on into it. We're going to be kicking that off in a few seconds now.
Elazito, as the flight path is coming from Museum all towards the south of Rustown, teams will be jumping in, and one of those is TF Esports together with MIA. So Chiki is just moving into Museum right now, and let's see if he can bring the team to a better position not to be hit quite early. But for the rest of the squad, I think they will be dropping in quite clumped up in the southern part of the map right now, especially in Deca Square, wherein it provides you more compound as well as a lot more of loots, and that's where Red Eagles as well as Power Rangers will be meeting up.
So far, only 2 teams have scored a double booyah. That is Gaviota squad yesterday. It was a back-to-back booyah for them, a fancy one. And Fuego picking up their second booyah in here today. They are 14 points behind Gaviota squad with 1 more game to go to equalize the number of matches played. I think this is very exciting. Fuego definitely must be nervous, but Hugo, the biggest player on the side of TFE, knocked down already. Cheeky trying to get away from Nix. And he does not manage to do that. Unfortunate. And this could just be the first squad to get eliminated, but there's just 1 more survivor that has managed to evade Team MIA Corp.
Elazito, MIA Corp right now is putting so much of points, and there goes CF Esports being eliminated. I guess that answers the question of who will take them down. Now, Texarian right now, 2 elimination, and I'm loving this side of this team in the early parts of this game, and they're going against Celtic Gaming and Fuego. These are not small chumps of a team, but on the other side, HRE putting so much of pressure as well as a flashy finish against Flash Gaming. Now let's see if they can finish up the full squad right now.
Absolutely. So the vending machine being in Plaza Ria obviously giving HRE a very big advantage, and that's the main reason why they have selected this spot for those early encounters. Just in case anything does go south, sending out the UAV in not 2 different directions, pretty much the same one, but just slightly spread apart, so that they can scan out a wide area as they try to rotate around. Probably looking for more of these coins as well as potential victims. HRE, one of those squads looking to grab those big numbers, currently playing game number 9 for themselves. So they definitely need a lot more points to sustain, because the other teams that are around them currently in the top 12 have got much fewer games played there.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, that's tough if you don't have that much points in average based on the number of games that you play. But I guess if you can increase that, then that would be better for the team. But Power Rangers for Colito putting so much damage against SKG right now, or Celtic Gaming. But as we look at MAA, they have a clear view of GCT Arrow, and XKane just managed to get into the door in perfect timing to be taken down, or before being taken down by Kappa XZ. But next goes in for that revive on Josh Ver, just preparing against GCTA right now.
And MIA with 6 eliminations already. This is one hell of a good start for the squad. Playing game number 6 right now, so they are in a very good position. The other teams around them have played a total of 8, which means MIA has a massive advantage. Now GCTA could not sustain the battle up against MIA. They've got a vending machine in the Compound Museum as well, so revivals are going to be easy. Texarians punished by Power Rangers, who are still very much pumped up. 8 eliminations so far. Make that 9. And Texarians are giving Power Rangers the biggest power-up you could think of, but Myota from afar, the shot from Hugo. Here comes Celtic Gaming. This is a team you do not want to mess with.
Oh, let's see. I mean, I've seen Vegas already on the top floor and might be able to take down at least one of the layers, but the revive is not successful for Power Rangers. Myota! Well, there you have it. He is back. Triple X, though, would be in exchange. But on the other side, Flash Gaming has been taken down. Vegas has been cleared out right now with no help on Hugo to cover his approach. So Celtic Gaming, despite of how well they played yesterday, seems like they are being slowed down right now, but not Hugo.
Yeah, Furcalito needs to be careful. Hugo's right up on top. Has the advantage. AC-80 in the hands of Furcalito. Hugo knows that he is trying to take him down. Furcalito getting himself a little bit of an equalizer in terms of positioning. But higher ground is not enough. The highest ground still held by Hugo. Great positioning by the Supreme Sniper of Celtic Gaming. 10 eliminations in the squad so far. And holy hell, Nextera is giving us a lot of numbers.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's see, though. Numbers almost being brought in by Power Rangers that quickly, but Myota, despite of how fast he managed to got away in there, hit the wall, and it went against them. On the other side, we have MIA going against Red Eagles. Hayato right in the ground. Red Eagles spread out a little too thin. That will be taken advantage by MIA. It's a good thing that Flanky D managed to go in for a takedown, but for how long can they survive, especially with a lightning zone already on them?
Yeah, MIA's cryo mine went MIA there. So flying so wide across the river. It's not tagging up any of the Red Eagles players. And Nachupi, on the other hand, just a little bit too open. Easy picking here for the MIA players. They have to back away. Lightning zone has been called by MIA. So staying out in the open, just not faring well for Red Eagles at this point.
Well, let's see. Red Eagles, there's a little chance for them to really survive, especially for the pinch from Biblico and Kappa. But good thing is Dragon is on point. There goes the Cryo Mine. Kappa managed to get away. Couldn't trigger that Rebel Rush. But still, savior of the team might be in play right now, as Kappa has that AC-80 but needs to heal up together with Nyx. But Biblico is the first one to go down from the hands of Dragon's Woodpecker.
Oh. And of course, we slow the pace down a little bit here as Red Eagles up against 5 stars. 5 stars, 2 games in a row have been snuffed out prematurely. Is this going to be the time where they rise back up to the occasion? MIA in the scenario as well. Ready, go! Dragon! What a unfortunate Valiant dash. Just premature on the click. And he gets punished instantaneously. But Kappa's going to get annihilated now as 5 stars finds his back. Valiant dash will break down Kappa's defenses. Daddy just could not find those spots. And he shutting down Kappa, and 5 stars now in a full-on battle up against Red Eagles. But I feel like Red Eagles do have one survivor pushed away far to pull in these revivals. So they went in there for the full-on commit, understanding that they were going to get annihilated, trying to play their chances. But 5 stars off to a decent start again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to more 5 stars, improving this time. But the battle, a rivalry between Fuego and GCTA is not yet done. It was carried over in Bermuda as well in Solara. But now, let's see in Nextera if any one of these teams can survive longer. Because at some point, it reduces your opportunity in getting a lot of elimination from the other squad. But speaking of elimination, Red Eagles being taken down, and it's from the hands of MIA.
Now, Fuego could try to go in here for a quick exit, but the problem is with that mini jump pad, they'll have to need a little bit of timing. Fantastic, but Kane came flying on in for the revenge. Tiki knocked down. Chino, great time turner pickup. Oh my goodness, you gotta love that Thiva. Instantaneous on the rescue.
And that's one reason why you need a combination of time turner as well as that Thiva, because it gives you that opportunity to block all those damage as well as a quick pickup from the team. But that would be only for a few seconds, especially if there's not so much of engagement happening surrounding you. Now, HRE, well, 9 elimination already. Most of this coming from our head-to-head contender earlier, Delone. Now, let's see if he will be able to bring the rest of the squad to a booyah. But as we look into 5 stars, 5 elimination, a little bit better, and only dealing with a few players. And I guess this is a smart move from them, identifying stragglers and grab points from them.
We are close to 70, 80 eliminations right now in this lobby. Next Terra is proving to be a crazy active map here for all of these players to move around on. When Fabian, holy mama, that could have backfired big time with the grenade launcher. But thankfully, that is not the case. He does take Joshua out of the equation. I've seen players doing that, but the position that he held there was slightly open, so the risk of that grenade backfiring just probably wasn't as big of a threat. MIA 14 eliminations. MIA Corp doing so much better now, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to their improvement with 40 elimination and biblical, in a biblical sense, raining down from the heaven. And another one can be targeted just in front of them as he gets revived. And there's little no hope for them to survive. And MIA putting everyone to be missing in action.
Yeah, I thought Biblical was going to let the guy escape. Nix, VSK does not miss the second hit, but a sliver of health left on him outside the circle. That could have been disastrous. Had the Super Met, though. Goes in for the finisher. And MIA Corp, 17 eliminations on the 10th minute mark. That's absolutely insane.
Definitely insane, and I'm really loving MIA this time. We didn't see that much. We saw some promise from yesterday, but not so much compared to the other teams that we were looking at. But MIA studied, did their homework, and now putting so much pressure against the opponents. But speaking of pressure, Yorer is now in pressure because the Blues closing in and also needs to go and survive against Mayota. And Mayota up close and personal with Hard 98, finish him off.
My goodness, Energizer saving Mayota's life because he's outside the circle. Activates the Moss just so that nobody tags him on the way in towards that safe zone. TBM, I want to say it's a slow game for TBM, but, you know, TBM is just one of those weaker squads on that second page in the bottom 12 who's looking for the climb. And in fact, they're in the 13th spot the last time we took a peek at them. So this is the game where TBM can use to launch themselves into a little bit of a better spot. But the question is, can they survive until that final circle yet again? This time, 5 stars on a little bit of a slow approach. Power Rangers getting the knock onto Fabian. 5 stars not looking very clean now with their moves. They're flying in one after the other. And TBM having a field day shooting them down like ducks one after the other.
They do have it covered. They do have the opportunity to spot them out as soon as they land a nail, putting a final nail coffin of one of the player. And they're just farming points against 5-star. Just giving them that opportunity of a revive with a vending machine and then more chances for TVM to farm all those points. So only one in front of them and a couple that would be dropping in from that revive. But the blue would be closing in. We are on the third, going in the 4th phase of the circle, and you can see Fuego already stepping in right dead smack in the middle of the next phase.
Yeah, man, questionable play there from 5 stars, but they still do manage to survive, all thanks to the vending machine. Those revivals coming in the perfect timing. Fuego, I believe, has pulled out the lightning zone as Celtic Gaming makes the approach towards a better spot for themselves in the next circle.
One thing I'm wondering is, if you put out the lightning zone, does the Moko tags up your opponents once that hit? Because if that is the case, that is a smart move from them. If you pull out the lightning zone, damage will be received by the other team, but 5-star revenge mission successful for them after being put down so many times by this teams.
Yeah.
And they're still full squad.
How the hell did 5 Stars do that? TVM was torturing them one after the other, but I have to say it was very bad positioning and bad plays, bad calls from 5 Stars initially, but on the revival, they somehow managed to get the perfect revenge, annihilating TVM players all at the very same time. MIA, though, looking for the 20th elimination, picking up the 19th, and the 20th comes on through as well. MIA going up against Power Rangers 1, stood no chance. Will the point be claimed here by Nyx as the guy is down, bleeding out? This is a brilliant approach from MIA, but the circle is definitely going to hurt if they get caught out now. Taking the plushie out of the equation as well. The Narrow fighting them, and MIA caught too much out in the open, and Power Rangers triple from the back, punishing them. Joshua, opportunity for the pickup, manages to get him up, but Celtic from afar chips in as well.
And there goes a double God nade, or double takedown to God nade against Fuego and Chino Carlos. Even one will be taken out. HRE putting so much pressure on the Fuego, and I think their flame is being snuffed out right now with a final team player, but up close and personal with AWM. Precision snipe coming from the guy, but how long can you survive with 3 against you already?
Yeah, and Fuego has got one more player alive and kicking. Literally, player is the one alive and kicking, but as I talk about him, I think he just got annihilated. Celtic HRE 5 stars. The recovery play from 5 stars, commendable for sure. Eric and Italo for the side of HRE, 14 elimination strong. Try to stay away from Celtic Gaming as much as possible. As Eric goes in for the annihilation, Mejia taken out, Fabian dropped onto the ground. HRE finishing off the 5 stars players one after the other before they catch up with HRE.
Well, Celtic Gaming, after losing a lot of gunfights from earlier, now they have potential of winning this, getting the booyah 50%. But a takedown by Vegas against Eric. Increase that odds. Italo, the only player from that needs to be taken down. At 5 star, also have Reyes to be put down. But, well, there's not so much that they can do right now with a full squad of Celtic Gaming. And the booyah is very close to be taken. Break down that wall and grab it for yourself. Celtic Gaming on top.
Celtic Gaming with their second booyah of this stage, the group stage, and all thanks to Hugo in many of those situations as well because of his sniping capabilities and mainly his positioning, giving a lot of advantage to the Celtic Gaming squad. And this is what we want to see out of a team, right? Consistency and those beautiful plays. And the aggression and the positioning out of Celtic towards the final circle was just supreme. Celtic, if they can continue this, getting into the grand finals is a no-brainer.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm really loving the aggression that you did mention about Celtic Gaming. Despite of only having 2 players in play, if Hugo is in there, you have Overwatch. You have a good chance of surviving that, even if you are in front line. And we've seen that so many times. And even if the other players are been taken down, just have one of those survivors go for a revive, and Hugo can put them at bay and not chase you. And that's what Celtic Gaming has brought into this game of Nextera.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think Celtic Gaming overall, Neptune, it was all about the positioning, right? Now, Ecstasy didn't really stand a lot of chances in those engagements because of the positioning, but the recovery from her was quite commendable as well. And MIA Corp, a team that was just on fire all throughout. And I thought those numbers were great on their side, but towards the end of the game, you saw many teams, teams like Celtic, teams like HRE, reaching those 20 eliminations as well. This Nextera map was just a map that just continued giving all of those elimination points away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving certain events, but I guess it's the pressure as well as being the last game for Group C. And in total, I think the elimination has grew already compared to what we had earlier. And I won't be surprised if this is 100+ elimination point or a map because there's so much engagement that we've seen overall.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think even the bottom dwellers down in this particular grouping not just on the overall leaderboard, I mean in this matchup in itself, still had some numbers on themselves. So yeah, reaching 100 eliminations, I think is a very big possibility. Texarians though, I think they are still being challenged in a way where they haven't been able to figure out exactly how to counter a lot of these teams. They seem to be a little split apart on the battlefield. There's just no cohesion between their approaches. And that's putting them in a little bit of a pickle because this, at the end of the day, is a team game. You have to stick together as a squad. If you split apart, you have to be covering each other, right? And I think that's one of the best highlights of Celtic Gaming. They know exactly how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really loving, even from yesterday, Celtic Gaming being introduced right here. When they showed up, they are putting in so much of fight. And even for today, even if it's late, it's better late than never. And this is what Celtic Gaming is showing. Even if they lose, they just go on a reset, and now they are getting those booyahs. And one of the team that did get a couple or 2 booyahs already after 2 days of play is here, and our MVP, none other than D-Lone himself, with 9 elimination, 2 headshots, 4 assists, 3,759 in damage, wearing that Oscar, Arvin, as well as a Trogon in hand.
Yeah, in the final battle sequence, I think DeLone got a triple elimination with his Oscar. No idea how in the world he did that. I guess he would. I guess some of his teammates got the damage in first, and then he valiant dashed through the glue wall, giving them a little bit of damage, and in the process knocking down or eliminating 3 players, which is massive for the guy. Very rare situation for sure. 9 eliminations, damage 3,759. Definitely a well-deserving MVP. Had the Nikita extra rate of reload as well as the capability to reduce the recovery from your opponent. So if you've got a rusher like this coming straight at you, and on top of that, he's got the Andrew and the J-Beams, he's like a walking, rocking tank. You got to appreciate that. And of course, the Trogon makes it so much more difficult to withstand the battle up against him in a close quarters combat.
Yeah, I mean, blocking all those shots, the damage using the EP. I'm really loving that the use of J-Beeps, it has been introduced. Let's see, though, in a bit on who is potentially the challenger against DeLone right now. It's Dix from MIA, and did mention that MIA is showing up quite different this time around, and I won't be surprised if, in terms of numbers, they have more points in here other than compared to the others, because elimination-wise, it's not just Nyx who is showing up with 8 eliminations. It's a total of 21 overall for the rest of the squad. And if I remember correctly, Celtic Gaming didn't get to 20, only 19 points. So MIA is just really, really not missing in action.
Nah, they are not missing in action. They are bringing the action. In fact, everybody else that goes into action with them goes missing from the lobby, right? That's the highlight of MIA this time around. 9 versus 8 eliminations. I think both of these guys are champions in the head-to-head. And HRE stepping it up out there on the battlefield. This is what we want to see because, you know, honestly, HRE, they need a lot of these points. They don't have a single booyah to their name just yet. They have completed 9 games, so they're quite high up in the leaderboard, but they have got more matches played as opposed to the rest of the teams that are around them. So that's the only concerning point about HRE. But in terms of consistency, in terms of, you know, is coming out there with those points, you know you can depend on HRE. Let's take a look at the game stats here and see if or not we did cross the 100. Yes, we did. The 114 eliminations, 141 total knocks. 77 rescues. Neptune, this was such an active matchup.
Yeah, it is insane. And one thing's for sure, there's only a few teams that has been eliminated quite early. Thus, the revolving elimination that has been happening in there with the revive and all increases those numbers. The damage close to 7K, and it's not really shy of an aggressive approach. And again, we're talking about Group C, just putting in so much of effort because again, the last map in play for Group C before they take a rest for the rest of the day. And again, correction, it is 70K, almost a 70K on the total damage across all the teams that we have in play.
Yeah, absolutely, man. If we only had a total of 7K damage, I'll be sus.
Just one team. That's just one player, I think.
That's one super player. 21 total eliminations out of MIA Corp shows that they are in here to absolutely wreck the lobby, man. But it's good to see that the eliminations are being spread out across these squads, because in the previous game, I think the team that got the most number of eliminations had 1/4 of the eliminations, which is very much skewed towards one side, right? Now you see Celtic Gaming 31 points up at the top, all thanks to their Booyah, as well as 19 eliminations. MIA Corp could not overtake them because the number of placement points that they got was just too little. They got eliminated too early, but the massive numbers that they brought out just kept them at that number 2 spot. You got to appreciate that out of them. HRE Esports with the 24. Power Rangers still powering up. This is their lobby. This is their grouping that they definitely appreciate for sure. 5 stars with the improvement as well. You got to appreciate this. But then on the right-hand side, you look at some of these teams here, and TBM Technology, I'm not going to blame them too much for, ending up on the second page here, because I think it's still decent compared to what they did yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, 12 points overall. They are moving a little bit slower this time around, but still numbers are being put into the board. And that's different compared to TF Esports, who didn't get anything. And that was off the board that we've seen them being eliminated. If I'm mistaken, it was MIA who put the final player to be taken out of this lobby. GCT Arrow, though, surprisingly, or I would say because they fought with Fuego a little bit too early in those engagement, they lost an opportunity to grab a higher placement and higher elimination points, ending up in 10th place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for GCT Arrow, but every big team has got some of these moments out there, right? Flash by Ross, this is an unfortunate round for them as well. TF Esports with no points out here. These are the teams down at the very bottom. But let's look at the overall statistics to see exactly who is dominating the leaderboard right now. With 6 games played, Fuego up at the top. And if you look at HRE Esports, 9 games played, up in the 4th spot. The rest of the teams here on the left-hand side all have got only 6 games left, right? So this is what I mean by the fact that, they are up at the top, but they have to be very cautious, because if they can remain consistent, obviously being in the top 18 is not going to be a problem for them. But this is the practicing ground for big teams to know exactly how well they're going to do in the knockout stage as well as the grand finals later on.
Yeah, let's see, though. Let's see, because so far, if I'm not mistaken, HRE would be part of Group C, and they will be taking rest right now. So 9 games already played, and no Booyah to their name. It's a good thing that they've already breached a 100-point mark, because if it wasn't the case, they will be pushed down later on, especially with Group A having 6 more matches. Group D would continue on with 3, and then Group B would be introduced in the final part of our day, and with 3 more maps to go. But as we go into the second page, well, Power Rangers, I think they have been stuck after that game on 13th place. I'm really looking forward for them to move in and cross over to the other side.
Yeah, and it looks like TVM has already crossed in. And if it was possible for them, it's definitely possible for Power Rangers as well, because the consistency out of Power Rangers today, as opposed to what we saw yesterday out of this team, is quite phenomenal. I think they have stepped it up. Somebody must have given the team quite a good, lecture, or a conversation must have happened where the team's like, all right, you know what? Today is the day, right? But if you look throughout here, Texarians on the 16th spot, not looking good for the team at the moment, because today they're quite scrambled. Yesterday they were all right. I feel like we need more out of the squad, and they also have to be very cautious, because just like what we talked about, the team earlier on, which was GCT Arrow, teams like HRE Esports, they've got 9 matches played already. And, obviously when the other teams start to catch up with them, I mean, look at Picket Esports, but they only have 3 games, right? So overtaking Texarians is not going to be a very big problem for them at all, which is definitely going to push them into relegation zone.
I'm really looking forward to some of the teams really improve this time around. As, again, I keep saying this, Group C will be taking a rest. We're going to introduce another group, which is Group A in this mix. And Group A, we have Uno, or O1 Esports, I would say, as well as teams. So we have Uno. Sorry about that. We have Uno or O1 Esports. We have 90 Pikete. We have Austin X Dami, who did manage to get a booyah from yesterday. We have Fisher Tiger that AJ loves shouting, calling out. Punjabi Stunners that we want to see improve and probably show us a little bit of numbers, as well as our previous champion, the previous Who's Esports, Vipex Esports.
Yeah, Vipex is not looking very dangerous at this point of time, but we know exactly how deadly they can be out there on the battlefield, because once they start to ramp up, whatever they have out there, this is where you start to see a very dangerous squad. Now, on the overall leaderboard, you will not see Vipex 2 up high, but then again, they have only played 3 games so far, whereas the teams that are above them have completed 6 games, 9 games. They all have a great big advantage in terms of number of games played. So do expect to see Vipex making a very big climb on the leaderboard today. Fisher Tiger, one of the teams that I'm just still waiting to see the rise from. So I hope to see them make their way out of that 24th spot, because Fisher Tiger is currently dead last.
Yeah, I mean, dead last indeed, and only 3 opportunities from yesterday. And if I'm not mistaken, didn't make at least they didn't make it to one of those matches. And no surprise, guys, for those of you who haven't seen, there are a few instances wherein some of the teams couldn't make it, and thus there's only 11 teams that will be playing in some of the maps. And hopefully this time around, they get all those games in, because it really, really matters. Despite of how low you are, it's still not impossible because of how the other teams have been progressing, though it is it's a long road for them, but there's still more chances for them. As we introduce our next set of groups, our next set of teams that would be retaining their spot in these matches from Group D.
Yeah, you've got Fuego, you've got Red Eagles, Power Rangers, MIA Corp, Celtic, as well as TFE Sports. And this is the danger, because obviously today MIA Corp has been on fire, Fuego has been on point, currently sitting on that number 1 spot and wanting to dominate the overall leaderboard throughout the next 3 matches. You can expect to see them quite a bit when it comes to those eliminations. Celtic, as usual, big fan of Hugo. Man has got some green highlight on him because he just definitely stands out in the group, not just through his profile photo, but the way he covers the rest of his team members from those high grounds. I think it makes him a very valuable player in the whole competition. It's just so beautiful to watch the way he positions himself to give the advantage to Calvin, Yamigod, as well as Vex, to go out there and be their aggressive selves. You got to appreciate that out of Celtic. But Group D, I think they've got their work cut out for them, because going up against Group A with some hungry squads, obviously the challenge is going to be there. But I have a kind of a sneaky suspicion that Group D is going to be dominating quite a lot because of the monsters that we have here.
Yeah, I mean, from yesterday, we only identified, 3 teams out of this group, if not only 2 teams out of this group that really showed up. But this time, beginning of the day, I guess they are, I couldn't say morning person, but an early starter at this point, and they're just putting so much of energy out there, especially this time around, wherein they are like they are not waiting, they're not exhausted and waiting for their games to start. So I'm really loving that this time around more off Group D is showing up other than TFE Sports, and hopefully there's an opportunity for them to do it with a different group against them. But speaking of group, we're going to also step into a different map for this team, because we started off with Bermuda, Solara, and Nextera. And you've seen different names already on the board for all those 3 maps. But in Kalahari, one thing is for sure, we have information of some of the teams like Fuego, MIA, SKG, Power Rangers, Red Eagles, and TFE Sports on how they played in here. And hopefully we want to see more from the other squad as well, bringing their numbers up, especially in those in Group A.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the overall leaderboard, it will seem like the teams in Group A are slightly down below, but it's only because Group A has played 3 games as opposed to the 6 games that Group D has played in here so far, right? Of course, granted, teams like Celtic Gaming only have got 5 because they missed a match, but even that said, I think there's a very big possibility teams like Vipex can catch up. I don't want to say, just dominate the leaderboard, because where Wipex is, even if you double their scores, they're still going to be putting up a good fight up against Fuego, MIA Corp, but they haven't showed us those numbers, those big numbers yet. Although that being said, they have shown us that they are capable of picking up a solid booyah for themselves. Austin X Dami is one of those squads which has been very unsuspecting. I have no idea how they got a booyah for themselves, but I want to see them show us exactly how they made their way there. They've got 3 opportunities. So, I think they'll be able to do that, except for the fact that, of course, we've got those dominating teams out of Group D and, of course, Wipex from Group A that they need to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see, though. Let's see. It's a good thing that some of the teams are in here putting us in numbers, but I am surprised, similarly as you, on how Austin X Dami managed to get that booyah. It was a slow run from the beginning of yesterday's game, and they started off in Bermuda, in Solara, but when it comes to Nextera, I guess it's more of the positioning that they took advantage, and not so much of elimination. So they're moving away from all this engagement to make sure that they end up in the final circle, and lucky enough, and no offense, AXD, but lucky enough, they did manage to grab that booyah because there's only a few players remaining on that final circle. So we want to see more of that with more aggression as well. So hopefully, AXD would show it this time around.
Yeah, TF Esports, as well as Fisher Tiger, I think we didn't see enough engagements from them. In those few engagements that they did end up in yesterday, they just got trashed, right? Especially TF Esports, completing 6 matches already. They're down at the very bottom if you compare these 2 groups up against each other. So that's a little bit challenging. They have the same number of eliminations as Fisher Tiger, but Fisher Tiger have only played 3 games. They've got only 4 eliminations out of 6 games. So TF Esports is definitely having a tough time in the competition right now. If they do manage to step it up, I think it's going to be big. We've seen TVM step it up. We've seen Power Rangers step it up. So maybe right now is the time for TF Esports as well as Fisher Tiger. O1 Esports, like you said, Uno earlier on as well. Those are one of those teams that really need to make some sort of a difference out there on the battlefield for themselves. Austin X Dami. These are all the underdogs. Okay, if I'm talking about underdogs, we've got to throw Punjabi Stunners in there as well. Very good at positioning, very good at getting those placement points. But elimination, these 5 teams, they need to show us what they're made of. Although I say that, I pity them because you've got a lot of monsters in this grouping, which is going to be really tough to take down.
Well, let's see, though. I mean, this might be a different change of pace for these teams that will be introduced or reintroduced into the mix from Group A. Now, as we look at the flight path from Mammoth towards Council Hall, we have MIA already dropping in a little bit early, and Punjabi Stunners, as you called out, might have their chance against TF Esports because, again, as you did mention, they're not so much of an engager, especially in early fights, and this might be what they have been waiting for. But Chicky right now on that plasma gun, and you know how deadly it is, especially in early engagement, but no shots, no clear view, and I guess it doesn't push Punjabi Stunners to away from battle against TFE.
No, it doesn't, man. Bahati a little bit too far away from the rest of the Punjabi Stunners squad. This will give a big advantage to TFE, who also have a height advantage here overall with their positioning. But they're not able to peek over those walls just yet. They have to look through those cracks. Narrow, Cryo Mine sent out, tagging up Tornado. Dart losing a lot of life here to the Cryo. My goodness me, they couldn't even shoot the plushie. It's one of those situations where you see exactly how effective the Cryo Mine can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of you receiving damage or you receiving the mark. And I guess that is one thing that they don't want to see. And with that Wukong active skill picked up, he did manage to pull away, but Shooter was shot by Nyx. And not in the nick of time, Lightning Zone is already being triggered. That puts more pressure to the team right now of Punjabi Stunners. But here comes Dark right here. The mission is for the revive. But Hugo from TFE is the one who might be stopping him. But he has not connected to anyone on that electrotherapy, though. That would be troublesome because he's not receiving that additional HP.
Kappa, M590 needs to punish Bahati here. Biblico giving him the assistance. Bahati eliminated. MIA dropping by to say hello as the third party. And this squad of
Punjabis have not managed to stun anyone just yet. But it's TFE that bites the dust first, all thanks to MIA. I mean, you had the standoff between TFE and Punjabi Stunners, and MIA was like, what the hell are you guys doing? You are taking so long. We have a show to run here. They stepped on it and annihilated everyone in the process, stunning the Punjabis as well as TFE. But Fuego with an opportunity as well, Nep.
Yeah, opportunity as well into the double time turner that they have, stepping in and out just to make sure that they will have a little bit of cover from those annoying snipers, especially 90s Steward, who had the high ground. Player, though, is not faced. M24 in hand, and the glue wall, perfect timing. Otherwise, he could have been shut down from that window. But Tiki with a hook gun, going in with a throw gun, but misses all those shots, and he's on the ground.
Yeah, Tiki, big mistake there. King gets caught out as well. This is 90 Picket Esports showing us exactly what they're capable of. Fuego is no chump squad. Fuego is a really strong team. But 90 Picket Esports just holding their own up against them. Carlos jumping on through, looking for an opportunity to shut down more players. But Johan and Alexi already in a decent enough spot to hide away from them. Sam King.
Oh, no.
With the big flank. He's got the exact same gun. Player tagged up, double shots. Has got the Energizer in hand. But the marker is on him, all thanks to that Moko. Beautifully played by Sammy King. And this is 90 Picket Esports showing us that even if you are Fuego, it means absolutely nothing to us.
Oh yeah, and despite of Carlos being taken down as well as player, Carlos did manage to sneak in a revive in there as the rest of 90 Picket has been distracted. But well, there's one thing that is unfortunate. AXD, a team that we are expecting to put in a lot of points despite the booyah that they have yesterday, will be eliminated. The same goes with TF Esports. So that's 2 down already out of the 11 teams that we have. And even Fuego will be eliminated out of this game. That's surprising out of Top Dogs.
Yeah, I mean, Top Dogs shut down by an underdog. 90 Picket Esports showing us exactly who is boss. And remember, we've seen very little of 90 Picket Esports. They've only played 3 games so far. This is game number 4. And they're showing us like, yeah, you don't know what you've missed. We'll show you right now. Yavigod Vex, beautiful 6 eliminations so far between the squad. But Yavigod does not get too far at all. Looks like the monsters are being annihilated by the underdogs today.
A similar scenario that we're seeing from yesterday. I mean, we have the top 3, I would say, that was taken out a little bit early, giving more chances for the others to catch up on the points. And we are seeing that again, though it's not literally the top 3, but these are the top dogs that is putting in so much of elimination as well as placement point, even the booyahs. And it's because of Power Rangers, 90 Picket, that is disrupting their approach. I don't know if it's something of the groupings, because there's a different group that they are playing with, or probably the momentum that has been grabbed from Group D from earlier's battle. But Power Rangers and Celtic Gaming is part of the same group, so I'm not quite sure what's happening to Celtic Gaming right now, as Vegas will be taken down.
Yeah, Power Rangers. Go Power Rangers. Are looking good right now. Kelvin brings Vegas back in. And Celtic Gaming not wanting to defend their spot here without Hugo on their side. And that's totally understandable. They need to have some sort of an advantage from that high ground. And when Hugo's not around, that's just not a viable situation for them to go in for a full-on commit. Vipex, on the other hand, we've seen very little of them. Let's see if they can step it up here as they find a weapons arsenal for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, similar approach that they've done from yesterday. It was a slow run in the beginning, but towards the end, they did manage to get the booyah as well as 14 elimination. I guess the same story goes for Vipex, but for Red Eagles, well, no elimination just yet, but they're putting so much of fight against a team that brought down Fuego. But as we look into the map right now, none of those teams will be pushed towards the left side of our map. And 90 Picket, despite of the shots coming from this team of Red Eagles, they're not pushed away that easily. And they have that motivation right now, especially beating down one of the top dogs.
I mean, the buffs on Hayate right now is just absolutely ridiculous. Dragging him with the SVD. Looking for
a couple of players on the opposite side, and the Punjabi Stunners are stunned into how are they going to get out of this pickle? Because Red Eagles right in front of them. 90 Picket Esports. Oh, beautiful shot by Dragons SVD. Shutting down Sammy King. Johan goes back in here for the save. Alangsi is going to probably be a little bit of a distraction here for the Red Eagles. But he can't put himself out in the open too much because that will really down the opportunity here for 90 Picket Esports. But thankfully, that does not continue on in terms of an attack from the side of Red Eagles, who do understand that the Punjabi Stunners might be able to take advantage of the chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason why Punjabi Stunners is moving closely against Red Eagles, despite of damage that they've received from, especially from Dragon. But there's a three-way battle that has been averted right now, and Pahadi, great position. Not quite sure if he have the weapon, but from behind, Alan XY finished him off as he was distracted from PS, and 90 Picket Esports is still showing us that they have what it takes to beat down these teams. Now, 6 elimination already, opportunity to go for the flank, and Dark is just going dark, but 3 against him, and a shot from Stewart brings him down.
7 eliminations strong. 90 Picket Esports annihilating anyone they come across. Our Rangers have been eliminated in 9th as well. And the Punjabi Stunners better make sure they are not part of the statistic of eliminated squads. They're sending forth one attacker straight towards the vending machine. And a fantastic quick revival by Shooter. So that is a well-placed player to sacrifice. But I don't know if it was worth it because he brought one in and he got taken out. So might as well run away.
But we've seen how well Dark did manage to avert all those damage compared to Shooter. Shooter had a miss on that glue wall. Instead of covering the whole vending machine, there was an opening. So there's a little bit of panic that happened in there. But still, survivability is on there. Tornadoes that are a way out onto Refinery to meet up and regroup with Dark. And as you can see right now, they will have more time as Blue closes in. But I think it's Vipex who's putting so much pressure on them, taking down that UAV, and that is information given to Vipex already. A zipline is available for Vipex to move in against the Punjabi Stunners. That is not looking good for this team.
O1 Esports, I thought they were about to go for the chase onto Fish and Tiger, but it wasn't the case. Fish and Tiger with a long rotation round with the jump pad. So decent enough positioning as they head on into Foundation. They've got a vending machine here to mess around with as well. But they have to be careful. Vipex up at the top. I should have been able to spot them.
Let's see. I mean, Vipex is on high ground. I guess the focus of Vipex is still on Refinery, where Punjabi Stunners are, and Fisher Tiger is not really on their radar just yet. But it's a good position on Foundation. There's a lot of cover that they can use, and also a lot of opening for them to spot out anyone that is coming in. But this approach would slow down the number of elimination that they have, that they will get, but it still reels in a few of those outside the blue, and one of which is Uno, or O1 Esports, where Darius, Watt, Lotex, and Bao is still finding a place for them on the next zone.
Yeah, O1 Esports is going to be in a little bit of a pickle here if Fisher Tiger turns around. But they are being very sneaky about their rotation. Have to be careful though. Circle, tagging them up from the back. Not too far away from the spot where they want to get to. But they're being very careful about this. Yabi God, the shot from afar, gets the knock. But instant pickup from the opponents. 90 Picket Esports are in a situation where they need to start looking for that rotation. They do have the zip line to make it in towards the next zone. But that will put them out in the open.
Yeah, I mean, if they can take a shot on using a sniper against Celtic Gaming, that opens up the doors for them to jump in. But if they step in onto those zip lines a little bit too early, that gives more opportunity, especially for Hugo, to use that VSK against them. And we know the accuracy from this guy, especially if they have them spotted already. So it's a matter of time before that engagement starts. And Uno right now, slowly creeping in onto Foundation. It's a good thing that Punjabi Stunners haven't spotted them just yet, and Dark will be shut down from above. Information has been relayed, but the pressure is also being felt by PS.
It's for sure being felt, and the Punjabi Stunners are stunning their own accord, but unfortunately for them, they are being attacked at the very same time. The circle's getting smaller. MIA Corp on the battlefront at the maze. They are in a situation where they have to be very careful here because the rotation coming on through from 90 might just put them in a spot where they're going to get backstabbed if they're not careful. 90 Picket Esports just thinking about exactly how they are going to be pulling this off because there is a little bit of a challenge from the right-hand side. Red Eagle, on the other hand, up against Fisher Tiger outside the circle at Foundation. This is going to be a big fight between the two squads.
Fisher Tiger, will he be able to go in for the revive? HBH is back, and that is thanks to Void managed to avoid the rest of the squad that's hunting them now. Celtic Gaming losing Hugo, but a revive has been put in, and they have a chance to take down 90 Picket. But will that be easy? Because they tried earlier and they failed! And Bahati, by the way, how sneaky he is, landing in the middle of everyone else with that launch pad earlier. He just exposed himself, and even Fisher Tiger has been eliminated, and now we're down to 6.
Celtic Gaming with 9 eliminations. You got to appreciate the hustle, but now out in the open, this is going to be putting them in a major spot where they are going to be targeted. Celtic with a long rotation round, still keeping themselves within the safe zone, but it's all about the map awareness for Celtic Gaming, playing the advantage as they dip down below. Lightning Zone called upon by one of the teams on the left, most probably MIA, as Lopez finds Hayate. The battle between Vipex and Red Eagle not looking good for the Eagles.
Earlier, it was Red Eagles winning and putting in those knockdowns against Vipex, but the moment that they get dropped or one of the players got knocked down, that's when it starts dwindling for Red Eagles. But here comes Nachupi for their rescue, and a revive on Hayate is on. But the only question, though, is where will he drop, as he's going solo where every shot is being made from all sides in Kalahari, and Uno has taken position. Great position as well as compound to take as the blue closes in 5 seconds.
This is Celtic game. Oh, Red Eagles just not able to survive as MIA takes their final player out of the equation.
Uno,
surprised to see 0-1 still alive and kicking, just 1 eliminations, but it is more than enough for them to just hang on for their dear lives. Celtic Gaming, 10 eliminations, looking for Vipex. Was on! Caught out by Kelvin, the Car 98, perfect on the aim. And Urix, the final survivor. So it looks like they're definitely not going to be getting the booyah here for themselves. But big contenders still here. Celtic. They also have MIA as well as another team on the horizon, 90 Picket Esports, the underdogs. We have not been checking out just yet because of those few games that they have played, but they're making a big case here for themselves. Nick's down on the ground, Lotex bow, beautiful Ike grenade tossed on in as well, allowing 90 Picket to attack them from the back, but 90 Picket just not going in for the aggressive moves just yet. Blue wall melters laid out first, MIA in trouble.
MIA definitely is in trouble with Blues closing in, and that would chip a little bit of damage on 90 Picket, and only Joan remains. Biblico will be able to take shots, but it is a trip mine who takes him out. Now 7 elimination, and MIA is still up with 2 players, but Uno would be the one in domination right here. It's a good thing that Celtic Gaming bought a lot of time because the shift of the circle will be favoring them. And I love how positioning-wise Hugo is taking the lead despite of him being the sniper, because he can be the distraction. The rest of the squad can just move along. Now let's see though on the shift of the circle if this is favorable for SKG right now, because it seems like another booyah is in front.
Yeah, Celtic 14 eliminations. Uno on the right, MIA on the left, and MIA barely has any life left on them here. Celtic just needs to wait this one out, allow Uno to get the damage in, maybe sneak the elimination off of Biblico, who has that super med on him. Vex, M590, double connection, but the glue wall erected, and Lotex Bow takes advantage with the Winchester from afar. Celtic, big mistake, but the pickup instantaneous. Do manage to take out Lotex Bow, all thanks to Hugo once again.
Oh, Hugo the Savior from grace of Celtic Gaming, and no one being taken down. What right now receives a lot of damage. Darius getting too close because of a weapon that he has. Shot onto Vegas, but still, Vegas, the one who bring him down, but the comeback coming from Uno is a foot, and Celtic Gaming for another booyah in this day.
Damn it, Hugo. You too good. What a play with the VSK. I mean, up close and personal, he knew that he needed to chip in for the rest of his squad because they lost a player on the front lines. If I'm not mistaken, it was Vex who went in there for the rush. And Hugo knew that if at all those boys on the opposite side do get a pickup, then Uno might just stand a chance to win this out. Goes in for the rush, gets that quick scope in an annihilation, giving Celtic the booyah. This is the kind of brilliant play you need out of your team if you want to continue dominating. And this is the first team to reach 3 booyahs in our group stage.
Oh, definitely. 3 booyahs indeed. And the numbers is still high for them. But one thing is for sure. Despite of not getting that much of a booyah, there are a few teams that is really showing up like MIA. And it's a good thing that Fuego was eliminated a little bit early. Otherwise, MIA will not be taking that highlight. But let's take a look right now onto the highlights or the replay that we have from earlier. And TF Esports, the most unlucky team that we've seen for this day and I think for the entire league.
Yeah, no doubt. I think it was a little bit of a pressure play, and Fuego unsuspectingly eliminated early. And I think this was that one engagement that they did not expect, right? Because 90 Picket Esports, okay, first of all, they didn't even know who they were going up against. But the positioning of player usually is what allows the team to really dominate. But 90 Picket Esports had their own plans, and they had their own flanker, Alexi, who did very well. Sammy King, who did very well, kind of rotating around the opponents and giving them that big advantage. And Alexi as well with those long-range engagements further down in that matchup, just showing that 90 Picket Esports is dangerous up close and personal as well as from afar.
Yeah, it's more of the guarding of that vending machine as well, because the moment 90 Picket understand that a couple of players are already down, they just stuck to those vending machine, and even the flank coming from player didn't work for them. And that has been the scenario in most cases than not, wherein if you go for a knockdown, especially if that's the only vending machine available, you guard it with your life, and that's where you win this fight. But speaking of winning, MIA, in spite of all the pressure, only 2 players remaining, they still managed to land a lot of hits, a lot of points, but not compared to SKG right here. But I'm loving the movement and how well Uno managed to squeeze themselves in the final circle.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Celtic, big plays from him. But the MVP is from MIA Corp. 9 eliminations, 2 headshots, 2 assists, 4,118 on the damage. Rocking it with the valiant dash that Oscar provides. Nikita with the capability to reload a little faster, as well as to deduct the healing capabilities by 50%. And that's a big play, making this guy a walking tank through that Andrew and Jay Beebs. Like you said, the EP conversion into defense is a massive support for a player like Nyx. But surprisingly, though, he was rocking the Car 98 instead of a close range gun, which shows that he is a all-rounder for the side of MIA Corp.
Yeah, and it is crucial. If you have a long-range weapon, especially in Kalahari, you will be able to land a lot of those damage. And we are seeing that in the 4K damage that Nyx has brought in. But no surprise that there will be an M590, if not a Trogon, if not a Mag 7 also in play. And one thing that I keep noticing right now is there's a lot less of those SMGs that's being put into play right now. It's either a shotgun, an AR, or a sniper. And this is becoming more of a deadly approach into Free Fire, especially in Battle Royale, because you're not relying on the mid to long range. You force yourself to a mid, or you put yourself on the long range engagement. And that is where Nyx is taking the highlight.
Yeah, absolutely. And MIA Corp just able to manage many situations because of this flexibility. And if you're able to control the pacing of the fights from a distance, and of course, when some teams feel like they want to take the fight up close and personal to you, you just annihilate them the moment they show up through players like Nyx. It just gives you a lot of viability to continue climbing up the leaderboard. Speaking of which, this should have allowed MIA Corp to launch themselves up towards the top of the leaderboard, somewhere in the top 3 for sure.
I don't think there's a lot of point difference between them and the teams who are up there because of how close the competition is. I mean, yesterday I thought there was a little bit of distance, a decent distance between the teams, but today you see a lot of closeness between them. But MIA Corp still needs to be careful though, because them as well as Fuego, they've got 7 matches completed, but teams like Celtic, Gaviota, they only have 6 matches played. Gaviota in Group B is not even playing right now. So they're just on the sideline, sitting, chilling, waiting to dominate these lobbies. So you got to farm as much as possible whilst you've got the chance.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I mean, MIA coming from 13, and you did mention it's white low starting in the day, but it's just that 3 games has been played from them, and as they slowly complete the all 12 games by the end of this day, then that's where we will see more of an even playing field or the scores in terms of our leaderboard. But before we go anywhere else, let's take a look at who's going against Nix on the challenge right now. None other than Hugo, and well, one of the Car 98, another one best on a VSK, and we're seeing that pattern already, especially in Kalahari. The snipers always taking the lead.
Yeah, Nix may have the bigger numbers, but I'm definitely a bigger fan of Hugo as of this point of time because of the fanciness when it comes to his footwork, positioning, and capabilities. The numbers are not as impressive in this head-to-head, though, for the side of Hugo. 7 eliminations, losing out to the 9. Even on the damage, 3,129 versus the 4,118 that Nix put out on the side of MIA. Even the headshots, Nix is winning this out up against Hugo. I might just have a new favorite sniper by the end of this. But of course, Hugo, you've got a couple of more opportunities. Let's see what you are capable of. Celtic Gaming, currently 6 games completed. They're definitely looking like a strong squad out there. 80 eliminations in the competition so far. No chump squad. Definitely powered up by a super sniper like Hugo.
Yeah, definitely. And the positioning prowess that Hugo has, as I pointed out earlier, before the end or the final shift of the circle we're in, Hugo, despite of being the snipers, moves forward for the team, making sure that there's no distraction as they slowly squeeze themselves into each face of the circle. But let's move into the overall stats right now. It's quite low because of a lot of elimination that has been happening early into the game. Not so much of a revive because of the vending machine guarding that is being done, but Celtic Gaming still managed to get
quite a show. Why waste your talent? Ever thought about becoming a mama?
Double commissions as we agreed. As for your friendly invite, I'll let you know when I feel like it.
For years, we brought justice to our city. We made mistakes, fought amongst ourselves. Many of us fell along the way.
I almost admire your perseverance, Tyson. You and I could have been a great team.
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count! And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and this is Free Fire World Series USA 2026, and we are continuing on from the fifth map of 9 for today on the second day of the first week in the group stage. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ, and we will be the voices that will be rolling out and guiding you all through all the action for today.
And there's been a lot of action so far. Some underdogs rising up to the occasion. Some teams who have not been seen a lot yesterday because of the number of matches played due to the format are now showing up stronger. Right? Not ultimately strong just yet. 90 Picket Esports, I'm talking about you. 15 points. It's all right. We want to see more than 20 as well if they really want to climb up the leaderboard. Asians, we've got high expectations of you guys from the US, all right? At the end of the day, the target is just technically getting into the top 18 in order to find the qualifier to the knockout stage. So, you know, not a lot of hustle is needed, but if you want to prepare to become the champion, if you want to book your ticket to the Esports World Cup, the practice, the hustle needs to start right now. And one of those teams that have started hustling right here, right now, is Celtic Gaming. Back-to-back Booyah, Next Era Kalahari dominated. They're showing us they're not here to mess around. They're here to dominate, Neptune.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Celtic Gaming, we didn't really expect them to show up this differently. We have familiar names already put in, and even familiar teams who might have dominated already, but Celtic Gaming is a different monster. But let's not take away MIA Corp. That is showing up differently, taking the #1 spot by the end of the previous game, and despite of not getting a booyah from that Kalahari. But Purgatory is on, and the hopes is still up for me. Whether it's a cruel flight path or heated early engagement, this map really brings it on.
Well, yesterday it was a very kind flight path, and the teams just made it difficult for themselves. They just went in there for a massive, crazy, hot drop. I mean, we saw even 4 teams at a certain compound yesterday. So, Purgatory, I expect that to still be the map that shocks all of us in a very, very good way. But as we head on into this next matchup, it is still the battle between Groups D as well as Group A. And teams like Celtic Gaming are obviously looking to climb up to the top. Question is, can Celtic make this a triple booyah, a back-to-back-to-back?
It is likely to happen because from yesterday's game, the first time they jumped into Purgatory, they did grab that Booyah with a decent amount of elimination and a total of 37 points already gathered in this specific map. But from the south to the north, let's see where Celtic Gaming and the rest of the squad will be dropping in because it's a fair flight path. I stumbled with my words right there because I was expecting a cruel flight path, but I guess it is depending on the team if they will bring early engagement despite of how fair it is.
Yeah, absolutely, man. One other team that's really good here as well is Gaviota squad, but thank goodness they're not playing right now. So Celtic should have a decent enough opportunity to make this into a streak in terms of a Booyah and maintain their dominance at the very top of the leaderboard by the end of this game, right? Because again, they are one match behind MIA Corp as well as Fuego, so they've got a massive advantage in terms of, just really climbing up and staying there in a pretty solid way. 90 Picket Esports up against Fuego. Nani? Okay, GG.
All right, so I'm seeing a pattern here from 90 Picket. They want to take down Fuego. From earlier in Kalahari, the same target has been triggered, has been initiated, and now they are locking in on Fuego. Looking at the position as where Fuego is, they have been split up, and 90 Picket is the one taking advantage of the numbers that they have as they were right now with a mini Uzi, not backing off, and there goes the takedown with a Mac 10 from Sam King. And King, well, we see who the real King is from that engagement.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And I can see right at the back, 90 Picket Esports not looking like they are about to be shaken at all in this early encounter, picking up 2 eliminations and dominating from the very get-go. This is the kind of consistency we definitely want to see. O1 Esports as well, up against Vipex, and this is a little bit of a surprising turnaround because Vipex is being dominated right now by O1.
Yeah, I mean, one eliminated already out of Vipex, and we were assuming that Vipex is just slowing down in the early parts of each game so that later on they can find a final circle, and that's when they can farm all the points. But O1 or Uno is slowly picking up all those points, and even AXD right now, but from afar, it is Wasan who brings him down. Emilio, let's see what he can do with that double revolver because he's the only one remaining and not so much of a vending machine up close. But the battle continue between Vipex and a couple of players in here from AXD, but they're moving away from the area, and there goes the hit list that has been triggered in Brasilia between the battle of Fisher Tiger and TFE.
Yeah, full squad revival there by AXD. Fisher Tiger, on the other hand, about to be annihilated because they're coming across a really solid squad. And TFE, opportunity for them to really step it up here. Solid from the time they came through, but we just don't see eliminations on their side. So solid in terms of showing up, not really in terms of performance. Time Turner pulled out TFE, one of the teams that have been tortured. And if anything, Fisher Tiger can tank them because they have taken the lowest spot, but not this time. Annihilating player after player, leaving Dung all alone. And the man has got no vending machine to get onto just yet to save the rest of his squad.
Oh, it's a good thing that he does have that Matmors on him, and he can head south of Brasilia. But as you can see, it's not out just yet. I think it was a hit list that is set onto him, or rather, it's TFE who set on Uriel. Or it's on Uriel right now. So I guess that is a mistake that they have right there. They're the ones who triggered the hit list that exposed their position in the map, and they're running solo, and that would be troublesome for them. And I guess the hit list is a double-edged sword.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And Power Rangers in a situation where they are able to spot out the Red Eagles, but the question is, do they want to engage? Mayota taken out of the equation already, leaving them with just 3 players. And Power Rangers making the smart decision here to back away, as Red Dragons, on the other hand, Red Eagles, I have to say, Red Eagles backing away, using the jump pad to find that reposition. Celtic, on the other hand, up against Vipex. Oh, Vipex just can't find a breather out here at all. They're rotating, looking for a safe spot, but they keep coming across teams who are getting those shots onto them. And Celtic's definitely not the team you want to come across so early in the game.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Celtics, there's an opportunity for Vipex to take them out. 5 elimination already, and it's quite faster for Vipex comparing to the previous map. But they're spread a little too thin, and they're going against the Booyah Takers that has some momentum. But here comes a shot from Urix. RGS. Will this be triggered right now? And no, it is Lopez who has been taken down. If he managed to trigger that RGS, that could have distracted SKG, and that might have saved Lopez. But Leon has been picked up, so there's still hope for the team just yet. And SKG or Celtic Gaming slowly equalizing, being equalized in terms of numbers.
Yeah, Vex pushing on ahead without that backup. Urix, what a play with a valiant dash, giving himself the advantage. Another glue wall pulled up, but not too much of a trouble for him. And also, he has the Zane active skill card, so going in there with the extra layer of defense, giving Urix just the kind of advantage he needed up against the players of Celtic. Now, the Dinoculus is going to scan out the Celtic players as well. And this is just trouble. Yavigod has been spotted out. They know exactly where to find him. Vex coming through from the back. Vending machine play here for Vipex. And they get the double revival. M590 just not finding the perfect connections for Yavigod. And he gets taken out. Vex from afar. Lovely shots. And he gets the double. What a play by Vex.
Full revival. It has been triggered on SKG. And Wasan would be the next target. Let's see if he can get away. Only a few HP remaining for Vipex right now. But as you can see, even the revive has been triggered for the team. And they are spread out well too thin. One will be spotted, which is Wazon. But the glue wall timing as well as a time turner. But Wasan is trying to survive with a double revival, a revolver rather, but one of the player, which is Lopez X, is still alive that can make it through Marble Works.
Holy hell, what a fight that was between Vipex and Celtic Gaming. Both teams still alive, of course. Vipex barely. But Celtic Gaming on the return. Vex was pissed off. I mean, he got annihilated with that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Valiant Dash earlier on through the Oscar. And he was just a tad bit tickled by it. Came back through AC-80 and went straight in for those shots, dropping right on top of his own loot box to pick up that gun. So smart play coming through from the guy. Vipex had to turn tails and run away from that situation. A brilliant game to start things off. 8 eliminations apiece, but of course Vipex hanging on for their dear lives to their final survivor.
Let's see now. If they can make it to Marble Works, then that would be a good spot for them. And if I'm not mistaken, Lopez does have an Arfan to spawn to scan out that vending machine within that area. But let's see, though, if that is clear for him. 90 Picket, the team that has challenged Fuego, but they haven't eliminated them entirely after the engagement that they started earlier. So that would be troublesome later on because we still have Titans that would be available towards the middle part of this game. But there's still a free way for them as we are now second going into the third phase of the circle, and there's still plenty of space for the team to work with, but not for the Chupi of Red Eagles that is slowly being taken down by Power Rangers, who already has 8 elimination.
I mean, 8 eliminations for Power Rangers is quite the power move here because they are not really the most dangerous team out there on the battlefield. 7 games played, currently sitting on the 13th spot with 41 eliminations in hand. They're not too far away from overtaking Red Eagle, catching up with Vipex. Of course, granted, Vipex has only got 4 games played, but this next match, if they can somehow overtake Vipex, that will be a great big boost in terms of confidence for them. Fisher Tiger, on the other hand, a team that almost got annihilated earlier on. They get Hugo of all players out, and 0-1 Esports being tortured by Fuego.
Well, with that elimination, it triggers the rest of the squad and probably on their toes, waiting for Fisher Tiger to move out and open. But nope. Celtic Gaming will be backing away. They don't want that engagement yet, but the glue walls is just to cover their retreat and probably a flank that can be done on the high ground. So it's a good thing that one player from Fisher Tiger managed to take that high ground as well, which is HBH. But I think it's deadly if you go alone without the rest of the squad to probably give you some backup or a revive if possible. But the battle is about to ensue. Here comes Fisher Tiger going into the other end of the tunnel, and I don't think there's a light in there that's available for them, but A little bit of an air ball with that cryo mind. And let's see if this one SKG can land.
This is Fisher Tiger in danger zone. Celtic Gaming earlier was teased by them, and when Celtic turns around to give them a piece of their mind, you see exactly what happens. But of course, it's not the cleanest of fight. Yeah, we got picked right back up here. Calvin and Vex just cleaning up house, showing Fisher Tiger that, yeah, you picked on the wrong monsters.
Oh, you do have that homer. So Calvin definitely will be able to tag up Dung. And let's see if he can make it into the compound, at least a vending machine before that happened. There you go. The tag onto Dung, and it's quite a long run for him. He's still in the middle of the next phase of his circle, but the only bad news is a lot of teams will be chasing that position. So MIA is already there. One of the players of Vipix is also roaming around. But as we take a bird's eye view on Punjabi Stunners as well as CF Esports. TF Esports has lost Cheeky, but Punjabi Stunners has used that zip line to get ahead of the Red squad. But Urix right now stuck in the corner. Valiant and Dash and the takedown with a Mac 10, but I don't think that would last that long.
TFE, again, the team that is proving to be the underdogs of the fight, and they are being tortured. Hugo Uriel looking for the survival outside the safe zone. They have got the medkits on them to survive the damage that the zone will be providing. But the question is, can they get enough? Oh my goodness, this monster truck is as slow as my grandma.
Well, yeah, that is expected. But the only question, though, is will they be able to get across?
GG.
And there you go, stuck in the river. And the Blues closing in. And they could have reached that bridge. I mean, they can use that top of the bridge. It might have been exposed, but I think they're in too deep on the blue to be spotted there by the opponent. But little mistake. Might have been deadly if someone was waiting for them. But speaking of waiting, MIA taking high ground, waiting for their prey to be sniped at, and my Yoda would be the first one to be tagged up.
You know, TF Esports is all about the decision making sometimes, you know. It's the difference between life and death. Kappa M590, beautiful connections. Oh my goodness me. These guys are just blitzing through this MIA, bumping into Power Rangers, showing them exactly what a power-up looks like.
Oh, yeah, let's see, though, if Power Rangers can survive this, as MIA already have 12 elimination. And looking at the map, there's no one else from within the area of Quarry that they can target out of the Power Rangers. 6 teams remaining, and Fuego already in high ground, have good view of Celtic Gaming, but I don't think they will start this fight just yet. They need a better position, but onto the other side, we have one or if not a couple of players from Vipix that might give them the surprise.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Ooh, player with the shots. MIA down below. They now have a little bit of trouble here. Look at the elevation that Fuego has up against MIA. Celtic's right down there beside them, slightly below. So Fuego has got an opportunity to shut down Celtic Gaming as well. But they'll have to wait for the opportunity because Celtic needs to move out of their defenses first. MIA has found a beautiful defense behind the very corner of that ledge. So the elevation giving them a little bit of cover from the sharp shots of Fuego as well. The standoff between these three, I think, will continue for a little while more as they get to gatekeep the rest of the teams from entering the safe zone.
Yeah, I mean, I'm loving the ridge that's being taken by MIA right now, but they need a little bit more of cover just to make sure that the 3 players will be surviving towards the next phase of the circle. But Fuego is in I would say it's a difficult position because just in case they needed to rush, they might fall for a different, fall to their death right there if they are forced to do so. But it's a good thing that player or one of the players from Fuego is already in the middle, a vehicle that is waiting on them. But Vipix will be in their sights, and Wason has been taken down. Lian with a sliver of health, but the pickup has been done quite quickly. But a couple of players of Vipix in trouble indeed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Fuego with the 10 eliminations, looking for those opportunities. Vipix not looking to provide a lot of open shots, but unfortunately the circle will pressure them, forcing them into a zone where they are going to get tagged up from up above. Fuego, AC-80, scoping in and out, giving them that extra capability to Get those aims straight onto Vipex players. Hugo again.
Oh, no.
The superstar from Celtic getting the shot, a valuable one, but Fuego saves Carlos from the very annihilation that Hugo tried to bring upon them.
Let's see now. Vegas is already in there going for those shots, but Fuego is only full squad that is within the vicinity. And Vegas as well as Javi God are hearing all those footsteps as well as gunshot, but they cannot do anything about it. It's a good thing that the target would be 90 Piquete, and this is payback from what happened in the earlier battle, in the earlier engagement that they have, but no one's being taken down. Only chip damage is received by 90 Piquete, but they are still on the low ground with not so much of a cover because MIA is taking it.
Yep, 7 eliminations in hand. And Piquete this needs to find some sort of a save here. And the Punjabi stunners are stunning me right now because they're still alive and kicking. This is a great big improvement, but Pahadi, as I say that, gets knocked down. Shooter outside the circle, taking a lot of damage, and Johan will put that final bullet in the coffin of the Punjabi stunners, stunning them straight up. 3 more teams left in here. MIA Corp not looking great with the numbers, and 90 Piquet has got the biggest advantage in terms of the players still alive.
And what's surprising here is 90 Piquet is the one who is on lower ground, being targeted by a lot of teams, both MIA and Fuego, but they're the only one that is a full squad. Fuego managed to knock down one of their players, but the pickup is instantaneous. But here comes Player, making sure that they are dwindled to 2, and that might be one later on, especially with MIA in clear view of those shots. But Fuego needs to be careful because it's not just 90 Piquet that they will be targeting, but also MIA that they need to focus on this small circle.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Player at the EWC, man. I mean, this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Can you imagine those snipes on the world stage? This kid is just brilliant with what he does out there with those snipers. But of course, Fuego needs to be able to get to the grand finals and win out this whole thing in the first place. And if you get Esports, 8 eliminations so far. Stewart obviously out of the count. Player finds Nix again. Player with the sharp shots, Alangsi. Oh, God, 98. Shot from down below, Sammy King, Alangsi. They finish off the MIA players. Only 1 more left. Biblico and Alangsi with the charge buster of all guns takes advantage from that lower ground.
90 Piquet bringing that early engagement to a close in a 3v3 against Fuego. But King is already waiting with at the M590. There goes the glue melter, and Johan almost out in the open. But shots, but thankful for the time turner to save him. And King, being the king with 14 HP, and still managed to survive.
14 HP, Clutch King with the triple. Can you believe that, Neptune?
Definitely unbelievable. And that's one thing. I mean, you don't name yourself King for nothing.
No.
That's what you can do. Not even face. You can see that he's not face on going for that flip for that 180 and still manage to finish off 3 players. But Team Fuego, and we were just talking about Player, and this is another way of them, or for Player, for us to meet him in EWC if they become champion here.
I mean, Fuego, what a play. I mean, we've been highlighting Player, but I don't think King has gotten a highlight reel for himself. It's not that we didn't want to highlight him. He just hasn't had a moment where he got to pull off such a tremendous play. And that was that moment, right? I'm actually very curious because I didn't manage to spot out his active and passive skills. So that will be definitely a point of conversation a little bit later on.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I'm really happy to see King showing up this time for the name of Fuego, because beforehand it was Player that we are seeing as a team that will lead this squad. But we also saw Carlos, we also saw Tiki, and the combination of Carlos and Tiki has been phenomenal from yesterday. And King was just, I would say, an extra from yesterday. But now he's slowly showing to be a rock star right here.
Oh yeah, no doubt at all. I think I'm a big fan of many teams
from FFWS USA because of their play styles, and I have to definitely say Fuego is very impressive. Celtic Gaming, very impressive. MIA Corp has shown us that they can pick up those big points out there, but I just haven't been impressed with their game style and positioning just yet. But they're showing us through mechanical skills they can get the job done. These are all big squads, man. I think this grand finals is going to be a slugfest. You know, yesterday we kind of identified some squads that will definitely make it there into the grand finals. I'm not even talking about the knockout stage. I'm talking about the finals in itself. Yeah, these teams are definitely going to get there.
Oh, yeah. Looking forward to it. And I won't be surprised if after this match, because of the Booyah, against MIA, who didn't get that much of points, will be taking the #1 spot. So Fuego is, I would say, not only are they a great player, but they're also sore losers. They don't want to be pushed down in the second place. They always want to get that top. So let's see on how well it will play towards the rest of the game. But the MVP, none other than the player himself.
One of the best snipers. Now, I have to say one of the best because obviously Hugo's out there as well and he's listening. But yeah, I mean, can you imagine the battle between Hugo and player? I think that's going to be the craziest sniper showdown. 7 eliminations, 3 headshots, 3 assists, 4,386 on the damage. I mean, total sniper bill. Moko, Maro, you've got the Raphael in there. You've got the Morse as well for him to just be invisible in case he needs to just really quickly rotate around, look for a better sniping position. Hugo is the better player when it comes to positioning.
Yeah.
Player is the better player. The guy got to change his name. At least last time he was JK, right? Player JK.
Yeah.
But this guy is just amazing with the mechanical skills, right? Not even through positioning. I mean, wherever he is, he's going to be able to get the shot, which is very impressive.
Yeah, definitely impressive indeed. Now, let's see, though, who's going against him on a head-to-head, because it's another potential sniper battle that we're seeing. And we've seen Biblical on AC80 as well, even AWM in some of the instances, and they have quite even on elimination. But the damage, it's what is different, because the number of participation that a player has put in onto Team Fuego is just phenomenal, almost double to what the damage of Biblical from MIA has put in. But I am happy to see not only player but also King, as you did mention, put in the highlight. If I'm not mistaken, King also has 6 eliminations, similar to what we're seeing from Biblical.
7 to 6 eliminations. I think it's very close between them. But clearly, MIA has got better assists on their side because this is a very concise game out of Biblical. He's not really going around trying to get those tags on everybody. I think MIA is playing very safe at this point of time. But either way, they're still dominating the leaderboard, so I'm not going to complain at all. And of course, on that point, Fuego picking up their 3rd Booyah to match up against Celtic Gaming, who have got 3 as well. Let's take a look at the stats overall from this matchup, because we've had 95 eliminations, 58 rescues, and 119 knocks in total now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to more elimination that is happening right here, but I think the teams are getting smarter, not really letting go of their position, and we've seen that in the triple layer mountain that we had, the triple layer hill that we had earlier. Despite of 90 Picket being stuck in the lower ground, they are not being taken down that easily, and they still managed to jump up towards MIA before Fuego jump in on them. So I'm the positioning wise, as well as the game strategy, the game knowledge the team has in all paces or all phases of the circle is just phenomenal this time around. But 21 elimination from Fuego, it's so much, but it's not surprising because we've seen them do it from before.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen them do this time and time again. Fuego, very impressive. Again, this is their 3rd Booyah. And I do agree with you, right? The way 90 Picket kind of managed that situation was very impressive. They clearly have a good presence of mind in situations like that. They understand the terrain, they understand the game, they understand the map, and how to play it in a situation like that. I'm very sure they have ended up in a circle like this many a times before in their lives. And it's not just about the positioning, but it's about the timing as to when you take that fight, right? And I think they pulled that off very well. But of course, the highlight once again, back to Fuego, 21 eliminations and the Booyah, giving them 33 points. MIA Corp not too far behind, okay, quite far behind them. 21 points on the second spot, and 90 Picket Esports on that equalizer with the 21 as well. Big points out of all of them. Celtic Gaming with the 18. But I have to say, the ones that have impressed me the most is Punjabi Stunners. This is their biggest game. This is their biggest improvement that we have seen ever since the start.
Yeah, I mean, out of the 2 games that they played, they are now on, I would say, 12 out of the 18 teams that we have seen right here. Or rather, 14 out of the 16 teams that we've seen right here. I might be wrong with the numbers, but as we go into the overall standings right now, we would see specifically where they are at. But I'm looking at number 11. Power Rangers slowly moving up, and they started off a little bit too low, 17 if I'm not mistaken, but now they've already crossed the threshold of the top 12, and even Flash by Raw surprisingly have moved up to 12th place. So this is how one day of rest, one day of study and homework can bring to a team, and we're seeing them grow.
Yeah, absolutely. Wipex as well, 5 games played so far, 89 points, not too far away in comparison to teams like GCD Arrow, Cartel. Sir obviously is on the same par as them, so they need to catch up. I think they missed one match for themselves. But the rest of the teams here who have got 9 games played, 7 games played, obviously Wipex still has got a decent enough chance to catch up. But we just don't see the consistency out of them. We don't see the dominance out of them, which is a little concerning. Red Eagle sitting on the 13th spot as of this point of time, 73 points. And if you look at 90 Picket Esports, game after game, that slow climb up to the top, you got to love it. Only 5 games played so far. We have not seen the best of them just yet.
Yeah, and I thought TVM is surprising from when we saw them earlier, but it's just unfortunate that TVM will not be shown for the rest of the team. So 9 Picket will be able to catch up, especially with the remaining matches. They are still in play from Group A. And there's still a lot of hope, especially from those going Group A, because 6 matches from beginning of their introduction in game number 4 up until game number 9 of today, and there's plenty of chances of them to catch up. Well, I guess for most of them, because Austin X Dami is not showing that much, surprisingly, after getting a booyah out of all the tenacious team that we have in this mix.
Yeah, and Punjabi Stunners now sitting on the 18th spot. That's the cutoff. The teams right after that, by the end of the 4 days of group stage, will not qualify into the knockout stage. So Punjabi Stunners are in a decent spot right now to qualify, but they'll have to keep up this performance. They'll have to give us all of those decent enough above 10-point performance in order to qualify to the knockout stage. It's not going to be enough to, of course, dominate the competition, but as long as I get to see them in the knockout stage, grand final, I am a happy kid. We've completed 5 games now so far, and only one team has gotten a double booyah from today. That is Celtic Gaming. Are we going to see more of this? Fuego has got another chance at Bermuda right after.
Let's see though. I mean, Fuego, they have 2 booyahs already from Solara up to Purgatory. And Celtic Gaming, though we thought that they will be grabbing another booyah, but I think it's decent enough on the performance that they have shown. And if they weren't stuck in that tunnel against Fuego and MIA, then they could have had a chance in there if they survived with 3 players. Because we've seen on the final moment, that was a 4v3v3 between 90 Picket, Fuego, as well as MIA. But well, it's a different story as we jump into another map, which is, or the same map rather, which is Bermuda. And still, the names or the teams that will be playing is coming from A&D.
Yeah, absolutely. MIA already has a booyah here. It was quite a decent booyah that they played on this map as well. So I do expect to see a little bit more from them. They've been very consistent getting to the final circle. Not as consistent getting those booyahs, right? If this is the only, and technically they've only had 1 booyah so far on Bermuda. And this is that opportunity for them not just to catch up, but to overtake Fuego on that number 1 spot. Both teams are on game number 9.
Yeah, 5 difference in terms of points between these 2 teams, and that's easy enough for MIA. The only question is, will Fuego be taken out early, and will they be targeted once again by 90 Picket Esports right here? But as we look into the drop, it is Power Rangers who would be dropping in together with Austin X Dami on Shipyard. Another hot drop might be happening in peak right now between 3 teams, making that possibly 4 if Fuego will choose that, but I think Fuego wants to keep their distance and head to Sentosa. But for Mars Electric, it will be 2 teams that will be in here. Smart for Punjabi Stunners to spread out, making sure they won't be eliminated early into the game.
Power Rangers have a decent spot here up against AXD, and it's a team that they're not only going to be able to engage with, but also annihilate. AXD just hasn't been looking sharp at all, I have to say. They're currently sitting in the 21st spot. 27 points in total, 10 eliminations from 5 games played. They average 2 eliminations each game, and the Power Rangers are going to be very happy that this is their first contender.
Well, let's see now. Power Rangers is showing so much of power this time around, but on the Gilfie, we are seeing a lot of elimination happening between 3 teams, and Uno is one of them against TF Esports. And, well, won't be surprised if one will be eliminated as early as this. Well, let's see if Power Rangers against Lynx. So it is Mayota against Lynx, and Mayota is one of the player that always goes for the rush, and good enough that he's not the one who goes down first. But Mandi almost got him if it wasn't for that glue wall, and he could have taken out already. But Triple X for the backup, and Mayota for the rush. Potential pinch that can be done. And here comes Mayota, not giving him a chance, but no! Potato shot with a mini Uzi, and there goes the getaway from Emilio.
Okay, all right. We see some banners as teasers. But definitely, we should all ignore them because those teams are probably going to be shown maybe on the global stage once again later on. One Triple X looking for Kill X, and AXD about to be punished once again. Man, this doesn't have the right gun. Yes, TFE gets taken out in the 12th spot.
Yeah, well, I asked for an SMG, and here comes a UMP coming from the one and only player of Power Rangers. Now, they did manage to dominate Shipyard, but elimination is not against that team just yet of AXD. It's TFE who has been taken down with only 1 point, but Triple X will try to go in for a chase into the bullseye together with a couple of players that's already in there for Kalido, who's already making their way. But heading into the peak, we have Fisher Tiger going against Vipex, and Vipex, despite of the prestige they've shown from yesterday, is not looking that strong this time around.
Not at all. Vipex 4 eliminations. Oh my! Gets the trip mine annihilation onto Katai as well, and Lopez is slowing the pace down here as he gets tagged up. Vipex has got an opportunity now to play perfect annihilation, and Fisher Tiger just biting the bitter end of the stick here as Vipex is not looking to slow their pace down. They are being hunted one after the other and annihilated at 11th.
Sheesh. I mean, Peak is one of those areas wherein you have limited capability of moving around because of all the rooms that you have in here. And Vipex just took advantage of that, guarding all the corners, all the doors, and making sure as well they have all the utilities in play to go against their opponents, which is Fisher Tiger. Though they don't know it's Fisher Tiger, but still, they put up a good fight in that. Now, Kappa going down to his knees, and Nyx goes for the follow-up, making sure the Punjabi Sounders will be stunned for a moment as Nyx goes into F590. What a jump shot! It's like an action movie that we're seeing right here from MIA.
Absolutely, MIA. Without Kappa, this is going to be a little challenging for them to engage full-on with Celtic. They are at the very rim of the safe zone, pun intended, at Rimnam Village. Celtic has that opportunity to gatekeep them. But of course, it's not really a torturous circle to deal with in terms of damage. So Nyx will have to eventually sacrifice himself as Kappa is revived. The question is, can Nyx actually keep the rest of Celtic here long enough for the team members to come back in for the save and maybe even to backstab and annihilate Celtic Gaming?
Well, let's see. I think they have a little bit of information that one player from MIA, or one player is in that area. But because of not so much of gunshots anymore. Celtic Gaming, just managed to pull away. But as you can see, Calvin and Hugo is being pulled in on the same area of Rimnam Village. So the mission is not yet over. That gives opportunity for Josh Ver as well as Biblical to move away from the area, probably revive Nyx later on. But still, he's putting up a good fight. And there goes the takedown with M590, but the time Turner says one of the players of SKG, and Calvin goes for the finisher.
Hugo, Gabigod, Vex, and Kelvin. 5 eliminations strong so far, and Celtic looking like they're very comfortable to climb up to the top of the leaderboard. Can they sneak away a booyah here? Up against MIA Corp, who is looking like they are quite solid on the map. I have to say, quite a number of this with the drifting skills. Okay, all right. Praised him too early.
Well, I see now. I mean, it's tough. It's tough to drive. I couldn't even make it 100 meters, especially with the boost that has been added in here. That makes it wiggly. It's more realistic. I mean, if you have an extra boost, it makes your car a little bit more of a sideway monster. So let's give props to him to making that far. But let's see.
That's why you gotta always invest in good tires, Neptune.
I know that.
Safety
you mentioned
first.
that, and I felt that. Like, I couldn't tell the story. It's a long story if I have to say it on broadcast.
Yeah, basically Neptune sat in my car and I just went speeding everywhere. MIA looking for the weapons arsenal as well. Oh, this is going to keep them at a pace where they can definitely overwhelm squads whenever they come across them. You know, a little bit of extra firepower never hurt anyone except their opponents.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That would hurt. And that's one thing. The good thing that you will need, doesn't need essentially. All right.
Okay.
Fast and Furious against a circus.
Better than the car.
Better than the car.
Better
Doesn't
than the car.
drift. Doesn't drift.
No, it isn't. No.
Ooh, I guess the target is already
on. On the unicycle, straight into the snipe, and MIA getting capped, although they just hit the weapons arsenal.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were saying that they will have the weaponry as a firepower to go against any opponent, but not against Fuego. And they are doing it in style right now. Forced to use that launch pad and a takedown by player for the R98. And they thought they were safe, but not for long. The hit list has been triggered, and Fuego knows exactly where they will be coming from. A little bit of adjustment in terms of the launch pad, and they might be on top of MIA real quick.
Yeah, obviously that airdrop just kind of dragging everybody in the perfect bait. And Fuego doing this very tactically instead of just flying straight into MIA, which will, of course, put them in a little bit of a sticky situation. They're flanking around from the left, but MIA is not waiting to find out exactly where they flank in from. They are out of there. And a quick revival will bring the revive player straight into Katulistiwa, and the rotation from Bhima Sakti Strip obviously towards Katulistiwa is not going to be too impossible for them, but they need to start moving right now. Wason, beautiful drive in, and Power Rangers are in trouble.
Oh, Pergolino or Charge Buster plus a time turner, but Leon in there putting a little bit of damage before the finisher, and that's been bought in by Lopez, and Wason straight up onto the Vipex would be that cryo mine from downtown, where Power Rangers has split up already. So one will be left outside blue, another one will be heading into the next vending machine to revive a couple of players that has been knocked down. But I'm loving what Vipex is doing, and they're starting early. They don't want to be left out with no elimination or little elimination towards the end of the game.
Oh, Myota just could not get away. And Triple X, the final player from the side of Power Rangers, tasked to get all of those revives, man. Has to pick up a few more coins first before he can get a triple. But the players on the side of Celtic Gaming up against MIA, booking a rematch here. And it's not looking good for either side. And Nick's, what a headshot. Yummy God, straight through the window. Didn't stand a chance there at all. The cryo mine tossed on in to make sure they can't pull up any extra defenses. Nick's annihilated. The pickup not too far away. Biblico with the AWM. Ring around the rosy, around those glue. Wow! Said he still does not get the follow-up.
Well, you are calling about best snipers, and St. Biblical wants to show up right now, but Celtic Gaming wants to finish them off.
GG.
Backs away. And this is a chance for Celtic Gaming to take a lead against MIA, because they're the one in second place right now, and if they can eliminate the full squad, as well as get the difference of 12 points, or more than 12 points, that is a chance for them to take that place. But Nyx doesn't survive for long, especially with Hugo on the AWM.
Yeah, man, Hugo, again, one of the best snipers out here. I thought it was going to be the Punjabi Stunners who landed right behind them to annihilate the final player on the side of MIA, but Hugo says, no can do. We have to continue what we started, and they just shot him out of the vehicle instantaneously. Now, Fuego versus Celtic, another big fight here for the Celtic players.
Yeah, I mean, this top three that we're looking at right now, earlier is the second and third. Now it's a first and third. And it's just a showing of who would be the best on a CQC, and not just on the board. But it's a good thing that SKJ or Celtic Gaming is not bringing it to a very rough start. They want to get position as well as information as to where Fuego will be, but Vegas will be in trouble if in case he gets caught off guard. Tiki almost taken down, but Carlos is the first one to go down, and Fuego is losing fire right now. It's a good thing that revive has been done, but SKG is not done just yet.
Trogon in hand. King needs to find a little bit of recovery here. Carlos picked right off the ground. Celtic walking straight into them, but Yavi God pays the big price. Vex trades out Tiki. Tiki about to get picked up, but Carlos annihilated. King does not have enough HP to stand there as Nachupi shows up. The players on the side of Red Eagle just throwing in a couple of shots here as well to interfere. And unfortunately for the side of Fuego, they do not have it. A final second revival. Man was rich enough to buy the full squad back, but do they have enough firepower so late in the circle?
That is player for you, totally ignoring the opponent and going and focusing on the goal. A full revive for Fuego, but for how long can they survive? Because the zone is closing in, and even Power Rangers can give them some pressure. But Punjabi Stunners is already into the mix going against SKG and Celtic Gaming. Well, I'm not quite sure if they have recovered already, but Vegas is trying to go in for a revival. Then even Dark doesn't hit him that easily, but final nail in the coffin on him with that Mag 10. Now, let's see if they can survive with a couple more players, or a couple players remaining for Celtic Gaming.
Yeah, Punjabi Stunners stunning everyone right now that they come across, but Red Eagles are not going to be a easy contender for them to take down. Power Rangers eliminated in 8th. As I say that, Celtic Gaming hanging on for their dear lives, and Hugo, my goodness me, the final player out in 7th. And therefore, the second placed, third placed, and even the first place team is now out of the equation. The underdogs can finally come out to play.
There's one thing though, the rest of the squad is far away from these teams, because we still have Gavioto Squad, INV Esports, HRE, Cartel Sword, GCT Arrow that is above them. And there's a lot more, but this is what we love. As the top teams is already out of the picture, Uno, Punjabi Stunners, as well as Red Eagles have a chance to grab all those points. Vipex is also into the mix right now, but we haven't seen that much of action coming from them. So let's see if this is a chance for them to grab that booyah.
Was that a late revival, or are they just rotating in here super late? Okay, Leanne Lopez all the way as they rotate around outside the zone in a very risky manner to find Urix once again. This could just be Vipex's game if they play this out smoothly. They do have massive number of eliminations on their side.
Nope.
Javi Stunners on the other hand, 6 eliminations. Shooter, just wrong gun, bro. I mean, if he had an AC-80, this would be a different story.
Well, the thing is, he just came back from a revive, and that's the only thing they have left. And he's on top of a billboard. So at least he has circle position. He has circle position and out of sight for the rest of the squad. And there's still a couple of players left for Punjabi Stunners, or one more player for Punjabi Stunners. But Vipex is not done just yet. Focusing on 90 Picket and knockdown after knockdown. But the finisher is what he is waiting for. And let's see if Winchester is a weapon that he can use not only from long range, but also up close. But Lopez XL definitely extra large on that shot.
Yeah, absolutely, man. 18 eliminations so far. Vipex, we were waiting for them to wake up, and waking up they are doing right now. Only one Booyah in the competition so far. Looking to pick up their second, but they don't have the numbers on them, though. For one Esports, make sure they put the final nail in the coffin here for 9 Picket Esports. 4 more squads left in this mix. Vipex not looking good with the numbers. 0-1 up against Vipex. Lotex Bao pushing forth. Blue wall melters laid out first. Grenades not going to find the connection. And the cryo mine tossed straight towards Urix. Shooter is down. And the Punjabi Stunners are about to get stunned before they can get to the Booyah.
Let's see though. I mean, Lopez is already in the ground. Urix is trying, prioritizing on the pickup. But here comes the pressure coming from Uno. And you know what this is. What's going to happen right now. There's still a full squad. Even in spite of the knockdown, they managed to take down Vipex. The Chupi from Red Eagle starts off that flank. But I don't think they have more time to spare as the shift is about to happen. And 0-1 needs to be on the move.
Wow, I mean, this is not bad at all. Punjabi Stunner is still alive. Shooter got knocked earlier. Dark picked him up. Now Dark got knocked down. Shooter picking him up.
No.
This is playing trades in terms of making sure each other are alive and kicking. But the question is, how will they get down without breaking their ankle?
Yeah, I mean, they will be falling for the wrong person after this.
Let's see, Lotex Bao. Whoop. Oh, great time, Turner, just to make sure they do not get annihilated. Those glue walls withstanding the attack from the monster truck as well. But it was a good thinking from Lotex Bao. Now he needs to get out of that sticky situation on foot. Thankfully, Red Eagles are distracted, looking for the players out of O1 Esports.
Oh, Red Eagles. Nice survivability on them right now. And also putting the pressure with that cryo mine. And Lotus Bao on the ground. PS, Punjabi Stunners right here will be able to go for the stun. But unfortunately, shot from afar. And there you have it, 2 teams remaining. Red Eagles might be taking this Booyah as we see Dragon breathe fire as well, stake down those glue walls. But Wa is trying to fight back. And it's only a matter of time before they grab that Booyah. And there you have it, Red Eagles with 1.
Red Eagles with their second Booyah of the competition, and this is what you love to see, man. I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's hustling out there. Red Eagles, just one of those teams. The last time we looked at the overall leaderboard, they were in the 13th spot. So this is a big, big victory for them to climb up into the top 12. Obviously, they are already in the safe zone, quite safe from being relegated. You need to be in the top 18, but the higher up the leaderboard you are, slightly more mistakes you are allowed to make out here in the group stage. And Red Eagles are definitely capable of those mistakes, but it's a great recovery this time around. But so much of action, my goodness me, those overall stats are going to look stacked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to how well Red Eagles move up on leaderboard right here. And again, it's just that I don't know if it's the final battle that is giving them that potential of motivation, because at this point in time, this is a 6th match and they are coming from Group D, so this is the final match that they have, similar to what we've seen yesterday. Final match was their Booyah. So if this is the case, it will not last that long. But we've seen great stride being done by Red Eagles to get all those elimination to increase their odds of moving up the leaderboard. It's just the Booyah that we need to work on, because if I'm not mistaken, it's still the championship condition that they need to meet.
Yeah, no doubt at all. And that basically completes game number 6 for us. We've got 3 more coming through. And this party is not over at all by the least of it. We've at least got about 2 more hours to go. And teams like Fuego, they definitely have had a great run in here today. Fuego now in that number 1 spot after the 3 Booyahs that they have collected for themselves.
And just when you thought maybe Celtic or MIA is going to do a number on them and catch up and overtake them, none of these three teams managed to get to that final circle.
Yeah, they tried. But at least they reduced the points that's needed, especially for Celtic Gaming. Earlier, if I'm not mistaken, it's more than 10 points that they have. But since they're the ones who eliminated MIA Corp, they have more chances of catching up with this team on second place. But that would be locked in between these three teams, who is currently in the top three, or earlier was currently in the top three, because that is the last game. So they might be overtaken, especially for those being introduced in the final thirds of our match. But I'm loving the energy coming from the team. I'm loving how each evolution of each team has been phenomenal from day number 1 and day number 2. And 1 week, what more if you give them 1 week to do the homework, do some practice run, study their opponents as well as themselves, correct all those mistakes. I'm pretty sure by next week it would be even more fantastic.
Yeah, I can't argue with that, man. And of course, the Punjabi stunners are stunning me with their consistency. Of course, some may say that those are not really a lot of numbers at all, but I'm not too concerned with, great big booyahs and whatnot, because at the end of the day, the target is a simple one: get to the top 18 and then later get to the top 12. And Punjabi Stunners are doing exactly that. Very consistent in terms of climbing up the leaderboard, spot by spot. And the MVP from Vipex, the one and only Lopez Excel, his shots, my goodness. They're also one of the great snipers that we've got here in the USA scene. 7 eliminations, 3 headshots, 3 assists, 4,334 on the damage. You saw him in performance earlier. One of the few that rocks the Skylar with the double Riptide Rhythm, although I might just say that the Riptide Rhythm is quite useless in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, it can put in a little bit of damage, but you need to add extra shot to break down all those glue walls. But it does put in the teams in a panic, especially with all those sound cues that Riptide Rhythm is giving, especially in final moments. But I'm pretty sure if he gets a hold of Admors, Lopez XL could have been even deadlier. But there's not taking away from him as an MVP. But let's head over to the head-to-head. Won't be surprised if it's Hugo who would be in there, close to 4K on the damage. Quite even, but elimination-wise as well as headshot, not so much, because even Celtic Gaming was not given that opportunity. After their engagement against MIA, they were beat down by a lot of teams as quickly as that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the comparison between the snipers, and Hugo's still taking the bitter end of the shorter stick here. 5 versus 7 eliminations. Lopez winning it out. 3.9K versus 4.3K on the damage. Lopez winning it out, and even the headshots as well. But I'm still a big fan of Hugo, so. But you gotta love it. The rest of the snipers in the competition waking up as well as Hugo continues to step it up. Everybody else showing that, we can play a great game of snipes as well overall. Let's take a look at the overall statistics, speaking of overalls, and a total of 85 eliminations.
Oh.
Not too bad, but not as much as I expected.
Not as much though, but if you look at the damage, it's close to 60K. So it's 10K short of the highest that we have. And converting it into elimination or comparing it to elimination, that is a lot. So that means that they have been participating in a lot of engagement even before that final moment or their own final moment. But the highest elimination that has been gotten by the team would be 18. So not even breaching the 20 mark, and it is coming from Vipex. But we've seen 7 already from Lopez X, and I think a couple of players from Vipex grabbed 5 each. So I guess that's not much given to the final player, which is, I would say, still works for them. But rescues, knockdown, still at par for the rest of the games.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all, man. So let's take a look at the game standings as well, Neptune, to see exactly how well did some of these teams fare here. The overall standings gives us 171 points for Fuego with 9 games played. Celtic Gaming is on 8. I guess they missed a game. 163 points. Obviously, they're not going to be able to catch up with these boys just like that. They need a little bit more. But Gaviota squad, this is the team that I've been waiting to watch in action. And they are going to be coming up in a little bit. 123 points. Can they make that mad dash for that number one spot again? Well, history tells us they are most definitely capable of doing so.
Well, let's see though. Let's see if that is something that they can do, especially with how close it is. Overall standings is slowly like closing the gap out of who would be the top dogs. But from the top three, Gaviota squad has 3 more opportunities to catch up and probably push down 1 or if not 2 of those. If they they bring in the same consistency that we witnessed from yesterday, INV definitely, but HRE, I think their run is already over for the rest of the day. They are part of Group C, and it's just more opportunity for Vipex to catch up, especially if they can grab more off that booyah.
Absolutely. And of course, you mentioned INV Esports. These two are going to be in action in a little bit, INV as well as Gaviota. So that one is going to be a banger of a matchup. You also have got Vipex in overall, scheme of things, who are looking decent, and they are going to be able to play another 3 games in a little bit. So it's not the end for Vipex just yet. Let's take a look at the next page and see where the remaining 24 teams are positioned on the leaderboard. 90 Picket Esports, with their slow climb up, are now sitting on the 13th spot, and this is a big improvement from the team. Of course, as if we look at the overall grand scheme of things, 90 Picket Esports is on Group A, and they do have an opportunity, Neptune, to play a few more games. Basically, the remaining 3 games that we have got in for our day of play here is still in the hands of 90 Picket Esports. And if they can continue with their consistency, jumping into the top 12 is a no-brainer. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, O1 Esports, Wireless Esports, Punjabi Stunners, TVM. We've got to look at the schedule to give you guys a quick highlight as to where we are so far. The only double booyah pulled away by Celtic Gaming, but they were prevented from climbing up further up the leaderboard in this final game that they just played. Kalahari, Purgatory, Bermuda, the final 3 games, and that we will get a little bit of a different combination of squads. We get groups A and B. That's going to be fun to watch.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, introducing Group B back, and it's quite a huge gap from when they are playing. I think they will be feeling what Group D has felt from yesterday, but hopefully the result would be similar, because Group D, when they were introduced, there's just a lot of fire on them. They are hungry. As they saw a lot more of missing out on a lot more of action, they were hungry towards the end, or most of the teams are hungry towards the end, and then it continues on the beginning of this day. But let's see if that is something that we will witness right now, because we want to see Gaviota squad take more points, more booyahs, INV Sports definitely, and also some of the teams in the lower part, like Goat Esports, we talk about them, Team Fighters, as well as YLS Esports, who prioritizes on position and not really that much on elimination. And one reason why they are being pushed down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. Gaviota squad, INV Esports, Cartel, Sir. These are the 3 teams from Group B that I'm looking forward to seeing in action, because these are top flight squads, right? But there are a few other teams in Group B that need to step it up. They have been getting tortured. Go to Esports, Wireless Esports. But of course, we'll see if or not they can match up to whatever Group A and B brings up in a little bit. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be the final 3 matches of the day.
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
German boys and girls, this is the Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026, and it seems like the 6 games was not enough to get our adrenaline pumping up to max just yet. We've got 3 more to go for you guys, and the teams that are about to play definitely could do with some of the points in here. We know there are some titans who are going to continue in this run as well. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters. And going back to the conversation that we were having earlier on Neptune, it seems like Group B is definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge, right? Because Gaviota Squad, INV Esports, Cartel Swer. Yeah, we saw what they could do yesterday, and I can't wait to see what they do today as well.
Yeah, I couldn't wait as well for Cartel Sur to bring in a Booyah to themselves, because they put in a lot of elimination, but not so much a placement point, especially the Booyah, and always left away. But let's see, though, if this is something that they can change right now. If I'm mistaken, there will be a little bit of change in terms of roster for Cartel Sur, and No Joy will not be playing this time around. So it would be Cabo ZD who will be introduced right here, and hopefully this is the key for them to grab a Booyah. But speaking of Booyah, Gaviota Squad, after a phenomenal run from yesterday, and I'm pretty sure they are hungry for more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Of course, Go to Esports, Team Fighters, as well as YLSS Sport needs to kind of ramp it up a little bit, but I wonder how they're going to do it, because you have got quite a number of teams who are going to be able to dominate these lobbies, 3 games. And you also have got teams from Group A who are on the rise with their consistency. Of course, Wipex is kind of like 50-50. They're not going all out. I can definitely tell that this team is trying to lay low as much as possible. We can expect to see more of them in the knockout stage, so we're going to leave them alone for now. 90 Esports, yeah, this team is on the rise. I want to see more from them. And the Punjabi Stunners are stunning me with their consistency, because they have finally kind of gotten a little bit of a grip on these games. They know that they're not the biggest annihilators out there, so they're playing their positioning very smartly, something that I want to see Fisher Tiger do more of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Punjabi Stunners is going back to the basic and finding placement first before they go for elimination. And it's just that some of that really makes other teams evolve differently. And like PS or Punjabi Stunners, this is a high time for them to add those eliminations in, and especially if they have that opportunity to go against some of the teams in Group B. But it would be tough right now, especially within their own group. 90 Piquete is now moving in slowly but surely in terms of elimination, and I'm really looking forward onto who or which team would 90 be picking up this time, because Fuego is not in the MIP. In mix right now, and we might see them target either Gaviota Squad or, better yet, INV Sports.
Yeah, absolutely. Next matchup is coming through at Kalahari, and this is going to be an exciting one for sure. We know for a fact that, many teams have managed to find domination here, but it's not the teams that are currently going to play. But INV is not too bad on this map, and this is what the other teams have to be a little careful of. Yesterday, we didn't know where the drop spots are going to be, so by today, a lot of homework could have been completed already. They should be able to know where they have to avoid, which teams they have to steer clear away from. But of course, I expect a few extra hot drops out there either way. Vipex as well as Fisher Tiger about to be confined at confinement.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that they can pull off. But another team that might show up again, especially in this map, is 01 Esports, because they were second place in the earlier match and they are quite clear out of early engagement in this one. But as you can see, Vipex going against Fisher Tiger, not a team that you want to go against, but I guess this is the advantage that Fisher Tiger is looking for. Everyone on an even battlefield, but it's more of the finisher, the completion of those knockdown that Fisher Tiger needs to commit.
Yeah, it's always a 50-50 on a hot drop because it depends on who gets the better gun first. Ooh. But it's also a case of the mechanical skills. And Fisher Tiger is showing us right here, right now, that their mechanical skills can not just hang with Vipex, but it can also annihilate the players of Vipex. Lopez, the sniper of the squad, does not have the right gun, but at least he doesn't need to run away on foot.
Yeah, I mean, there's no gunning him down, and if I'm not mistaken, the last time we saw the player of Fisher Tiger doesn't have a long-range weapon other than Winchester. So that vehicle helped him, and surprisingly, run through the water compared to the monster truck. But going into a different team, YLS, putting pressure on AXT, who, yes, despite of grabbing a booyah from yesterday, is not showing up this time with the numbers, but surprise, surprise, we have a couple of players from INB who's gunning them down, and J. Cole is one casualty that we have in the mix.
Yeah, absolutely, and YLS, they can rest easy for the time being. The players on the side of AXD not looking like they want a full-on engagement here, but INV not too far away, and soon a little bit too close for comfort.
Let's see though. Killex will try not to be Killex at this point, but Emilio putting pressure. And surprisingly, Almir has been shot. Not so much of cover is needed for the rest to be able to hide out. And Alex with B gunned down. It's a good thing that John B is in there to pay back against Yoelkis. But Minor, MP40, not a weapon that you want to go against, especially with that heal UAV. And they are here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Now they're going to allow one player from the side of YLS to get away as they focus on AXD. They have no idea exactly who they're going up against, but as long as it's not a player on their own side, it is all about the annihilation. And INV, 4 eliminations already. John B looking for more. The VSK, they're going to find exactly what they're looking for as the AXD players get annihilated. YLS still has another survivor going for the vending machine on the revive, and Crazy with a crazy revival on Yolkis as the distraction of YLS, courtesy of the players on the side of AXD, serves them well.
Well, AXD is being served as well. It's being eliminated a little bit too early into the game. So the record or the streak continues for this team. And I don't know how will they recover from this, because in most instances they're not, similar to TF Esports, they are being gunned down with not so much of points. But INV, 8 elimination already before hitting the 4th minute mark. And it is a good run for them to move up to the top of the leaderboard again.
8 eliminations, and we are barely in on the 4th minute, so this is a crazy advantage here for INV. And they're coming across even more. Gaviota this time. But it's not a chump squad. It is a very capable team, capable of annihilating INV. Problem is, Gaviota is not on a full squad right now at Foundation. They have to buy a lot of time. King, one wrong move, and he's going to put himself in a little bit of a pickle. Of course, Foundation does have that vending machine for those revivals, but you can't take it too easy. John B had to reload at the wrong time there.
I guess the plan for Gaviota right now is either to go in for a takedown and then back away together with the rest of the squad. John B almost being taken down. But going back to my point, they have opportunity to reel them in, and that is what they're aiming for. But unfortunately for them, it doesn't work that quickly, especially against INV. But on the other side, TF Esports feeling the wrath of Bipex once again. And if I'm mistaken, they are. This has been the plan for Vipix right now, especially for those catch-up mission in terms of numbers. They will be going in on a wipeout against Team Fighters, putting them on 11th place in this map.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Team Fighters on that revival just could not hit the ground. Shot out of the skies. Cartel Sur almost got annihilated as well, but decent enough on those revivals. Hitting the triple revival, the team is back in action. 10 more. Okay, they're still on those revivals because, if I'm not mistaken, Fisher Tiger was the squad that was shutting them down one after the other. I mean, quite impressive if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher Tiger, I think they have motivation. The refresh on the opponents is something that they are taking advantage of, especially in this, though it's a second time around for them and for the other teams to play here. There's still more opportunities that they can use, especially in the different scenario of Kalahari. But Gaviota taking or putting some shots onto Minor, but King will be taken down by John B with that Woodpecker. So Gaviota is not looking good right now in terms of their battle against INV, but they're still not backing off. They want to trade off on those elimination, and that Skylar Riptide Rhythm make sure that Minor will not be picked up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gaviota down on the ground. King on the way back in here, but there's a lot of risk if he lands right on them. McQuinn and Low has to circle around, and INV is out of there. They don't want to take this heat. John B, the final player to make his way away, and Low has got the perfect position to shut down John B. How many glue walls do you have on yourself, John B? That's going to be the question. But Low taking a big risk here. Thankfully, he does manage to land on a glue wall, laid out perfectly. And the rest of the Gaviota squad sending INV running away.
Well, John B was just a distraction as Alex is on a mission to revive a teammates. Not only has we brought in Minor as well as Erica, but also quickly revive John B. So INV is still full squad, but they are on a hit list. So I don't think Gaviota, or Vipix rather, is finished with their run just yet on Shrines. They have spotted a couple of players INV, and let's see if Vipix can continue on. But I think it's prioritizing on getting the next phase of the circle, because the closing would be triggered in a few seconds, and they need to find foundation or position in foundation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is one of the best runs we've seen the Punjabi Stunners have for themselves. Going in here for the full unlock on the drop. This is going to give them a big advantage to play not just survival, but also looking maybe for some points out there.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, more points, more chances of them getting into the knockout stage. But it's only week 1. There's still another week, but they need to start right now. Similar to what we've seen on the other teams who are moving up quite quickly compared to them. But GOAT, Eliezer, not quite sure if this is the final player, but Punjabi Stunners might be stunning him right here as a solo mission. Pahadi already on point together with Dark with MP5. Still missing those shots, but finally with a full squad in here, they managed to go for their 4th elimination. But a quick revival has been done by GOAT, so they're not out of the woods just yet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know, this is a possibility of not just getting these points for eliminations, but also maybe even walking away with a booyah.
Oh, yeah.
If the Punjabi Stunners continue to stun everybody in the same way. I don't know if I'm getting a little too excited by this, but that's exactly what we want. And even Fisher Tiger doing well in this lobby. How can you believe that, Nep?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm loving the evolution, the changes of pace that is being done by the team. Early elimination to add up those points, and at least you're not going down with a 0 map. And that is something that's important. We've seen them in other teams like Vipix, and that's how they caught up or make sure that they are within the running in the leaderboard, or the top 12, I would say.
Oh, yeah.
Cardinal Sordo, this is a slow run for them, and if I'm mistaken, this is the first or second time that they will be playing here, and they didn't put up so much of points, only 10 previously, 3 on the placement and 7 elimination, so they don't want to happen. They want to find a final circle, and that's where they rack up all those elimination points.
Oh yeah, no doubt. And of course, 0-1. Looking for... okay, all right. We got the takoyaki truck again. Man, I'm already hungry after all these hours of just speaking non-stop. You know, it works up quite the appetite. looking at a takoyaki truck is not what I want right now.
Well, let's see. I mean, they're moving out of the way, out into the blue. Not quite sure what the mission is, but they are far away in the next phase of the circle. So 0-1, questionable move right now, but if they can go behind Punjabi Stunners, probably a backstab might happen, but John B, no backstab needed because low is going high with that woodpecker, and the next target would be Erica. So it's two different teams that they are one team that they're targeting, but two different direction. And I love the game sense coming from Gaviota right now. And as early as close to 10.5 minutes, they have 11 points already. And no surprise that they're aiming for that booyah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And INV about to get toasted because 2 players down and dusted already. Okay, this is a big fight now. Punjabi Stunners up against 90 Picket Esports. Johan tagged up. Alangsi as well. Oh, great play with that FGL, just forcing them away from the wall. There is a vending machine here that obviously the Punjabi Stunners want to camp on. 90 Picket Esports are going to have a drive-by here. 0-1 Sports as well. And it looks like 0-1 Sports is going to stop and check out what the situation is looking like. Oh, this is not looking good for 90 Picket Esports.
Oh, no.
Punjabi Stunners on the reposition. Dark getting a couple of shots on connection, but he has to be careful out in the open. Johan! Beautiful time turner pulled out, and Shooter runs straight in towards him, looking for the Trogon on Annihilation. They get it! Punjabi Stunners stunning them out of 90 Picket Esports.
Great turn defense coming from this team of Punjabi Stunners. Well, hopefully they don't end up again on a billboard cam, because right now they have a lot. But 0-1 being eliminated. They were just passing by. They are in the vehicle. They could have taken part of this engagement. Still don't know who took them down, but unfortunate for them. They are close earlier on grabbing that booyah, but now no chance. But for the GOAT, 2 elimination already, targeting INB. Of course, if this is smart, but we've seen how INB has been in trouble earlier, but who's in trouble more? GOAT Esports with less HP, especially from Gabo, and it's only Garcia that might save them.
Yeah, Punjabi Stunners understanding how much it hurts to get your whole squad annihilated, leaving Stewart all alone in the 90 Picket Esports, telling him, yeah, go revive your team members. We'll see you guys in the next circle. Fish Tiger right there beside them, just beyond the maze. Cartel Sir is going to try to gatekeep the Punjabi Stunners. INV, on the other hand, losing Alex. John B on the landing wireless. Great position. They take advantage. And 90 Picket Esports got eliminated by the circle? He was just beside the vending machine.
Unfortunate. No time. Probably prioritize on the revive, but even the time is against him. Even INB doesn't have that chance. So they're already out, and GOAT right now will be taken down. YLS, where have you been? Where has this tenacity been from yesterday? And even Cartel Sur is in trouble. So I guess there's more chances for those on the bottom of the leaderboard to catch up. Only Vipex would be the threat together with a couple of players from Gaviota's squad.
Now, of course, Gaviota is going to be kicking butt here if they are allowed to survive a little bit too long. But the underdogs definitely rising up to the occasion. Tornado needs one final corner, finds that perfectly with the M590, and Cartel Sir is out in 6. But YLS now booking a date with the players on the side of Fisher Tiger.
And see, I mean, a little bit of speed up with that inhaler would help Tornado get away from this onslaught that is being done by Fisher Tiger and YLS. So up close and personal, a 3v3, make that 4v4. And Dung right now at AWM will need to go for that shot, and that is a headshot in the foot as he makes that knockdown, and a pickup can be done as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eagle down on the ground, YLS not looking too good now. Fisher Tiger actually turning the tables on the YLS players. This is so unbelievable. And, you know, we talked about this, but I didn't really expect to see so many teams make that breakthrough and show us a different version of themselves. Now, Kyutai has to be really careful. A sliver of health left on him, and a great maneuver into the circle. Pulls up a double glue wall to protect himself as well. Manages to get that Energizer, extra speed boost, and he's going to go in for the jump pad. The mini jump pad putting the players on the side of Fisher Tiger in a perfect spot, and the glue wall stuck on that landing, saving Kyutai. Dung has to deal with the Riptide Rhythm. Skylar in action for the side of Gaviota. Dung on the ground. Kyutai
There's a sliver of health left on him and Fisher Tiger. They've come far enough, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to take a step further.
Yeah, I mean, it is Vipex on top of them and also in clear view of the rest of the squad. But Gaviota can be the distraction on Vipex that would save Fisher Tiger at this point. And Yurks right now not making those shots, not landing those shots against the opponent, only a glue wall, but it doesn't even take it out. Lovis XL, the sniper, the MVP out of this team, not getting that much elimination. So they need to flank and probably spot out one final player from Fisher Tiger, which is Q time at Lovis! There goes the finisher against Gaviota, but unfortunately, he also got shot down by YLS.
Yeah, beautiful play. Punjabi Stunners are still alive. My God, the underdogs are in here to play for sure, but we still do have two big titans, Gaviota and Vipex, looking for the booyah. YLS just doesn't have enough players. Punjabi Stunners gonna have to try to hope and pray they find some sort of survival. Tornado in a 1v2 up against Yolkis and Almi would be a delight to watch for sure, but it's the other way around as Yolkis brings the Mag 7 straight to Tornado. And now YLS gonna get wiped out here by Gaviota. King finding the first one with the M590. Almi down on the ground. Gaviota down. Lopez from afar. M82B finding the perfect connection through those glue walls. King as well down. And here comes Vipex to wipe the floor with the players of Gaviota.
Gaviota, who? That is what they had to say. The final player of YLS will be taken down. Vipex goes for that elimination. And I'm really loving this side of Vipex. No more slowing down. No more waiting for the perfect opportunity. They make that opportunity for themselves. And they grab that booyah once again.
Amen to that. Vipex with a great game. I mean, not the biggest game we've seen so far in terms of eliminations, but definitely good enough to really bring them up to the top, right? And it all started off with the battle up against Fisher Tiger. And surprisingly enough, Fisher Tiger sent them running away. And from almost being annihilated to coming back to get the booyah, this is not the first time you're seeing a storyline like this, but it's very impressive what these boys have managed to do.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Fisher Tiger is evolving quite well and taking advantage of some of the teams that is not quite, I would say, familiar on the movement in Kalahari. And this is one thing. If you have map advantage, it brings you to different numbers overall. But hopefully that's not the case every time. And, well, Fisher Tiger, I'm just loving how they are right now. But another team that shows differently is the fight from the Punjabi Stunners. Most instances, a couple already, that we've seen survivability in there despite of not having a full squad. And this is just one way of getting all those points. But hopefully later on, we've seen more of that, the kind of skills being put into play for them to survive as a full squad and giving more opportunity for them to grab the booyah.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. I mean, and Punjabi Stunners, the consistency of survival is very impressive, very exciting to watch. Not just them, Fisher Tiger with a big step up. Not only are they surviving, but they're also getting eliminations. And I think this is a very big difference from what we saw from them yesterday. Cartels are not going to be too happy with that. The teams that were finding a great run yesterday kind of nerfed today, at least in the first matchup where they're being reintroduced. But to see Fisher Tiger and the Punjabi Stunners so deep into the final circle definitely was a exciting sight. But I have to say, Vipex were great when it came to the positioning, right? They had that high ground. They knew that they did not need to move too early. And the timing was everything when they went in for that final strike. Of course, Gaviota was kind of ruling the area with, YLS as initially first. But Vipex found that perfect timing to stab them in the back.
Well, for our MVP, Vipex very own Urix right here with 6 eliminations, 7 headshots, 2 assists, and 2,200 onto the damage. Well, he's using that Oscar, and Valiant Dash really helped out in those engagements. But surprisingly, the plasma gun is one of the weapons that he used that put in so much of the damage, if not the elimination. So it's more of an early engagement battle, and this is what I'm loving about Vipex right now. Again, no more waiting. They're putting the engagement early, so just in case they are wiped out, which they weren't, they will still have the numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, he has got the Thiva as well. This is actually one of the support players from the side of Vipex. And when you've got a support player just running circles around your opponents, then you've got a little bit of a trouble as well, right? But granted, one of the biggest advantages was that Valiant Dash that he's got in his hands. He's got the Nikita and the Andrew as well, which gives him the capability to be a little bit brave on the front. Even if he's going in for the knock or for the pickup, it still makes Urix a very dangerous player. Not a lot on the damage, which shows us that it was a team play when it came to claiming a lot of these lives. And it didn't really seem like Vipex was sneaking off eliminations from the other squad. So this definitely shows a very balanced, damage coming through from the whole squad.
Yeah, let's head over to the head-to-head, and who's challenging Urix in here on the board? It's Gaviota from Gaviota. So he's named after the team, or he named the team, and he is putting in so much of fight with the damage in there, 2,800 to get over the 5 elimination. But unfortunately for him, he was not given an opportunity for any headshots. So that leaves him quite far in comparison to Urix. But I would say Gaviota, this is one of the key factors why they're getting all those booyahs as well as all those points, but hopefully this is just the beginning, and it's not so much of point that Gaviota has put on, and Vipex is just taking advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, less eliminations, more damage, no headshots for Gaviota. Urix, on the other hand, 7 headshots, just shows how deadly he is when it comes to taking him on 1v1. You're probably going to be on the ground first, regardless of the gun that you have, because if this guy is going straight for the head, you're not going to stand a chance with the damage sustained. Let's take a look at the overall statistics as well to see if or not we had a massive game here. 81 eliminations isn't too bad out of 98 knocks in total, 41 rescues. 51 of those shots came through as a headshot, 58k damage. A little bit of a slower game for sure, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely a slower game indeed. And 41 on the revives or rescues only shows that some of the teams are prioritizing on those vending machine, and not a lot had been guarding it. And we've seen that in the matches earlier, even in the replay. They have the opportunity to guard those vending machine, but they're more focused on going in and eliminating the entire squad. Thus, the chase happened, and the switcheroo is being done by some of the smarter teams. So I'm loving that tactic as well. Keeps the ball running for them and not being left all out.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt at all. Let's take a look at the match standings to see exactly who managed to keep up with Gaviota. It's the one and only Vipex, the Booyah winners, 26 points because of the 14 eliminations, lesser than Gaviota for sure. But this is why you want to aim for the Booyah, especially in those final circles. You got to figure out exactly how to get it done. And instead of going in for the rush like Gaviota, Vipex played their timing really, really well. What's more impressive than Vipex and Gaviota? Get out of here, guys. Fisher Tiger and Punjabi Stunners, 17 and 16 points. What else do I need? I'm a happy kid.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher Tiger, though, despite of not so much from when we introduced them, they still have 2 more capabilities, and then slowly for each match, they're putting in the numbers. They started with 5, 4, and then it's this 17 points that they have right now. And given the chance of more of those early engagement, then we might have more in Purgatory as well as Bermuda before we end the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you look towards the bottom, Team Fighter, Austin X Dammy, just not really doing too good. O1 Esports, same situation. 90 Pickett kind of had a big drop in terms of performance this time around, surprisingly. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see where this has pushed Gaviota's squad now, because they are currently on the 4th spot with 2 more games to go. So this is a big, big opportunity for them overall.
Yeah, I mean, before the start of the day, they were number 1, and they're slowly catching up. And as you can see, the lead is quite huge.
Yes.
Comparing them and Celtic Gaming. But we've seen the number of points the Gaviota squad can do. So in one more game, they can catch up. But I don't think they will be able to reach the number 1 spot because of the effort that has been done by the current top 3 that we have right now. But there's no question that when we reintroduce them on next week, that's where they hustle even more. But speaking of hustling, Vipex has hustled so much because beginning of the day, they were very low. So far from the top 12 or from top 6, and now they're back in the board.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Back on the board for sure. Let's take a look at the next page as well. The bottom 12. 90 Picket Esports. I was expecting this to be the game where they climbed into the top 12, but unfortunately, they got stunned. And speaking of stunned, Punjabi Stunners on the 14th spot. I mean, believe it or not, this is a dream come true for the Punjabi Stunners. This is the kind of run they want to have. I want to see them in the knockout stage. I want to see them in the grand finals. Because this is exactly what they need, right? They are showing if you put in the work, if you put in the hustle, you're going to be able to climb up the leaderboard. And just like them, Fisher Tiger, a team that was just getting pummeled yesterday, is showing up big time today, not just with the survival. I mean, any team can survive into the final circle just by hiding, just by trying to make sure they route, their way into the final circle without being detected at all. But to get there with eliminations is actually a big effort. So props to Fisher Tiger on the 21 spot, not too far away from the 18th.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward for them to catch up in the 18 by end of the day, and then it's a much easier run by next week because that leaves them only 2 more days of battle to secure their spot onto the knockout stage. But that goes for everyone else, not just Fisher Tiger, not just for Punjabi Stunners. And props to Punjabi Stunners. I was looking forward to them from the beginning of this season as well of FFWS USA because if not quite sure if I told you the story, one of their players, or if not their captain, jumped into my stream and announcing that they are part of this league, and I was looking forward to that name in here. Yesterday was not a good run, but today, yes. Props to you guys. Do it. Continue doing that and improve even more. And we want to see you on grand finals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. No doubt at all. We want to see the Punjabi Stunners on the grand finals. So let's take a look at the schedule of the day as well. Just for a quick recap, guys, because we are on game 7 already. It's been quite the long run here for this broadcast. We've got 2 more games to go. Purgatory and Bermuda between groups B and A. And from what we have seen so far, you've got the top dogs, you've got the underdogs, and everybody is out here to put on a good show. I'm very excited to see exactly how we're going to end up by the end of this day. And no doubt at all, Gaviota Squad and Vipex, you were talking about how, in one game, they might not be able to do this. But I think if they really hustle and they give us the maximum of whatever aggression they can bring out there, 30 points is a very big possibility here for the side of Gaviota Squad. And I won't put it past Vipex Esports as well because, dude, this Vipex Esports, they've been looking mediocre, but they are in your top 5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really looking forward to what Vipex and Gaviota is. We're going to show up this time around. But 2 more chances in this game, Purgatory, and hopefully it's not that rough in terms of flight path.
Yeah.
But I'm still looking for the chaos. I'm still looking for the chaos at Purgatory. Always ensues, or most of the time ensues. And this is where they can grab all those points. The key factor here for them to get all those 30 points that is needed, or 30 plus points, is to start off hot. So if they can hot trap a different team and then survive, go compound to compound and do the same thing, even grab the booyah, yes, it is possible. Even in one game, very, very close to get that 30.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, we are looking forward to seeing a lot more action. And in the final 2 games, I think that's exactly what they're going to serve up, right? Because we've got a lot of teams who are looking to make it into the top 18. And this is where the pressure starts to be piled on because granted, it's only day 2 of our competition, but we only have 4 days in the group stage. So if you don't start hustling now, you're probably going to get left behind. And I'm very sure none of them want this for themselves. They want to get into the knockout stage. They want to stand a chance to play for the grand finals as well. Again, this is the grouping of A and B. The battle at Purgatory for Game 8 is about to kick off. And we might just be able to see a brand new team on the number 1 spot by the end of this if Gaviota or Vipex can hit a 30-pointer.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be saved, but I don't think so because neither heaven or hell can save their souls as they jump in to Purgatory from Marble Works towards Forge. The flight path has been laid, but it's depending on the team onto where they drop, or will they take the early engagement in this game?
Yeah, 0-1. Is just spreading out real wide at Marbleworks. This is a very risky play because Vipex right beside them might be able to overwhelm this squad in the earlier parts of this matchup. AXD
On the circling in from Quarry might be able to find themselves a little bit of a victim as well. Fisher Tiger, early engagement up against the Punjabi Stunners, and this is not what I was expecting because the two underdogs that I was cheering for meeting very, very early, and this is not looking good for the Punjabi Stunners. Dark trying his best to get out of here. He's got a vending machine right in front, so there's a possibility of survival here for the Punjabi Stunners. All he needs is one revive, and then, yeah, there you go. Shooter's right back in here.
Let's see now. And Shooter is one of survivor of the team. I don't think he'll be landing on any billboard, but Dark needs to go dark right now. There's a lot of trailer that he can hide up, but not from that Homer. And HBH with MP40, but still up close and personal with a Winchester, but it doesn't last long. Not even a finisher to add up to the points, but they can take it. They manage to revive one teammate, and the battle is on for Punjabi Stunners. And again, I do agree. We don't want to see both of these teams meet up early and also away from any compound, but I guess that's what they were taking advantage of. Only mini Uzis in hand, and Fisher Tigers is the one winning it.
As expected, the players on the side of Vipex going in for the strike. O1 Esports just caught out in wrong place, wrong time. They chose their spot. I guess they chose their graves here because Vipex is not just looking for a victory, they're looking for a big, big victory. A 30-pointer off of this game. And O1 has just kicked that runoff for them.
Now let's see though if Vipex can continue on running down on O1, because I'm seeing a couple of players in here moving away. Lotex on the ground. Gori, I don't think he will be able to get away. It is a chase off right now. There goes the boost. Gori just moves away in a perfect timing. And I guess Gori is just a better driver than Vipex right here, and that saved him from trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. In the real world, those fences would have broken down, but not in Free Fire. Game mechanics saving Gori, at least for the time being. But you know, the hit list already purchased, so Gori really can't hide. He can run, but he can't hide. Oh, he can revive though.
Yeah. Well, Des is back, and it's a 1v2 situation, and a couple of players from Vipex is far away! Go! Take a vehicle and get away! Probably confirm those elimination. This would be the survival of O1. There goes the Riptide Rhythm, and there goes the finisher from Lopez XL. And unfortunate for him, he doesn't end the couple of knockdowns already, but the mission has been completed. The revive has been done, and there's still hope for O1 Esports.
Oh, God, he almost got him, man. What a play by the guy. Lianen was on, both knocked down. Phenomenal plays. And it just wasn't enough. The numbers finally catching up. Vipex, that was a scary situation for them. Goat Esports, on the other hand, is what? Is annihilating Gaviota of all squads? Talk about some underdog play.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure what happened right there. Probably more of positional advantage being taken by Goat, getting in onto drop early in this area, and then finishing them off with better weapons. And Goat is on a roll right now, completely annihilating YLS, who was a threat earlier in the final circle. So Goat is on a good run, and hopefully continues, but they are on a hitless run. But speaking of run, well, the run for O1 Esports is over as they have been annihilated, so we're left with 10.
Yep, now AXD is the next victim for Vipex. They're cleaning up house one after the other as they come across these squads. Great time turner. Links in and out, but the numbers will play against him. Although he does manage to get a knock with the M590. That's not going to come through. Nothing! Emilio out of nowhere with a shot onto Azon. Can Emilio get the finisher here? Urix with the M1887 still cannot get the job done. The Drogon strong in the hands of Emilio.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if this is Vipex. I believe it's AXD who put in that lining zone, thus more HPs being reduced from Vipex. But a pickup has been done once again, similar to what we've seen earlier. And there goes Lopez XL for the finisher. Great angle. Even without the view of Wason and Leon, they're still doing so well individually. So that's 8 elimination, and that's the 5.5-minute mark. With 9 teams remaining, there's still a lot of chances. Speaking of chances, there goes Team Fighters losing their chance to get into the final circle.
Yeah, all they need is 30 points. So now if they get the booyah, they're already at 20. So Vipex needs 11 more eliminations, right? Because 30 is not enough. 31 is what they need to aim for. Very doable looking at the way they are running through this matchup now.
Let's see. I mean, that's a long run for them, but it's not impossible. We've seen a lot of teams grab 35, especially with how they are starting this off. But Fisher Tiger and Punjabi Stunners is not far away from each other. The only contradiction to that team versus team would be Cartel Sur, who's putting so much of pressure on both sides, especially Fury with AC-80 through the trees. And with information relay, especially on those tag up, Crippy can creep up and go for the finisher. But on the other side, Goat is feeling it from INV, though this is the first couple of elimination from this team that we expect to go for a quick run on each match. They are slowing down.
Slowing down just a little bit. They don't really want to get too aggressive just yet. It's not about the numbers for INV in terms of eliminations. They just want to consistently get to that final circle, secure that booyah for themselves. And I think that's a sound decision, unlike Vipex, who's aiming for the #1 spot. But I don't put it past INV as well. I think they're just trying to gather up a little bit of confidence before they go all out. But one team definitely needs to step it up, and that's Cartel Sur. Earlier, they got annihilated way too early, but this time with the 6 eliminations in hand, they are looking solid.
Let's see, though. They have 6 elimination, a few more, especially with a couple of teams surrounding them that they can chase around towards this outside of the circle. But Bahati spotted Boyd. Let's see if he can avoid being detected by Creepy. But I think he spots out Cartel Sur quite quickly and pulls up that glue wall in perfect timing. But Cryo Mine tags them, and INB goes in for the chase against GOAT Esports. That is a different team that we're talking. Back to Fisher team. They are still struggling, but survivability is on them.
If INV likes those goats a lot, they should definitely go to Saudi Arabia. They've got some good lamb over there. Cartel Sur looking for more victims, and it might just be Fisher Tiger next on the menu. No Joy, 0, double shots, easy elimination. The rest of the Fisher Tiger squad is already backed away looking for that revival. They've got a vehicle in hand, so patients are going to be fairly quick. Pahadi expires, Creepy claims that life. 9 eliminations so far for Cartel Sur. Looking solid.
Yeah, Cartel Sur right now. And earlier, I think, like, No Joy just sit that one out. One reason why they were taken out a little bit early. This time, survivability is on there. They have one of the best players that they have in the team, and they can continue the role, not only with the 9 points they have, they can slowly move into the next phase of the circle. That would be a safer spot for them, because as we move in phase after phase, especially in this one going in third, there's not so much of real estate that will be left for them. So that would spell trouble towards getting that booyah. But for 90 Steward, they're not targeting any teams compared to the earlier matches. I guess they learned their lesson, especially in the failure that they have. But that was a good run for them if they are aiming to grab all those points. But a little bit switch up doesn't hurt. If they will get all those placement points, probably a booyah, then that would be a great motivation for the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And Vipex, 8 eliminations. 1 less than Cartel Sur. But obviously they know they are in a good position because Vipex has already collected those big points. Now they're looking for that booyah. Because it's not like they have to hit all 31 points in one game. They've got 2 games to play.
Yeah.
So no reason to get careless and go all out just to lose that opportunity and the advantage they have, because they've got a lot of loot. They've got a lot of free fire coins in their pocket as well. But Vipex might just come across a squad that has got the hunger in them. The Punjabi Stunners rotating from Quarry towards Golf Course. Might just come across Vipex at Mount Villa. And if you get Esports though, time turn up. Beautiful play. Langsy down and Goat Esports about to get roasted.
Yeah, they are slowly being cooked right now. And Eliezer, again, the survivor team, trying to go outside of the blue, probably heading into Brasilia for that vending machine. But there's still a couple of players that might stop them. But there you go, mission has been done. Even triggering the Moors just to make sure he's not spotted. And a full revival. With 4 elimination, there's still chance for them. But again, real estate is still an issue. There's not so much of landing or dropping spot for them, even compounds to work with. And I'm seeing a similar approach that we've seen earlier on Vipex taking the high ground. So this is a Fuego tactic that might work once again.
Yeah, Crippy. 3 eliminations. Cartel Sir doing great from the very start, but now falling apart. Trying to take advantage of Fisher Tiger from afar. And Crippy with the 300 coins needs to figure out exactly how he's going to bring his buddies right back in here, because even if he finds a vending machine, it's going to get annihilated. He needs 100 more coins to be able to pull them back in. But the guy is trigger happy. He's shooting everyone. And he's going to bring a lot of attention to himself. I think Crippy has given up on bringing his team members back in here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not so much of room really to get into the vending machine, and not only is he short of cash, he's also short of teammates. So why not just fight it off? They have done a few of those eliminations already, but if he can at least pull off one revive, one clutch on the revive, then that's more hope. But not against INV, and that shot from John B, but a trade-off is quickly done just like that. But you know how FIBA works? Quick half a second on a pickup, and IMV is back on the feet. And I think the same goes for 90 Pikere, but they don't have that much elimination. They don't have that much pressure that they are building against opponents. Thus, they are stuck right now in this airdrop using that launch pad to get away.
I'm so glad to see John B, Erica, and all not annoying me with the Tung 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 Zahur skin. I mean, the last season was just so irritating. At least now they're running around like little human beings. Vipex 10 eliminations, Nep. And the party squad, the Punjabi stunners, are right in front of them beyond this little hillock. They need to peek over, and it's going to be an all-out battle. But, it looks like the Punjabi stunners are well-positioned in their defensive spots. Very smartly played here. They'll have to move, though. And when they move, 90 Pikere Esports is going to have a field day striking all of them down.
Let's see, though. Stolen by Eliezer. But that only gives them that opportunity to get onto more shots. Now, Punjabi Stunners already felt the wrath as well as the presence of Vipex slowly moving into the other compound, but they don't know that 90 Pikere is already onto the other side. So knockdown has been ensued onto Punjabi Stunners, and this might spell trouble, especially if the pickup has not been done. So Vipex is on the run to get 4 more points out of the 10 that they already have, but Leon slowly receiving some damage, but it doesn't slow them down. A full squad can still be recovered. Unfortunately, Wasson doesn't survive.
Yeah, Leanne, a sliver of health left on him here. Vipex looking to survive this one best possible. 3 more players on their side. Leanne needs to find some sort of a recovery. Urix right outside the circle as the Punjabi Stunners get eliminated. Beautiful Riptide rhythm here by Lopez XL. AWM VSK in hand, switching between the 2 long-range weapons, getting the tag onto Johan as well. But great lineup of defenses out of those blue balls to allow them to quickly rotate into that container. INV up against GV. Gaviota looking for the annihilation, but INV Esports holding their fort fairly strong here, recovering before they move on out to shut down Gaviota, one player after the other.
Gaviota being removed of the list and running and catching up with points against those above them. And it is 90 Pikere who's trying to gatekeep Vipex right now. They were waiting for the perfect opportunity, and this is it. A chance to eliminate the top dog. So they have already put in numbers, but Vipex is still short on the number. Now, the problem begins now. INV already hitting in the middle, and they triggered that lightning zone just to make sure that no one can can chase them in, and 9 Piketty is receiving all those shots, not only from Lightning Zone, but also from Minor.
Yeah, absolutely. Alangsi down on the ground. John B taking out the final goat. It's now left to INV and 90 Piketty Esports. The consistency out of 90 Piketty Esports to climb up into the top 12 is just so absolutely beautiful to watch. They're not giving up just yet, but Alangsi taken out by the Ice Grenade. Alex Erica finding one for himself as well, and the M590 on fire for the side of INV Esports as they strike a booyah for themselves. The second one in the group stage.
Yeah, INV for that booyah, but still props to 90 Piketty. Though they didn't survive that battle, it only needed one player, if not two, to gun them down on that final moment. But reaching the final circle seems to be very difficult for the other teams, and that is giving props to 90 right there. And that gives more chance of them to move up, and if I'm not mistaken, that might help them cross over to the 12th spot.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's definitely going to bump them up just a little bit since Power Rangers is not playing right now. 5 Stars is taking a break as well from Group C. So climbing up the leaderboard is definitely going to be a possibility for 90 Piketty Esports. But Team INV, the team that's just right below Vipex Esports, one of them who's capable of climbing up into the #1 spot as well, doing not just fairly well, doing great in this game to get to that final circle, almost annihilated in a couple of those instances, but now actually making a run, making a play for that #1 spot, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to how they ended up in terms of numbers. And again, INV Sports was below Gaviota squad earlier, but now slowly but surely catching up on the points. Same goes for Vipex Esports, and they were even further down the road, further down the board in terms of numbers. But we've seen how well they caught up, and they're starting it slow as usual. And then when they felt that it is not enough, they start off with those early engagement, and it is paying off. It is paying off, and I guess they're very, very close to the next team above them.
Yeah, and it was a scrappy play from the very start. Vipex initially getting 2 squads back to back. They annihilated both of them. And this was that brilliant play out of O1 Esports. Gotti almost got him, but the numbers goes up to catch up to them. And, unfortunately for them, Vipex would make it through that battle, annihilating them, stopping all of those potential revives, and then picking up more points later on down the game. Cartel Sur, one of those teams that weren't very lucky this time.
Yeah, I mean, they have been eliminated quite unfortunate in this fight, and then with Krippy, the only one remaining, not so much of a vending machine as well as coins to work with, was left solo in the middle of everyone else in the final 4 or 5 teams remaining at this point. But I'm still loving the survivability. Hopefully they just bring back what they showed yesterday, but how can they do it if the other teams are showing up like INV, Gaviota, Vipex definitely, and even 90 Piketty? But Vipex needs to slow down a little bit because they're risking those opportunities of the booyah, and even 90 Piketty is bringing them down. So that's just my thought, but I guess some of the teams are evolving even further, improving match after match, day after day. And that's what we love to see from these teams.
Yeah, no doubt at all. I think we love seeing, teams like INV really step it up. 14 eliminations in total as they manage to grab the booyah here for themselves. And the MVP, once again, the one and only Lopez XL. 4 eliminations, 2 headshots, 2 assists, 3,195 on the damage. Rocking the Riptide Rhythm. This time, late into the circle, the Riptide Rhythm did have a few effects, but it's still not converting the way it used to convert in the past. The time taken for those Riptide Rhythms to break down those glue walls is a little bit too long, giving teams enough time to set up another glue wall just outside the perimeter of that Riptide Rhythm and then running away to it, right? So making the Skylar not very viable. I like that Lopez is trying to get creative with this, but if he continues to force this, the squad might not be able to dominate or become champion by the end. Unless he's hoping and praying by the time they somehow get to the Esports World Cup, Skylar is back in the meta, then okay, it's good to practice.
Well, let's see though. Let's see if that works because right now the Nairi is not even used to fortify those glue walls. But still, the glue walls are still up. There's still a layer of defense for those glue walls, and Skylar is not that much. So either Nero or Morse might work for him. But let's head over to head-to-head on who's challenging our MVP right now, and John B from INV with 4 elimination as well as similar on damage. Headshot though is more from Lopez XL, but both of them have been using snipers, and one thing is for sure, John B can go for a CQC, but Lopez XL, position-wise, he's always lead the pack, and we mentioned that for Hugo earlier, but he's not going in front. He's going for a flank. Reminds me of a Dew. For some instance, he knows how to position himself well and spot his opponent. So Lopez XL, one of the best snipers in the USA right now. Let's see what more he can bring.
Yeah, no doubt at all, man. Both of these players toe-to-toe in terms of their stats. Really like how their logos behind their heads are actually positioned very well. Like a crown
I'm quite
on
sure
their
about
head.
John B though. It looks like a, what do you call it? Flock of seagulls. Flock of seagulls hairstyle. Sorry, kids. I'm pretty sure you don't know flock of seagulls.
Or his hair has grown wings, but either way, John B, definitely veteran player here in the USA. Amazing stuff out of this guy in the previous season and this season as well. I think INV is a squad that's going to go very far. It's going to be a tough fight for the grand finals between these squads. There's really no telling exactly who's going to be able to grab that ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Let's take a look at the overall statistics of this matchup as well. I don't know if or not we managed to cross that 100 eliminations. In fact, we're very far away from it. 67 eliminations in total, 41 headshots. Total rescues only 27. A little bit of a slower matchup for sure. Very scrappy. And INV, this is not the most number of eliminations that we've seen from a squad in a game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were slowed down because of how well the other teams are catching up in the points. And I guess it translates, the less rescues or revives we have, the less elimination we're getting. Because there is a limit out of the number of teams or number of players that we have. And if you don't get that revive, there's no cycling all through all those eliminations. So I guess that's one thing that we can look into. But the knockdowns per se, even more from earlier. Then this only shows accuracy from each of the players or the aggression from most of the players. But it also shows the survivability of them because knockdown picked up. And the Tiva, we've seen that work very many times. And I guess it's still working this time.
Yeah, it most definitely has been working in the past as well, right? I think the Tiva combination with the time turner off of that chrono is a fantastic thing to have. Even that Olivia as well. But that's something that we don't see the teams in the USA using. The combination between Tiva and Olivia. They're focusing on the Tiva. They're leaving out Olivia. And I feel like this is a big miss of opportunity because you are able to pick up your team member, but allowing them to recover a little bit more with that Olivia surely goes a little bit of a longer way. They're playing their chances. They're expecting their team members to just use those medkits. But in a heated situation where you're going to be ganged upon by so many other players out there on the battlefield, it does make a world of difference. But it's something that they have to catch up with soon enough before they meet the other regions from across the world. But of course, focusing just in the USA so far, it looks like they are able to pull it off fantastically. INV Esports up on top with the 26 points. Vipex right behind them with the 19. We talked about how they needed 31, and now they're a little bit closer. Very excited to see the overall leaderboard in a bit, Neptune.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, great strides being done by the teams. Gaviota, even Vipex in there. Gaviota, I know currently they're in 7th spot, but they were very close in the top 3 earlier. So 12 points is enough for them to stay afloat and catch up, especially with the final match that is bound to happen in a bit. Now, 90 Piquetti, though, 16 elimination. This is something that I thought was just a fluke from when they showed up. First, they eliminated Fuego in the early matches for today, and and then they continue grabbing all those points. So I'm loving this turn of events for this team, and I won't be surprised if they'll be crossing over not only the 12th spot, but even higher to give a leeway on the next week of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, Fisher Tiger, very impressive. Punjabi Stunners, still impressive, although they only managed to scrape away 7 points. I mean, they got to understand they're just 4 points behind Gaviota squad of all teams, right? So this is a great performance. But Cartel Store definitely has, kind of slipped up a little bit here in terms of what they're grabbing out there in the battlefield, which they need to somehow find a fix. Overall statistics overall leaderboard coming up in a little bit. Fuego still with the number 1 spot, MIA Corp in second, Celtic Gaming in third, INV, Gaviota squad, Vipex. Look at the points. 159 tied on the 5th and 6th spot. INV is on 161. That's just 10 points behind the number 1 squad, right? So all three, INV, Gaviota, as well as Vipex, I expect to see them in the top 3 spots right after this matchup, Neptune.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to him, and it's only, I would say, one step, a couple of steps already that they'll be able to catch up to that point.
Yeah.
But looking into those on the 7th as well up until 90 Piketi, though 90 Piketi, I would say, has put in so much of effort in putting in numbers, but no booyahs just yet, and that would help them. Red Eagles, though, had a couple and 5 stars in there, but these two teams are not playing this time around, and those on the next page will give will get more opportunity to catch up, and one of those is Punjabi Stunners, who is on 14, not very far from Power Rangers, who is on 13. So with one game, they might be able to catch up and probably retain that up until next week.
Go, go, Punjabi Stunners. Wrong
team song.
But check out Fisher Tiger on the 19th spot, 55 points, not too far away from breaking into the top 18 from this next matchup. We are on the verge of our final game of the day, and this final matchup is going to be shifting the leaderboard quite a little bit, right? We're going to potentially see Fisher Tiger break into the top 18. We're potentially going to see the top 3 teams switch around because of how close they are to each other. And, this is the beautiful part, right? When we see the knockout stage or when we see the grand finals with all of these teams in one lobby at the same time, my goodness me, it's going to be a slugfest. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be the final game of the day.
Well done, Cheddar.
You free!
Quite a show. Why waste your talent? Ever thought about becoming a mama?
Double commissions as we agreed. As for your friendly invite, I'll let you know when I feel like it.
The scent of uncertainty in the air. I love it! Let's go! We relish making decisions. We delight in making our opinions count. And now that I'm in control, this game is in our hands. So, it's your call.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages. Free Fire World Series USA Spring 2026. This is day 2 of our group stages, and we are on the verge of watching the final battle of the day. Before we take a break for a week, we'll be back next week, of course. But before we wrap things up, we want to see how does the leaderboard shake up. Again, one more game to go. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustache down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the tournament.
Really looking forward to how A and B is going to end this game. We've seen so much potential for the teams right here, but hopefully some of the teams still manage to wake up. Make sure that the bottom 6 will not be easily achieved or will not be easily taken away by the end of this day. But you did mention about 2 weeks of group stages, and we still have more opportunities for next week. But this is where everyone will be keeping an eye on the top 16, because that gives you more idea on how it will end up to by the end of next week and going into the knockout stage. And we've seen great performances from all of the teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the underdogs have really stepped it up. The teams that did not perform yesterday are showing us exactly what they're capable of today. Granted, there are some teams who have not been able to wake up fully in the competition, but you're always going to have your heavy hitters and those who are, well, taking those heavy hits. Fuego on the number 1 spot still, but things are about to get shaken up here. Vipex, Gaviota Squad, INB Esports still in action. Celtic, MIA Corp, Fuego, they are no longer in action. So all they can do is just sit and watch their number 1 spot and number 2 and number 3 be overtaken in a little bit. Cartel, sir, for sure has an opportunity to perhaps step it up, but I don't think they're going to be replacing anybody on the top 6 just yet, because the distance between these teams just a little bit too big at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if given 2 more chances, and also the top 2 out of the groups that we have right now being taken out early, yes, that might be a chance for them to change up the leaderboard. But on to the next page, this is where we want to keep our eyes on, because we also have some gray areas that we need to look into, especially with Fisher Tiger in there, very, very close on 01 Esports, that if they can close that gap, probably gives them more hope for the next week. And we've seen Fisher Tiger do as that. And if I'm mistaken, one of the players from Fisher Tiger has taken a lot of points, or better points indeed from the previous game, which was Boyd, 5 eliminations overall. So hopefully that continues not only for Boyd, but for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. So Power Rangers, Punjabi Stunners, Power Rangers and Flash by Ross obviously not going to be playing in this next game, but Punjabi Stunners have got a great opportunity to overtake Power Rangers, maybe even step into the top 12. All the Punjabi Stunners need to do is get a total of 9 points in this game, and they will be in the top 12. How exciting is that, Neptune? Because this team definitely struggled yesterday. Fisher Tiger is in a similar situation as well. They will be able to jump into the top 18, basically breaking away from relegation zone by the end of week 1. And that's very exciting as well because we started off the day with them dead last.
Yeah, I mean, there's still so much things that we might experience as well as witness right here in the final games. But again, this is not the end for the teams. This is just the end of this week as well as of this day. So Group A and B need to hustle. There's a lot of hurdles that is waiting for them by next week. And again, it's just one day of rest. A lot of teams has evolved quite well. And what more? We want to see how more they put in the effort in taking, like looking at the rotation of their opponents. Who will they be targeting by next week? And hopefully, a lot more of highlights coming from those teams in this battle. But again, overall standings is what they're aiming for. 18 spot for them to get into knockout stage.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is obviously an opportunity to climb. Let's take a look at the map recaps as well because we have got one more game to go. Again, it's going to be at Bermuda, this 9th match. We have got only a single team with a double booyah. Will INV be able to make this their own double booyah day as well? Or maybe even Vipex, right? Because they're coming close enough. In the earlier game, I did expect them to go all out, hitting a 30 bomber, but that did not happen because too many teams were vying for that spot and Vipex kind of faltered early. But in Bermuda, this is now, once again, a big opportunity for them to take a step up. From the 6th spot, jumping into the 1st spot is not an impossible thing for Vipex. It's very doable, but of course, it needs to be with a massive game of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, from the first game that we introduced everyone, that is in Bermuda, and that is where Vipex started off with a booyah. So 12 points, that is a target. They might be able to catch up on that, but that needs that means that they need to survive longer, even against Gaviota as well as INV Esports. So and we've seen how much of a challenge that is, especially in early engagement. Even the back and forth between these two teams or three teams is deadly. So I want to see them survive, and also the other teams, well, they need to fight back. Just making sure that they can pull these three away from grabbing that top 3. I know the storyline is being broken right now, but if some of the teams in the lower part of our leaderboard can amp it up, then yes, they can successfully eliminate those top 3 in our current groupings and then move up the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to that as well. Not because, I prefer these 3 teams being in the top 3, but also because we want to see a little bit of competition. We want to see, stiff competition at the very top of the leaderboard because we want to, check out exactly what the environment is going to potentially look like for the grand finals. A little bit of a sneak peek doesn't hurt anyone, right? And of course, it's going to give them an opportunity as well to kind of test what they've got up against each other without actually going up against each other full on in a lobby. Because imagine just stacking the top 12 teams currently that we have in one lobby and asking them to slug it out. We are no longer going to see those massive points because those massive points are built off of teams that are struggling down at the bottom. And if you have got just a grouping of titans or 12 teams full of squads that know how to rotate, very good proficient on those gun skills, the snipes are perfect, those revives are perfect, then you're going to struggle just a tad bit to collect as many points out there. So, of course, we still have to keep all of that drama for the grand finals for now. One more game to go. Absolutely excited to see if or not the shuffle is going to happen, or will the nervousness kind of prevent some teams from performing.
That's one thing. I mean, that is the trouble that we have, especially in the final moments like this where everything, well, not everything, but a lot is at stake. It means that your motivation would be hampered with that fear, and how it is in fear. That's one reason why we want to stay happy so that we don't have any fear at all. And despite of how long the day has been, we're still smiling. We're still happy and excited to see how this final game is going to start off as well as end. As we reintroduce you to the OG map Bermuda, game number 9, the final game between A and B for today.
It's hard to not smile when you've got so many amazing games, so many amazing teams showing you just free fire perfection out there on the battlefield. But we're gearing up for the final game. We're going back to the good old Bermuda to see exactly who gets to dominate. Is this going to be an explosive one? I sure as hell hope it is. As the flight path cuts through Mars Electric all the way down to Shipyard, opening up the full map for play.
Well, let's see, though, who's going to drop early and safely, I would say, because a lot of teams really need those safe drops and no early engagement. And I won't be surprised if this is a slow round because, again, we keep mentioning about what is at risk right now, especially if those who are trying to catch up on the top 3 of the leaderboard. But as we look into 01 Esports, there's great potential for them, but initial engagement against Team Fighters, best team to go against, especially if you were trying to catch up at a point, because to be honest, Team Fighters is not putting up so much of a fight.
So everybody just decided to drop right below the flight path? Okay, it's time for an exciting match with multiple hot drops here. And it looks like 01 Sports is going to be a tad bit tortured as Team Fighters step up to the plate here. But it looks like they are doing the torturing initially. VSK's big guns, great time turner timing. One shoe as Vyom gets taken down, has the opportunity to pick him right back up. Question is, does he want to take that risk?
Let's see, I mean, the follow-up is quite well for them as well as the revive one was. So even one of their players being taken down, they're not faltering at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Good time turner. Clearly has the Tiva on his side. That was an instantaneous pickup. Lotex Bao now on the chase off to Ayanokochi. Oh, great. Ducking away. But the Moko tags him up already. So Lotex Bao knows he is exactly there. Gets tagged up by the Cryo Mine as well. Lotex Bao and Des just around the wall. And the marker falls off of Ayanokochi, so they don't have information on where he is anymore. But it's a 2v1. As Wah steps up as well, Des finding the final shot onto Ayanokochi. But just this one single player from Team Fighters has kept the whole squad of 01 distracted.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, not everyone was distracted because Golding was focusing on a couple of players away from that compound. But here comes 90 Piketty, and let's see if they can bring it to 100 right now with Johan and Stewart. But Fama's not a weapon that I often use, especially in this engagement. But early engagement, you grab what you have and go to a smart move on repositioning using that more, so it gives more information for the rest of this team, and they can go for the push.
Yeah, Fama's definitely not my first pick as well, but you know, when you are in a situation where you don't really have other guns, yeah, you'll take whatever you get. Great time turner, Cryo Mine tossed on out there as well. No glue walls for you, sir, says the boys from the side of 01 Sports. Stewart now a little bit challenged. Double revolver in the hands of, wow, the P90 gets flipped out. This is 01 Sports at their very best. I've not seen them this lethal ever since we started off this competition.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember correctly, Wah is part of Cold Esports, and Cold was a little bit cold in early parts of the battle from the previous season of FFWSC, and now he's leading the fray, and I guess this was a warm-up. The early warm-up as well as the experience that he have is showing them that they can make, put on the effort in grabbing all those points. But speaking of effort, Fisher Tigers are one of the team that has brought in a lot of points this time around. One elimination, a little bit low, but as you can see, the position as well as how well they fight against GOAT Esports, I don't think they will be slowing down.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fisher Tiger, 3 eliminations in hand already. They're definitely not slowing down. In fact, they're looking for more out of Bullseye. They get to loot up this space fully. Gaviota up against INV. 2 big squads going up against each other. This is not looking good for Erica. Oh, time turner pulled out. Erica very sneaky with the glue wall as well. But the valiant dash off of that Oscar instantly breaks it down and breaks his hopes.
Oh, definitely. I mean, everything's broken at that point. But let's see though on who else will be challenged in this game, because Gaviota, INV, very close to each other, and it's not just in the leaderboard that they are fighting. It's more of the numbers that they can bring in out of this game. And I'm not quite sure if this is smart for them to split up that easily, especially with a lot of shots being done against them. But Gaviota, 8 elimination already, first 4.5 minutes of this game, and it's promising that they might be able to bring themselves up high in #1 spot by the end of this game.
Stewart now on the side of 90 Picket Esports, playing for survival. Oh, looks like that survival's going to be tough as he gets tagged up by 2 players. Cryo Mine sent out by Des as well. That is going to tag him up instantaneously, getting the damage in as well. Oh my, he can't even reach the plushie. Stewart needs to run. And the plushie alone takes him out. That's one of the deadly moves that the Cryo Mine is capable of. And it's all about the placement of the Cryo... okay, that was uncalled for.
I mean, efficiency. I would say, just be efficient at it. I mean, instead of a few more steps, just make that headshot even on a knockdown. But jokes aside, Team Fighter, well, hopefully they're not joking around. A revive on Jashu is bound to happen, and their opponent is AXT. Austin X Dami is not showing that much, and a great opportunity for them to rack up all the points, but they drop with them early in this game, but they're not catching up so much, and with all those noise, it's Cartel Sur who might be waiting for them on the approach.
There's only 11 teams on in here, Neptune, and I think Punjabi Stunners missed their match, which is so disappointing because we were hyping them up throughout the day, and then the one game that they get to break into the top 18, sorry, top 12 as a matter of fact, Punjabi Stunners stunned us.
Well, I guess that's a signature for them. As long as they can stun, then that's it.
Yeah, regardless of how that stunning comes on through. Fisher Tiger Dong! Oh, that was a big misplay off of that jump pad. Obviously, he didn't know Gaviota was so close behind him, but it's shot out of the air. Final player from the side of Fisher Tiger. The rest of them did manage to exit quickly enough. Just a little unfortunate there.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. But as we can see right now, a lot of teams still hang outside the blue. In a bit, it will overlap with next phase of the circle, and it will we will be shown on to our next phase. The second circle would be deadly, especially for those at the far right. And this is TF, who is on mill right now that needs trouble. It's a good thing that there's no one that's blocking them. Comparing to where, like Observatory, Hangar, as well as Rimnam Village, a lot of teams are in there. Even YLS is in the fray.
Oh, Gaviota, King with the M590. What a shot! Just jumps and pulls up that 180, but another one right in front of him. King could not battle off 2 players at the same time. Yakol with the initial tag, and then of course they ganked upon him. The numbers playing an advantage for YLS, a disadvantage big time for King off of Gaviota. McQuinn up top. Oh my goodness, he could have just stayed silent, but chose to take those shots instead.
Oh, he was trying to save his teammates out there. But unfortunately, there's a lot and a knockdown in there together with a Cryo Mine. So distraction is not good. Looking at Gaviota right now. 2 down out of the team. But a revive is quickly being done by a low. But that gives YLS 4 elimination. And who is in front of them? That's Voids. So it's a 4v1 situation where I don't think Voids was looking forward to it or unaware of where the opponents is.
Yeah, and that's once again the highlight on how deadly the Cryo Mine is, because it just makes you panic, man. McQuinn reacted way too late, and once that Cryo Mine is there, you can't pull up a glue wall. The guy stood up to shoot down that Cryo Mine and then got shot off. I mean, that was a perfect play, and obviously Gaviota is going to be a little tickled that McQuinn could have just stayed silent throughout the whole time and not been detected, but the man just had to make a little bit of noise.
Yeah, I mean, that is such unfortunate events coming from Gaviota right now. Again, they are back, comparing them to Fisher Tiger, but Voids is very near the next vending machine. And the last time I saw it, it's 1,400 on the coin. So
Yeah.
easily he can go for a quick revive if he reached that vending machine. But on the other side in peak, we have 90 Piketty going against Team Fighters. And I'm loving Team Fighters putting a fight right now because earlier I thought they can be taken down by AXT. But we keep mentioning that AXT is not that kind of team that can bring an opponent down unless they change their pace.
Ayano Koji down on the ground. Team Fighters fighting for their lives here. S90 Piketty Esports right in front of them. And instead of running away, Team Fighters are literally running straight at them. At least the Morse is.
A little bit confidence because you're not seen. I mean, that's the advantage of not being seen. Like, you can run at them like John Cena and, yeah, you can see them.
Hey, you saw the U-turn there last moment because you're like, okay, they're about to see me. McQueen again brought in and taken out. Man's having a terrible day out there.
Yeah, I mean, King right now would be together with him, but unfortunate for them, they couldn't reach the vending machine. And I think they won't be able to go for a revive. YLS is keeping guard of this, and we've seen this so many times. So let's see, though, if Gaviota can make work out of YLS just to push fear into them and then leave them alone. But I don't think that is happening. 5 elimination already, despite of only a few HP as well as a couple. But Gaviota, this is what happened. If you poke the bear, you get bitten.
Holy mama, I didn't know bears bite that bad. I mean, I've never tried.
I haven't even seen a bear, bro.
Bears look cute from afar. I've only seen a teddy bear. Gaviota, 16 eliminations. My goodness, these bears bite.
I mean, Gaviota, I know that they were aiming for that vending machine, and I thought they were going to fail because of how YLS was gatekeeping them. But it only was... Like, they only required 2 players. One is CQC and one in long range. And that's how you can tell that a team is top tier. Because you don't need the full squad out there to, like, put a team at bay.
Yeah, and just with the eliminations alone, Gaviota has got more than enough points to make
So on the other hand, Fury backing away. 590 in hand, and Zero comes in for that backup as well. Oh, he shot his buddy instead of his opponent. It's a little unfortunate. Finally, looks for Yom. Sir, this time is very sure they're shooting the right way.
Yeah.
With Fury just a little teased. Jashu will be caught out as well. Ooh. Goodness me, those glue walls coming in really handy at this point of time. And Crippy just not having the right gun in hand. The Mac 10 of all things.
Oh, no.
Jashu gets away.
Yeah, Jashu did get away.
Wait.
Finally, a Groza.
He had the Groza?
Where was that?
Yeah, where was that?
Panic play, I don't know, confusion. Instead of switching gun, he pulls a glue wall because he even blocked his sight against Jashu. So, questionable move, and hopefully it doesn't happen again. But INV right now, well, there's no question indeed that they are going down. Only John B remains. And who are they fighting against? None other than Gaviota, the team that they're chasing off on that leaderboard. And INV is out of there. 20 points grabbed by Gaviota.
INV was 1 spot in front of Gaviota's squad. Well, not anymore. Gaviota just whooped them clean. Gaviota's going for the 30 bomber on a game where they don't need a 30 bomber. How insane is that? That's exactly what confidence gives you. Just absolute supreme power out there. But let's see if or not Lotex Bao is able to get out of this sticky situation. I mean, with his gang, he should be able to overwhelm the goats, but all alone now in the position that he holds on to, he just needs to stay silent.
Yeah, he needs to be silent, but one player that didn't go silent was Emilio from AXD, and he was taken down. Now he was silenced. Now the same goes for Des, though. And Steward, 90 Piketty, a team that we are eyeing to get a move on, especially on leaderboard, using that Wukong to get away, but it's not enough. Alan XY needs to be very, very silent, very quiet, not to be spotted. But how can you, if there are a few of those information skills as well as pets that they can use, you can be spotted quite easily.
Absolutely. And go still, Lotex Bao is still chilling down there at the bottom. And Cartel, sir, are they going to spot him out? Joy with the grenade.
Well, thankfully, the goats are distracting them, and thankfully, they use the opposite side window instead of landing right in front of Lotec's bow here. It looks like he's going to survive for a little bit longer, but he needs to get a move on the rest of his team members outside the circle.
Let's see. I mean, if they can survive this, I guess they're just waiting out battle between Cartel Sur as well as Goat. And Fisher Tiger is not far behind, so there's still no leeway for 01 Esports to step into the fray. But the blue will be forcing them to do so. Dead smack in the middle. If I'm mistaken, it's only one tiny compound, if not a couple, that they will be able to take. And Vipex, Gabu's in. What shot is that? Even with Tommy, you might be able to at least step in closer and eliminate your opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, Eliza. Down at the bottom. Can they make their way out of this one? I mean, they've been camping around in this house for long enough. Even when those players came knocking on their doors, Cartel Sur, they for sure did not respond. Lopez XL from afar. Gabo's in trying his best. But Goats are just a little messy with their play right now because they don't even know what they're doing. They're just turning all around. 180. Eliza gets taken down. Gabo's in shut down as Cartel Sur steps on up. But Garcia and Locke saving the buddies on their side. Gabozin needs to get picked right back up, but Cartel Sur went in for the flush, but they got flushed out instead.
Yeah, it was scrappy. And you know how goats are. At some point, they are scrappy. They are messy. But this time, it did work to their favor. Well, they did lose one player. But let's see how well they can go in onto the next part of the circle. And correction there's no compound. It is those couple of towers that might save them, give them a little bit of cover, but not from above. So high ground vantage is crucial at this point. And Vipex already taking the lead into the edge of next phase. And 90 Bikini has been eliminated. The same goes with a couple of players though. From two teams, it's Gaviota and Goat. So it's a 4v4v 3v3 right now.
Yeah, Gaviota's definitely booked that #1 spot for themselves, but Vipex about to spring into that second place based off of this performance, even just through the eliminations, is more than enough. Not even looking at all of those points that they're going to be taking off of the placement points. Urix has got the M79 in hand. The grenade launcher is going to be lethal up against Gaviota, and they have got one less player to worry about. Gaviota may be able to take that #1 spot, but Vipex is looking for the booyah off of this Bermuda map.
Oh, let's see though. It's 22 points already, judging from the 10 that they already have. But there's a lot of potential elimination that's waiting for them. There goes the shot on Lopez XL, almost being taken down. And that's it through all those glue walls. King right now, great accuracy, but will they be able to finish them off? Because distraction as well as trouble is slowly running in on them. And it's none other than Fisher Tiger, a team that we thought is already out sleeping, but is awake and putting a little bit of distraction for the couple of top dogs in this fray.
Oh yeah, absolutely. AC80 in the hands of King, making him look like a King shooter out there for sure. 24 eliminations, a very impressive run here from the side of Gaviota. Looking for the absolute bombastic booyah, but they need to sort out the numbers on the side of Vipex just first. Fisher Tiger with 2 more survivors could interfere, but they're on the opposite side, Neptune.
Well, let's see though. I mean, they are the reason why Gaviota couldn't push through towards Vipex. And Gaviota needs to be silent. Probably wait for the next phase or the closing of this final circle. But well, it spells trouble. If all those glue walls will be breaking down, Vipex might take advantage. But King and Low, good enough on them on just going below Vipex, so they have an advantage of running out once Vipex steps out of the cover. But it is very risky. It's a 50-50 play right now.
Absolutely. Gaviota, 24 eliminations in hand. Looking for the takedown onto Vipex, who are right on top. King is just shooting at the stairs, just hoping and praying somebody shows up there. Vipex is not going to be that silly. Oson sneaking outside the window, looking to see if or not he's got a little bit of spacing to play with here. But the circle is still very much on their side. As it starts to move, it's going to squeeze Vipex and the players on the side of Gaviota straight towards the crosshairs of Fisher Tiger.
Oh, Cito, I mean, they didn't put up glue walls. Gaviota didn't put up glue walls to block any movement from Vipex. The window is still open, and there's the timing that Vipex is waiting for. The opportunity to move out and force the opponents to get into the other side. And Lopez, perfect timing, not even faced by the blue. But let's see if the pickup would help them survive even longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a slugfest between Gaviota and Vipex. Neither one choosing to give up just yet.
Nice!
Oh! Just one mistake, and the M590 finds him straight in the chest, taking him out of the equation. Numbers are equal. Now the advantage, because Marquin and his Mac-10 gets another one for the side of Gaviota. Vipex going down one after the other. But Fishy Tiger still hiding and waiting for the opportunity at the Booyah.
Oh, that's how it is. If they can grab it, unfortunately, they're first one to go down. And Gaviota grabs this Booyah, the third one for the team, and a chance to grab that #1 spot.
Gaviota with the third Booyah run here in the group stage with a holy hell massive Booyah. I am in disbelief as to how they did that swiftly. We may just be looking at the faces that will represent USA at EWC soon enough.
Yeah, I mean, really looking forward to it. And I would say that was a clutch. It's a 3v4 situation. And even if one of their players has been knocked down, we can see the priority coming from the team. It's more of the numbers that they need to keep. And if they can bring down one player, and we've seen that with the Valiant Dash as well as the M590, they just even it up. And the chaos that ensued within the two players that they pushed towards Vipex, and then the backup that is far away from the rest, that was questionable for me visually. But in tactics, that did work for Gaviota.
Yeah, technically speaking, this was a 3v5, right? Because Fisher Tiger players were still there as well. They could have interfered at any point of time. But these boys on the side of Gaviota, they were on a no-mercy run. They just blasted through everybody, and I am just very curious to see how many points they managed to collect overall, because it's the #1 spot now is guaranteed for Gaviota. How many points have they cleared for themselves at the #1 spot against the other teams? That's what I'm most curious about.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We've seen 100+ points being grabbed, or almost 100 being grabbed by one day of play. And it's not every time that they have, 6 games. Like, one of which is 3 games and then 6 games in the following. And that's what completes the cycle of the groupings that we have. And it's quite surprising on the average of the points that a team can get once we see that overall standing. So Gaviota is just blowing my mind right now. I love numbers, and I'm loving the performance they have. And I'm pretty sure with this number that they have put up, 24, 20+ points in that game, that will bring them on the #1 spot. But same question, how much have they break up?
Yeah, and Cartel Sir in this little engagement up against Team Fighters, it was messy and it did strike down their chances by a lot, but they did manage to survive that. But on the way into that next zone was where they faced a few more challenges. INV did not manage to get very far at all, and obviously Gaviota was very happy to put an end to their run. This battle happened outside the circle, which was, super impressive. And Cartel Sir, with the final surviving members, managed to somehow find that recovery, make their way back in, but squeezed out by the most unsuspecting squad, the GOAT squad.
I guess they're hungry right now. Despite of the scrappiness of the gameplay, losing one of the players, they know exactly how to play it with one room. But it's the movement outside of the compound towards the next opening that is worrisome for them. But speaking of worrisome, I'm loving that Gaviota took advantage of Vipex on the first floor. And I was questioning the takedown of those glue walls and the stairs, because that is the only opening that they have if Vipex wants to take cover. But there's no question right there, especially in this final moment where Gaviota know exactly where to point and shoot, and that's how they got that Booyah.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, at the end of the day, this was a brilliant play from them. 29 elimination points is what I think they ended up with. And that's it. And that's exactly what they ended up with. 29 eliminations. And the MVP is from the Booyah squad. His name is King. And he's called King for a good reason. We saw some of those phenomenal plays off of this guy. The M590. Absolute brilliance. And, you know, it's all about the movements as well. And what makes him so brave is the fact that he has the J-beams on himself as well as the Andrew. You can't slow him down. Well, you can hit him, but he will obviously be able to tank a lot of damage. And when you least expect it, comes out the valiant dash to break down your defenses and to shock the world off of your heads. 10 eliminations, 3 headshots, 7 assists to 5,935 damage.
And that's just a solo play. Now, we're still not counting the rest of Gaviota because we were talking about just what? Like even less than half of what the whole squad has put in. So that means that Gaviota, Low, even McQueen has brought in a lot of points already. But we want to see who is going against King in this head-to-head right now. It's none other than Lopez, but elimination is not that equal. But when it comes to damage, we know how it is. Lopez from long range and can put in all those chip damage and even go for a knockdown. So headshot, that is 2 against 3, which we know that it's not easy, especially with all the snipers that we have in here. You need the perfect timing to get all those elimination, that's damage and headshot coming from Lopez XL.
Absolutely. Lopez XL, obviously, you know, one of the prime snipers out there, but King, a CQC player, very proficient, very deadly with that Oscar play. You know, and Lopez, on the other hand, just chooses to play the distance, and he is great at it. The AWM in the hands of Lopez XL, you know, just is a brilliant tool, and he uses it to perfection most of the time because if he does get his shot in, it's not necessarily an elimination, but it's going to really rake up the chances for the rest of the Vipex squad to come in there with the follow-up and annihilate those players. 10 versus 6 eliminations. King wins this out. Let's take a look at the overall statistics and see if or not it was a mind-blowing game when it comes to the eliminations. And it was a very exciting one here at Bermuda. 96 eliminations, 68k on the damage, 74 headshots in total. 123 knocks, 58 rescues. Holy mama, this was an active one.
And take note that we're missing one team out here. So together with another team, and we could have reached that 100 mark on the total elimination. But this is just I guess the motivation in the final game, the final play. And I'm really looking forward to more of that by next week. Because, again, as we keep mentioning, this is the last game of today, as well as the first week of the group stage. But the group stage is not over just yet. There's still more to come by next week. So no congratulations yet. I guess a few congratulations for the top 6, because the lead that they have, even before the game started, is already that far that there's only a few that could catch up on them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's take a look at the match standings as well, of course, because 41 bomber. Okay, this is ridiculous and officially the record. 29 eliminations, 41 points in total. They grabbed the Booyah as well as they were whooping butt with these numbers. Karel Sur right behind them. Vipex with the 19 points as well. This was a massive game for these big squads. And the only team to really not live up to the mark was INV Esports. They got taken out way too early off of those eliminations. 90 Picket Esports doing fairly well as well. Fisher Tiger again putting in the hustle. 16 points. I mean, great game. Great way to complete week 1 of our group stages.
Definitely, I mean, definitely the maximum. I had to put in a calculation right there. The highest that we have right now is 29 elimination together with that Booyah. And yep, it is Gaviota who managed to pull it off. Now, let's see on overall standings on how well they played it out. And I'm loving production starting in the bottom. No, like a little bit of surprise factor. It's like peeling all those cards up to find out who got that ace. But Power Rangers right now on 13, Punjabi Stunners, they could have caught up if they joined that fight. But unfortunately, they didn't. But Fisher Tiger, though, from the gray area into the 18th spot, they managed to catch up. And it's not far, even from 15 to the 17 on Flash Gaming, O1's Esports, as well as YLS, for them to catch up.
Yeah, I think, this was a big play here coming through from O1 Esports, Wireless, as well as Fisher Tiger. All these three teams have made a big jump into the top 18, and this is what matters the most here in the group stage. You must be in the top 18. 6 teams will be eliminated by the end of next week, and if you are not top 18, you will be one of those 6. I mean, as obvious as it gets, the teams definitely need to wake up and acknowledge that point. But of course, let's take a look at the main page, the top 12 squads, as Gaviota hits the 200-point mark through 2 days of play. Through 9 matches alone, they've managed to grab 3 booyahs, 70 rank points, and 130 eliminations, Nep.
Yeah, definitely deadly. This squad is deadly. I mean, elimination-wise, even the Booyah-wise, they're leading the fray. And I'm loving the storyline. Like, league after league, tournament after tournament, there's always one team or a different team that is showing up on top. T-Rex, we have Zeus Gaming, and now Gaviota Squad. Though the tournament is not yet over, but this is just a preview of what we are about to witness towards the next week, the knockout stage, as well as the grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you gotta love this. And INV Esports, they crashed out early. They could have definitely overtaken Vipex as well in this matchup, or at the very least Fuego, right? So a little disappointed. I'm sure the boys on the side of INV Esports are, but it's okay because they're still in the top 5 and they're not too far away from making this happen next week. At the end of the day, the group stages once again is all about the top 18. This is just a flex if you're in the very, very top of the top 18. Let's take a look at the match schedule. Once again, this is going to be the recap of the day. We started off the day with Bermuda and MIA Corporation getting that first booyah all the way down to the bottom. We only see one team that walked away with a double booyah, and that is the one and only Celtic Gaming, who has ended up on the 6th spot by the end of week 1.
Yeah, sorry to correct you. We have a 2-team. It's just a split up that did happen. It's Fuego from game number 2 as well as game number 5. But
absolutely,
but it's
man.
all good. The back-to-back, I guess. Yeah, that is your point. The back-to-back booyah. But I'm loving that compared to yesterday. It was only Gaviota who's taking the fray in the back-to-back booyahs, or double booyahs, I would say. But now we're seeing, especially Celtic Gaming. I mean, Celtic Gaming is another one of those teams in comparison to Gaviota that surprises. Doesn't have that much of history behind their game in esports, like Free Fire esports. But I'm loving that even newcomers are taking the top spot, taking the board in terms of booyahs, multiple booyahs in one day. And this is just the evolution of what we've seen, especially if there's more at stake when we look into who's grabbing the championship in the FFWS USA.
And that wraps up week 1, the 4th and 5th of April. The play days have finally concluded next week, 11th and the 12th. Same time, same place here. Make sure you guys tune in. It's going to be week 2 of our group stage, where we will eliminate 6 teams by the end of it. Only the top 18 teams will be making it into the knockout stage on the 17th and 18th of April, where we will further drop 6 more squads to prepare for our grand finals on the 19th of April. My goodness me, this is a quick dash to the 19th of April for sure. I'm looking forward to it. And based off of everything that we have seen today, FFWS USA is definitely going to be lit, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's showing a different side already, coming from FFUSC, and now there's a lot in stake already. Not only the prize pool, but also a slot on EWC. But there you have it. That is 9 games for the day, 18 in total for the week, and I'm really looking forward to all of that would be happening for next week. Once again, I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, joined by my brother, the Mustachio AJ. We'd like to thank everyone who watched with us for this week. See you again next week for more FFWS USA 2026 Spring.